Not gonna get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close! He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back! No way! Wakadia! And Tarez, he's just been putting in multi-kills, hasn't had to be the one delivering in these clutches. How will he fare? That's a nice one on the first, and there's the close.
Nice.
No issues, no choke. Aurora. Oh, they've just got it! No! Wakadia. Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the AWP here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long. Gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse. Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
They're doing it in these kind of little two-man pairs, getting super aggressive. What do you even do against that?
You don't do a thing. You hope for
What
the
do you
second
do
half,
against that?
Because 4 kills from MongolZ to seal that one. Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. This 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
You just have to hope that as you double back, MOUZ haven't pushed into your lobby to stop you there, but that is exactly what Zelix has in mind. Triple from him! And somehow Luchov has to get this back, and he's gonna try to do it on his own. Zelix's position confirmed.
What?
That is a quad kill from the kid. Easy one for Max, calls for help as he hears them stall. Oh, Max! No help. What a sequence! A famous quad kill with 1 mag. Molodoy deep. Oh, he hit boy. Donk is just out in the open looking for duels as he does, and that is why. The bomb has been picked back up, but we can see the damage that's been done on all the FURIA players.
Dude.
Clean up on the bomb site.
The way he's just out here swinging. K27 could still deal with this if not for Donk.
Ah, nice distraction. Offers up the Molodoy blindside.
Nice shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up.
No
oh, no.
That's a third HE that's tagged XCloud. You got to feel for him. It's also swinging lights him up as well. 2 bullets, 2 kills, and a third on the spray down. Awful. A lot of damage done by these blocks, you know. Hunter comes round though to bail them out. Another eco ace for Hunter.
Oh, hidden away in. Oh, key angle here.
I think issue for X5 is he's just about to get swarmed on from so many teams. Nice shot with the deke. Crinky with another one. Hold the phone, just a minute here. If you can get this, then he will. Runs down Tenzi, and Moon is real far away here. Can he stop the bomb? How quick he keeps it going. A quad kill. Toby's sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that? Answers back. 2 headshots with the Glock makes it much more doable. Finding a third now. A light to see something different come up. And they're going to decide to back away to the A site. 8 seconds. Alex just needs the 1 kill. 4 of them left. They could just get the bomb planted, I think. It's up to Korn in a 1 versus 2, and he can't quite get the job done.
Welcome to Kazakhstan, where PGL Astana is well underway. Our group stages are moving into day 4, and it has been tons of fun here in Astana. I am so excited. Dust and Blair are with me now. I am about to throw so much shade on another esport, and I apologize profusely. I actually do like this esport, but not as much as I love Counter-Strike, so this is fun. This morning, when I woke up, I was scrolling through social media, and there was a whole instance in Rainbow Six Siege, because they have whatever going on at the time, and a coach was so disappointed with his team's performance that he just walked out at the end of the game. And the commentary from Rainbow Six Siege pundits was how unprofessional that is. And as a coach, you know, you need to be supportive of your players in times of loss. And how could he just walk away? And I giggled like a small child, because we have Dustin. Like, you all would not survive here in the CS. They're upset that the coach walked away. I was like, Dustin was taking food away last night from PARIVISION after their loss.
Oh, man, you're not wrong about that one. You get like a 40-minute rant out of Dustin with one question. Whenever something goes wrong with him, bro, you think Daddy Blade's over there worried about it? No.
I'll be here to lift my team up with their losses. I'm like, no ways, man. These coaches are shouting.
And also the fact that when he was giving the death stare to his teammates yesterday, everyone was like, yes, this is amazing, this is great, this is what we need. And no, like, you know, jokes aside, I think we're just built different. You know, that's Counter-Strike, baby.
We are built different. If you want to see that clip, it is all over social media. I think PGL has it, Blair has it on his accounts. Go check it out. Let's get into what we've seen so far, because I think the big surprise, I suppose, 2 surprises maybe. One was 9Z qualifying into the playoffs, the first team to do that. Big surprise for me. And then we'll pull some attention to Gentle Mates in a bit, but obviously also getting to see Spirits. Didn't look happy about qualifying, Dust.
No, I mean, it was definitely a very labored result yesterday against FURIA. It was a very, very sloppy game. You know, there was definitely a lot to be desired. I feel like they just looked so absent, particularly on, you know, just some of their mid-round coordination. And it was really weird because Dante's got interviewed after the fact by Banks, and he made it sound like, yeah, we're just kind of playing differently because Hallie's not here. We don't have the same structure. I'm like, guys, you just memory hole everything this guy taught you over the last however long they've been playing together at this point. It's like you can't be that forgetful of the quote-unquote system that Hallie has put in place just because he's not here. So I was definitely very stunned by the eye test of that game, even though they got the victory.
And it's also surprising for me because the Rio run was pretty impressive in all honesty, and they had Sotfik over there, right?
Yeah.
And we even had, so they spoke to Zontix yesterday, and Tanir coming into this event, he was like, you know, before this event, he was like, yeah, Sotfik's really helped me out. He's really helped me feel much more comfortable. And he has actually looked much better than he did at the beginning of you know, his tenure in this team as well. So there's conflicting information. We saw the interview from Magix as well, where it was like, sure, he won the game, but it was ugly that there are moments in the game where everyone's like, all right, there's a guy over there, but no one's giving any ideas. No one's really trying to, you know, take the onus on themselves. It's basically Donk hard carrying them into the playoffs, which as an IGL, as a team, you don't want to be in that situation where, you know, you're one guy, the best player in the world potentially on paper, is just dragging you through.
I just worry about Spirit, and I wonder if I'm the only person sitting in this boat. But I think exactly what you said, Blair. If you took Donk out of this lineup, this team is not even in consideration in Tier 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, he gives them the puncher's chance in the match that they play. Now, I will say, when they're on point and they're actually focused and like operating at their highest level, Shiro obviously can be a second star for the squad. I do think, as Blair already indicated, Tanir has developed nicely. His best events with Spirit since he's joined the organization have taken place at Rio, Rotterdam, and so far in this event. So he's definitely done really, really well for himself. But yeah, it is just a situation where Donk is the front runner as always.
And far and away, like Donk's, I mean, obviously the front runner, but there's no one else as there as well from his team, right? But I do want to, you know, give a shout out to MongolZ. Like, he's been performing lights out. Even yesterday in the loss they had against Spirit, he was very impactful.
Yes.
And then my guy 910, right? The thing with this guy is he's not necessarily like has ever hit the star levels as Senzu did for his team, but the fact that he shouldered the responsibility of being this immovable pillar for the team while wielding the AWP, by the way. Right now in CS2, sure, with the new Anim graph updates and whatnot, people are like the ops easier to handle, but still there are very few elite oppers in the world. You're talking about your Molodoys, you're talking about your Munacies, and right now I feel like we can start having a conversation of 9-10 being one new guy you can add to that particular conversation, one of the most consistent star operas we have in Counter-Strike right now.
The big other surprise for me yesterday was Heroic going down to Gentlemates, and not just like
Getting
Gentlemates.
battered, you mean?
Yeah, I was trying to be nice, but you know, but it was pretty horrific for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, with Heroic, they're just so tough to put your finger on because...
Anyways, but they've been so good this tournament. That's like, I was like, flip, this team looks
That opening
good.
game against Aurora was some phenomenal
It was
Counter-Strike.
mad
They were
good.
out-calling Aurora. Sure, Aurora looked a little bit sloppy, of course, but he had X-Flood popping off. You had, what's his name, Youngster, you know, the opera, quote-unquote, really having a good game as well. And after that, it's just been just miserable matches from them.
Yeah, again, whenever I was kind of assessing Heroic, I think it's just kind of hit or miss for them. I mean, you even look, they struggled at some Tier 2 events, if we're honest, this year, and I think that it's just been a really tough situation where you're bringing in a new in-game leader, you're bringing in Susp, you're having this whole awkward situation where Youngster's supposed to be benched, but now is the prime opper. Hell, Karen is from this country, still can't play for the team, so it's a very, very peculiar moment over there, and so I never really know what I'm going to get, because there are times where X-Floud and Nilo, that combination gets you a lot done. Nilo's been super consistent ever since he joined this team officially. You know, I mean, obviously he was on the bench the first half of the year, but since he's gotten actually in the server, he's done very well. But yeah, they just lack the consistency to do much, in my opinion.
We obviously also say goodbye to some teams. So I do want to give a special shout out now to Fisher College, who came here with everyone saying, this is going to be bad for you. And while they were eliminated, what an experience for them, standing outside, getting to sign those fan autographs, getting to play against some of the best players in the world, and I'm sure players that they look up to time and time again. I know they were very sad yesterday. They did say how disappointed they were, but what I loved is they said, we need to come back individually more experienced and as a team more experienced. So hopefully this has inspired them to push a little bit harder, because God knows NACS needs a team to push a bit harder.
Yeah, look, listen, it's a very romantic, very Hollywood, you know, college story, like the Mighty Ducks. Unlike the Mighty Ducks, however, this isn't a movie, Dust, unfortunately, and they were, no pun intended, a fish out of water here, right? Like, even the Huns, who I went ham in yesterday, saying how miserable they look, they're probably the worst team in this tournament, even the Huns had an easy time against them, right? And like, I'm not going to fault them. They barely have any experience whatsoever. The two lands they've played have been in the US. I think a couple of frags they've played over there. And even the other individuals, apart from Nealon, who came in as kind of a stand-in situation for them, they basically have nowhere close to any experience even in EU as well. So for them, I'm glad they had the opportunity to enjoy this event. Like you said, great fans, great country, great event. PGL doing a good show. But I won't lie, I don't really, you know, I'm not necessarily looking forward to seeing them in other events down the line. I still feel they have a lot of catching up to do, even amongst the other NA teams.
Yeah, I mean, they benefited heavily from the fact that the field at that qualifier that they played to get to this event was pretty weak, if I'm just being frank. They did beat like Boss and Lag and a couple of teams who do decently and kind of like the Tier 2 NA scene, but it's one of those things where at least they got this opportunity, as you kind of noted. It's a learning experience for several of these players individually. As a team, I'm not really sure what the future is. You hear them say, like, once they graduate from Fisher, it's like they could go a bunch of different directions at that point. So still cool, though, to make history being the first college team to play a Tier 1 event. I'll give them that.
Right. I was just trying to be nice. I was like, poor dudes.
Yeah.
They were so sad yesterday. We haven't really spoken about them. And you guys are like, let's be practical analysts here. I was like, shame. I hope they didn't watch that.
I gave them a little bit at the end.
You gave them a little bit.
I'll give a little bit.
Okay, let's get into what you can see today. We're going on to the B stream first. These are the matches that are underway there. If you want to go check that out, Anders, Vince, Neo, Kai, and Scriv, I almost called him Scrawny, that would have been awkward. They'll be over there playing these games. You can see these teams. That PARIVISION G2
That's a spicy
Esports.
meatball.
Ooh.
Someone's going to be really heartbroken at the end of the day on that one.
Or someone's going to be just beaten up.
Well, yeah, like there are not. This is, you know, I kept saying that this is the curtain. PGL Astana is the curtain raiser to the Cologne Major. Like, this is very important. How you finish here speaks a lot about what that major may look for you. And for G2 and PARIVISION, neither of them should be in the position they're in right now.
No, I mean, it's very, very damning. But, I mean, PARIVISION's a team that was winning trophies, making finals, the top 5 team in the world. Now, all of a sudden, you have a situation where their last tournament, they got knocked out way earlier than they should have. And in this event, they're potentially not even going to make the playoffs. And I've been saying it, you know, time and time again, like, even though we praise PARIVISION for their system and how they operate and how they, you know, play all the rounds and they really make it hard on teams to play against them because of their style, they have a firepower issue. They seriously do. Like, there's just no consistent firepower on that team other than James Opp, and that's a huge problem because you can have all the systems in the world. You still have to bang heads at some point.
We'll put a pin in that.
Yeah.
There will be a PARIVISION conversation, but
Okay.
it won't happen right now because we're going to look at what's coming up on the A stream today. These are the games that you can watch. FURIA got a nice little run there with Gentlemates. By rights, that should be an easy cruise for them. But the one that I want to focus in on right now, MOUZ up against Aurora Gaming. That's where we're focusing, and this is the game that's going to kickstart the day. Boys, I want the notepads. I want all of the stuff gone. I don't care what these two teams have done in the past. All I want to know from both of you is if you had to look at just how MOUZ and Aurora have performed over the last 3 days here at PGL Astana, who should be winning this game?
Here's the thing. That's a complicated question because you got to factor in a lot of things, also the maps as well, which will come out. We'll talk about a little bit later. I feel we've seen 2 different approaches or 2 different trajectories for these 2 teams, right? Like, you're looking at Aurora, miserable start to the tournament. Like, you saw them lose to Heroic. There's the individuals looking so lost, so confused, and they had, I think, like pretty much a free game against, I believe, Fixture or the Huns, I think it was. Yeah, and then of course yesterday they looked so much better, right? Taking out PARIVISION, and even when PARIVISION were kind of clawing it back on Dust 2, where a lot of teams, a lot of really good teams struggled and kind of stumble, they didn't stumble. So it looks like they're starting to level up. Wikidia, the best Turkish player right now. I think I'm going to agree with Prof on that particular thing. Woxy was looking very solid. So it seemed like they're starting to kind of like fire up. MOUZ on the other hand, big question mark initially, right? But I'm excited about this MOUZ. I think they're looking really solid, considering it's still very early. Considering we don't even know if this 5-man lineup is going to be the lineup come the next event or come the next season, for example. Because again, you got to remember, JL is on load,
Won't be a next event. The major, they're changing this up.
Yeah, just for the major, sure. But like, I'm excited about MOUZ. Let me put it this way. And for Aurora, it's more about, guys, you better make it to the playoffs.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, that was a dissertation.
That was a really great way.
Because there is no answer.
I'll give you the answer that you want. MOUZ will look better this tournament. They really have. Like, when I've watched the actual film, while there has been discrepancies in MOUZ's play, which is to be anticipated considering the situation, they have looked better overall, in my opinion.
You're going with a MOUZ win.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same.
I think Aurora's going to get the win here.
Okay.
Why do you say that?
I feel, okay, look, firstly, for MOUZ, it's very up and down. They look very solid overall, sure. But I still feel Zelix is very, very raw when it comes to certain maps, certain positions. And I think it's going to get abused. I think Aurora team who can be very good at Dust 2B Bombsite, for example, comes to mind, where he was just getting absolutely isolated and battered on.
But in the talent predictions, Blair, at the moment you are leading. You are 2 for 2, which no one else is. You don't have Aurora in your.
I don't have Aurora.
You have MOUZ.
Yeah, but
Changed your mind?
I'm not going to change my mind. I still feel MOUZ are going to make it through the playoffs for sure. But I feel in this particular matchup, Aurora have the edge. That's what I'm going to be going with.
What a way to play both sides of the fence.
It's actually brilliant. You know, like really, really long con there from Vlad. I really appreciate that from him.
I mean, I'm from India, you know. I know how to con.
Oh my gosh.
Touch that with a stick.
You can say it. I will say no words. No
All right, swiftly
No
moving
comment.
on. We're going to talk about MOUZ. Look, I like the new MOUZ. I like what Exertion is doing. And what kind of blows my mind to us is the fact for Exertion, this entire season, or even going further back, he has been struggling quite a bit. You speak about Jimmy, then you speak about Exertion, especially when it comes to the playoffs, but even in the group stages where he used to be a beast, he has been struggling quite a bit. Now his calling, his micromanaging, he's got 2 new players coming in, and he is absolutely monstrous form right now, which is just boggles my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far so good is the way that I would put it. Like, on average, I think the team has operated pretty well. I think it's way too soon to call for Zelix and JL and what their futures look like on this team, in my opinion. I think they do have a problem with the fact that they're kind of forcing Zelix into anchor positions that he's not meant really to play, so that's kind of an odd one. But I think on the other hand, the positives that I see is that when Zelix is in his T-side roles, they're activating him very nicely for one.
Yeah.
And then the second big thing that I'm thinking of is that Torzy aside from their match against 9Z, that was a little bit shaky. He looked a lot better this event compared to, Rio and Rotterdam, where he was having career worst performances. So at least we're seeing some ups on the team.
I feel it's for me, Sam. It's more about the pressure's a little bit off, right? They realize, everyone's going to be like, oh, you at least made the change. Pressure's off, and you can see some of the players feeling comfortable. I think that's the main reason why Torji in particular is performing the way he does. Also, when it comes to JL, you can't deny the fact that he feels like he has really. Forgetting Aura, I feel like he's really improved the mood of the team overall. They seem way more comfortable. Also, he's finding like crazy impact. You can see him he's actually, communicating a lot as well, maybe giving a lot of ideas from the experience that he has. And for Zelix, I'm actually okay with him playing the small anchor spots, just because think about, if you remember when Netic got picked up at FlyQuest, if you remember that, right? He was this up-and-coming star player, and they put him in all these super, rotator star positions, and he struggled quite a bit. And then when you switch him over to some of the anchor spots for him to kind of ease him into the team, ease him into how the team's dynamic works. He was able to kind of get a grasp of how the pulse of the team is way easier. So I'm actually okay with that, because we can see, like, I 100% agree with you. On the T side, Zelix looks phenomenal. The way they're setting him up as well. We saw it in Mirage, saw it on a couple of maps. But that, for me, is a weakness. As CT, Sovereign is playing some small anchor spots. I don't think the duo between him and Spinks is that ideal. I feel like they kind of don't, maybe the communication, the synergy is a little bit off. And I think that is going to be the target for Aurora come a couple of these maps here today.
I agree 100%. I mean, when Aurora's coming into this one, I think they are going to get Dust 2, for instance, and I think that is a situation that they can exploit on the B-bomb side, as you're kind of talking about with Zelix and Spinks there. It's also just a situation for me where it's just no one's fully comfortable. Like, Zelix is getting some of his spots, JL's getting some of his old Navi spots in times. It's kind of like this weird balance where they're trying to give certain people opportunities to kind of play where they can play their best, but then in other situations, it's like, well, you kind of have to make a sacrifice because Xerxes needs to be in certain positions to be able to lead properly. So it's a little bit of give and take. We'll just have to see how it works out. But so far, it's not been bad.
Just a shout out to the JL YouTube enjoyers, the vlogs. I see he's got a mic pinned to his shirt. So I'm presuming that means he was filming this morning. So you can get a little bit of a behind the scenes look. I'm always curious as to what that morning looks like. I'm also always curious how you balance that, creating content while still having to be a pro player. So I'm interested to see how that develops. That man on your screen, Prof calls him the best player in Turkey. Now, Blair, and you said you agree.
I agree. I mean, if you think about his rise in his team when he got picked up, it was, Xantaris, best player in Turkey for the past 10 years. And you can see why kid, I remember in Copenhagen, for example, like he was this raw force in nature where he was, super aggressive and whatnot. But as time has, over the years, he's just become this consistent force, right? As Xantaris is slowly fading, the star is fading away, Wycadia is rising up and taking the reins. As we do have the Vetos coming out. Obviously, Anubis getting taken out sucks for the side of Aurora, but they do have the punish pick of Dust.
Indeed, they do. And that's going to be coming out any moment here for sure.
Are you expecting any surprises from this? Or is it going to play out the way?
What do MOUZ go for? I think they go for Inferno.
I think they go Nuke.
Nuke, really?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
They've been trying to go towards Nuke the other series that we watched them play in this tournament.
It's not been ideal. It has been close, though, but it's not been ideal. I'm assuming in this instance, then, Aurora trying to push. I don't know if it's going to be Inferno or Mirage. I think it's going to be Inferno coming out. Yeah, Mirage should be banned out right there. It's a map that MOUZ have kind of been looking rough on. And we haven't seen Overpass from MOUZ yet. They played all 5 other maps, apart from obviously from Anubis. And Inferno, it's a map where both the two teams have looked very solid thus far. I think they have exact same win rates as well, and the same number of maps played in the past 3 months, albeit, of course, for MOUZ, they have 2 new players and all of that. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be a fun one.
But no surprises. You both seem to feel that this was kind of the way it was going to play out.
I mean, Aurora had to go with Dust 2. I think that is the obvious one. And for MOUZ, yeah, the nuke makes sense.
It's also a weak target for Aurora. Aurora's nuke has not been that good lately, if we're being 100% honest. So I think that's actually a nice punish pick at the same time for MOUZ Sports. So, yeah, I think that both teams gained a slight edge in their picks, and it sets up for a potential 3-map series. We'll just have to, see what type of, sharpness they bring to the server, though.
So what does MOUZ look like on Dust 2?
Yeah, this is one of the maps where Zelix has had to take a sacrifice, being the B-bomb side anchor when he used to be an A rotator, so he's taking off of a star role and in an anchor role. Also, this is a map where JL's had to change up how he used to play. He used to be a B player, now he's kind of more on the A side of the map, so they've had to do a little bit of give and take here, but they've looked, pretty sharp. I think the big thing for me, though, is that Aurora plays like an overwhelming T side where they just deathball. They're either going to deathball you long, cat, or B. They are very one note, but they're very powerful in how they play that note, and they can really punish push that B side of the map in my
I feel for Aurora's T side, the problem is if they get off to a really good start, it looks fun, like Dust said, they're going to death ball. But the moment they're like 0-5 down, for example, they start just stagnating, so to speak, super slow. And that's something which MOUZ can potentially exploit. I will say this, though. I'd rather have JL played kind of like the mid position instead of Spinks, or play to B bomb side. Because I think Zelix just feels super uncomfortable, and the comms and Spinks are really off. Also, I have to point out, Spinks, he was making a few mistakes last time played on this map, right? The opening game where he was missing some of the smokes. He was kind of leaving Zelix by himself on the B bomb side many a time. He was being a bit of a liability. So that is something, again, like I said, the mid to B plays, that is exploitable by Aurora.
I'm surprised by what they did. I would have expected JL to be their B anchor because he played B anchor on Navi.
Exactly.
Zelix being a guy who played the A rotate, at least you have him on the same side of the map he's used to playing if they would have made him the A side. So I think that is something that could change, right? I don't think anything's set in stone for MOUZ. No long-term plans have been finalized for this team. It's all about seeing how does this particular unit work in a tier 1 environment. Let's get Zelix some reps. Let's see how Xerxes is as an IGL. Let's see how this can, work out. And then obviously the major is going to be a bump in the road that's going to put everything on pause. And after that, they're going to assess everything and figure out what's best. But right now, you just want to still, get what you can out of this tournament.
MOUZ up against Aurora. We are going to find out which team is heading to the playoffs for PGL Astana. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get into it. Playoffs on the line. MOUZ v Aurora. I've actually been pretty excited by both of these teams here in Astana. I like what they're giving us, Hugo. This new look MOUZ squad, playing a pretty exciting brand of Counter-Strike for the most part. And Aurora, surprisingly locked in. You've had some fantastic moments out of guys like Wakadia, thinking back to the clutch rounds that we had from him yesterday. Soulfly on that crazy recovery arc, if you remember. I think this game's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great as well. Yeah, we saw Aurora make their way through PARIVISION yesterday in a crazy Dust 2 fashion as well. And I got to say, it's not just MOUZ with a new in-game leader. It feels like Maja is looking a little refined on this Aurora side, calling some faster rounds, some more contact plays, not afraid to use his pieces well here and quick on this T side. I want to see if we get the same pace today or if it was kind of an anti-PARIVISION setup. We'll see. We're straight into this game. It's Dust 2. It's a map that MOUZ have had differing time on, and one that Aurora are more than happy to play. Somehow MOUZ escape on that lower control. No punish comes in, and Aurora reroute towards long. Torshi here.
Oh, he hears a lot of feet. He knows there's a lot of dudes about to round this corner. Torshi gets out with one, and JL, who was coming over to assist, out in the open, won't go down without a fight. Makes it a double, and now Aurora in trouble as it's a 2v4. Long control might belong to them, but MOUZ have got layers of defense set up in A. Moxig might make it down into the pit, but the struggle is just beginning. There's smoke fades on the cross, and they don't have any ability to replenish this, so tall task ahead of Aurora here.
MOUZ stay active, they re-clear short, they get a lot more information. And they wait for this long cross to commit. That's when Aurora leave. Now, gap is B, but MOUZ have players spawn side, short side. You're not getting through this easy with 30 seconds, and they start to rotate back as well. Spink's gonna grab that info on the cross. They peek together. Oh dear. That's one hell of a flick for Xantares. Is this round on?
Xantare's been looking great here in Astana. Does he have any more of these fast, fancy flicks? Gonna need one with this sight player peeking out now. A cut down on that short play. MOUZ are able to contain.
JL looking excellent to start this series off. 3 kills in the pistol goes a long way. And that's going to be MOUZ staying active in the mid-round and taking this first over Aurora. I mentioned the difficulty MOUZ have had on this map, right? It always comes down to the veto of them forcing to put this back in their pool with Anubis. It's never really being a map they wanted to play. I wonder if that's something that could even be on the horizon changing, right? If MOUZ have success with this roster, don't get me wrong, they've got a lot of moving pieces right now in terms of the roster for the Major versus this team, but if they would even consider trying to expand that map pool in the future. That being said, probably for the best not to play Aurora on Anubis with what we saw the other day. They looked lights out on it. And so a very important pistol for MOUZ. Aurora take the eco with just a single scout. I like that the desk mentioned some of the problems on B from MOUZ the other day as well.
Yeah, you know, I think if Aurora have done their homework, they should know that Zelex, even though I think on some of the other maps...
Hello.
Oh, that's a knife for Wicardia.
Love that.
Like that he takes it.
Yeah, Torshi was walking into the corner as well, almost realized. Yeah, it's not just Zelex having trouble individually, but also the fact that Spinks did leave him. And actually, I've been rating Spinks for a while, but when we watch him on Dust 2, he does look like he struggles. By the way, that knife kill has changed this round entirely. Aurora will not go B. They're going to go for the A split instead. 2 guns. And sure, Xerxon is here, but if him and JL miss their shots, there's a world.
Yeah, this Woxic scout that Aurora have always been keen to bring out on Dust.
Wait.
Oh, he used it to kill a teammate. Good thing I didn't start bigging him up.
That's not optimal, is it? Glock almost caught JL. He got dinged, had to flick back. Maybe should have gone for that B site. But Spinks was home. Either way, was always meant to be. Knife kill is a nice bonus. But here we go, gun round from Aurora.
Weird here, Wicardia bought the orb, right? Obviously he got the knife kill, so he had money to do so. And I figured Woxic was just going to drop him an AK and play the orb glass cannon.
Woxic couldn't buy an AK because he bought the scout.
No, he had 2,700. He could have dropped an AK. Oh. Yeah. He had 2,700. He could have dropped one. And then just played glass orb. But instead is elected to go for armor scout. And it's rifles on everyone else.
Oh, if it's glass orb, I see why you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Want T-side. You've got full rifles. You want to do something punchy here on this B site. Maybe you can grab Torchies.
Well, here's that attempted abuse over towards B. Zelex at least extinguishing the molly. Keeps himself alive a tiny bit longer. It won't matter. Barreling through that smoke at the doors is Exertion. And with the Torshi AWP arriving, Aurora now hinge on Madja, their captain. 1v2. Torshi's fully backed up, so there won't be a kill available here for Madja. Bombs dropped over towards B, so even if he wanted to go hunting, priority is to go back and grab this bomb. JL's low, can't overextend here through the tunnels. They know that at this point in the round, Madja's searching. And so just going to sit back. Molly in tunnel side means JL can't play to stop this bomb plant. Madja now has time on his side, and the spot on Torshi out in mid. He knows where both players are.
Oh, yeah, that's optimistic, though. That reposition, trying to focus on JL back in tunnels after throwing that lurk smoke. But Torshi, of course, has a gap in the door. Madja maybe doing too much. Could have climbed over the site.
Tell you what, man, JL coming into this map with really hot hands ever since the pistol, that would be a real X factor for MOUZ, because I think he's been stable in these games, but I don't think we necessarily had the match where JL steps up and dominates. Oftentimes you've been looking towards Exertion. If you suddenly have JL putting up numbers like this, that gives MOUZ kind of even more to work with.
Yeah, it's a great time for it, right? This is a playoff qualification game.
We always say he's a big game player.
This is a big game, Harry. You know, playoffs are where I'm obviously waiting to really see what MOUZ can do, but, you know, at the same time, getting there proving to not be the easiest thing here in Astana. Some of the 1-2 bucket teams, you know, PARIVISION and G2, for example, both playing to survive today. One of them going home. 9T shaking up the bucket by going 3-0, including a win over MOUZ. There's a lot going on. Look at this fake right now. Aurora throwing a lot of util into this B bomb site. They've done an execute, but the issue is no one's committed. Yes, it may have kept 3 players here, but they need to jump on this on Cat right now. That molly is poor. They can maybe get right round it. They're going to run. Oh no!
Players out. Exertion didn't get that nade in straight away. And that's cost him a few seconds here, allowing Aurora to close in. He'll underhand the smoke, give himself something to play around. Exertion Only good for the first. Clashing with Xantares proves to be one fight too many, and with Wakadia wrestling back another. Get this one into a 3-on-3. You do have JL late on the long side. Mid lurk for Madja as well, but hasn't seen anything as the retake's coming in through short. Still the info available for Aurora. Time ticking off this bomb. It's Torshi to break the silence, and JL next. Don't know where Madja's gotten to. That Molly gives it up. They've got a smoke for this. No winning this round for Madja. Try as he might. So MOUZ able to snipe another away from Aurora in a retake.
Hey, Aurora are well familiar with those jump shots. They saw a lot of them in the PARIVISION game. Some success, some failure from both teams. Nice try on the lurk from Madja. But JL plays that perfectly. Not overcommitting on the long side, getting a lot of damage, getting a harass, forcing Aurora to repeat short. And that's what allows Torshi to get his kill. I gotta say it as well, Harry. Maybe you're noticing it. I think something's happened in the game. I have never seen more cancelled grenade throws than in the last week of play. It is insane how many Tier 1 players are missing cancellations. I think Adam Graf has changed this. I haven't had enough chance to play, but I don't know why Adam Graf would affect it, but something's going on. Are you noticing this?
It's your conspiracy.
It's my conspiracy.
I'm not putting my name to it.
I'm putting my name right on it. Dude, the amount of cancelled... Exertion would have had like a slam dunk right there if he hit his. The amount of cancelled grenades. Watch, we'll see like 5 this series, I promise. I'm seeing it every single map so far on Astana. People cancelling grenades and not getting them out. This is a new phenomenon. Because, you know, it would happen previously, occasionally. You're a bit too jumpy on that one key. But it is happening every single map right now. So I think something's changed with the timing. There's my conspiracy. Just pay attention now, that's all I'll say. Aurora up short. 4v5. Soulfly down. He was a rock on Dust 2 against PARIVISION. How will Aurora fare in this man-down scenario? Needs to go out, and they get dunked on. Entry still comes in, but Exertion in this position is a menace.
Oh, Xantares, they've crept out underneath him. And he's got this ramp fight to worry about. Cover for Woxic isn't there, and the jump shot will connect.
He was low health. I was wondering
if we get more jump shots than ever here on Dust 2.
I was wondering if Zelix would go for it. I mean, 4v2, it's honestly not a horrible play by any means here. Punishing that plant.
Aurora need to go B more.
True.
All right, just looking at the numbers. 21 kills for the 3 A-side players.
The B
2 for the B players.
Well, the B player just jump shot the bomb, so
yeah.
That makes you think, yeah, we should go B right now. I don't know how, you know, Xertion in this position, every round, every game, he is getting multi-kills. It's not an easy spot. You're getting harassed by utility. You have a very small margin of error on your position. You're not getting 1v1s, you're getting 1v4s on ramp. And he keeps getting out with doubles. Doing a great job here.
Okay.
Okay, getting in. Blocks the smoke.
Yeah.
Pulls back.
Xbox smoke blocked. Now Torchi. Open sight lines. Can try and assist in this lower fight as well. The Molly forces him back. And a fast, short walk cancelled by the Torchi orb.
Another 4v5 for Soulfly where Aurora is stuck with the only map control they have is what MOUZ have given them. This short control, long is locked, AWP is there. And now Aurora, they get their execute in. Madja looks like he wants to drop spawn, but there's no kills available down in that position. He's going to have to scale up ramp to threaten incursion. That's a great entry. Can they do anything with this?
Well, exertion's been the big problem, right? The rock over towards ramp, but it was a double long setup out of MOUZ, so they are able to deal with Wakadia, and now you've got that long retake to worry about. Woxic gets eyes on with the AWP, and with a kill out of Xantares, it's one of the better positions Aurora have been in. Double CT retake for MOUZ. They want to keep this flawless. Xantares taking fights straight up. And Torshi never even gets going. They know about the AWP back on long. They've got no reason to face him. Aurora finally get on the board. And I know the Xantares triple is super stylish. It's the thing you're looking at. The kill from Maja is what feels like actually opens that round up. The drop down into CT, getting past Exertion, who was 10-2 heading into that round. Has been an absolute menace over towards the ramp side. And then it allows Xantares to shine in that post plant.
Yeah, absolutely. The kill that changes the round. Aurora had no utility left after they did their execute, really. They just had to get that dry entry. They couldn't harass Exertion, so great push there for Maja. And JL, shame, because I feel like he had a window to make his cross happen. Both players were holding for the AWP far away, but obviously he didn't realize. And so they get off the bomb, they're able to punish him. Aurora on the board, not too late. Want to see if Soulfly can find some impact. He's just been picked first every round. Will he be able to get somewhere without getting AWP'd?
I feel like, you know, this could be an attempt at conditioning out of Aurora, because one of the things they ran into early on with the attempts to go B was that MOUZ were kind of bringing a third player over. I think they know that it's been the more exploitable site. You've just hit A 4 rounds in a row, and I feel like this is where maybe you look to explore B a little bit more. You know you put pressure on, you know the likelihood of that being, you know, that triple B being active is now way lower. You've made noise like you're taking short, and yeah, here it is, the mid to B coming through. They go a little ahead of the util there. Soulfly picked on the cross. Torshi AWP watching, and Exertion ready to come through this smoke, but the B play is coming in. Spinks dead with a quick shot from Woxic, and so Aurora get the site control.
There's the punish they were looking for. Both B players starting slow in this map. Spinks with a bit of a whiff, and now this retake is on. JL looks like he wants to get in. That grenade will open up the round. Oh no, he missed it! It bounced off the door. That would have been a free kill to Maja. And suddenly MOUZ would have been interested. Instead, they give it up. Can you believe it? One missed HE and it shuts down any possibility of that post plant. Dear oh dear. Aurora do it again in the 4v5. That is 4 rounds in a row that Soulfly has died almost untraded on his own. Three of the times to Torshi's AWP. At least Aurora gets something from it. They get speedy up the B ramp there. And are able to find another round on this T side. Back to back as well. MOUZ's money thrown into disarray. They're going to drop guns and get one more good buy in. But safe to say, if Aurora win this round, that's why MOUZ are calling a timeout, they're in a lot of trouble.
Now, Match has posed them an interesting question, hasn't he, right? The relentless A hits that weren't necessarily always working. Now, they've been able to pull off one of these A-side takes. They've just hit you with a mid to B, taken advantage of the fact that you've been paranoid about the A-side setup. And so the question kind of leans the way of Exertion and Cyclone in this tack pause. Where do you stack the chips? Do you try and take a bit of early aggression, right? Try and get a bit of early info, try and force that man advantage? Or do you have faith in the read? Let's see what they put together here. Because Match are very much an IGL who's always liked the mind games, always like to think big picture. Might not necessarily lead to round success, but good at manipulating the CT setups. It's a long take, anti-long rush setup for MOUZ. Doesn't matter. Spinks here as the Joker. Usually over towards that B site, you see him now scrapping on long. And that's going to trigger Aurora to try and pick up the pace with a B hit.
The jumping. The jumping's what kills Xantares. If he could just run there, he might get out, but shows his head twice.
Zelix was the guy we had questions for, right? In terms of his comfortability over here towards B, he's all alone. And Aurora know he's all alone with that Spink spot.
They want to, but it is audacious. Waiting the smoke for the moment. Zelex trying to reposition. He's got a bit of window to move.
You can afford to wait the smoke, though. That's what Wakadi is providing you here with this mid lurk. You know that rotates can't arrive, and so that info is evergreen. Zelex is still here alone. Gets out with the first, spot on the second. Now just trying to buy time for his teammates to rotate over, and Wakadi actually got bested in mid in the downtime. Solid hold for Zelex. Now he's able to depend on him there. An important 1v2 all alone in that B site.
You know, I think we're drawing attention to Zelex, not just because he's a rookie, but because we've seen troubles on this B site specifically. But at the same time, in the couple of games we've seen from this young player, he's very mechanically sound. He's very reliable in other positions. So nice to see him in a high-impact moment hold his own and just get away with 2 kills, winning the round for MOUZ, dropping the bomb. So reassuring that, yeah, when it comes to just holding your spots, when you know they're pushing you, Zelex is able to do his part of the bargain. One hell of a smoke here for Acadia. We're going for the fast mid to be here, Aurora. Certainly look tempted by it, getting close out middle. Outside of the B tunnels, blocked by Exertion, who's floating around in the middle, leaving A susceptible. Aurora will walk out mid. Smoke's annoying, but not enough to stop this if they truly want it.
Spinks whittled down at the door, and Aurora are giving chase. He'll get pincered from the tunnels. Now,
what? Xantares, he takes that fight? Only Xantares takes that fight, and that is the round winner. Again, shutting down any chance that MOUZ can consider this. And their save is not guaranteed. Aurora know that fact. Kills here would stop a rebuy, so even just taking one more gun away feels worth the risk for Aurora. Liking the tone that Aurora are bringing to this T side, though. Very punchy set plays.
Terrorists win.
And it's kind of what we got against PARIVISION, right? Like, just calls out a spawn, XX, not necessarily playing super slow and defaulty, because that's been the problem for Aurora, especially against some of the top teams. It's like when they play really defaulty, and they just get picked off one by one, and nothing ends up happening. That's when you really see the holes in this team. But I think even if it whether it works or not, you know, playing together with this much firepower and just trying to trade out, there's a lot of firepower on this team. Oh, Woxing caught with a wide angle. They just go storming out for the trade. Soulfly is waking up in these last few rounds.
Spinks will put him back to bed. I mean, again, you've seen the heavy kind of anti-long rush setup. You've seen Spinks over towards A. Last time this triggered the response of just going B. And so I think Aurora almost trying to feign that right now, right? Going for the more, I guess you'd say, unexpected A play. They'll catch Torshi out in the open as a result.
That was sick.
So gauging their opponent's reactions and using it against them, it's good stuff, but you've still got this double long setup to deal with. No shorts open. You want to go and take this space while you can. As the site can start to feel very claustrophobic, you'll see Xantares moving in and taking this space away. Question is, how late does Zelex want to go here? How late can he afford to go? His teammate's already up on the long side. They're drawing a lot of the attention away. Zelex just gets mopped up straight away as he rounds the corner. Molly on the bomb. And no chance to extinguish. This is an Aurora round. Defuse attempted.
Oh, wait!
JL with the cover. And the nade
Oh!
block, it's a robbery from MOUZ.
I thought, no way, absolutely no way, but they line up for JL. He physically blocks the HE. And the last second stick, they time that to perfection. How did MOUZ win that out? Less than a second on that stick. They did not lose faith. And that was after such a nice call for Aurora. But they line right up. Damn.
It's the only way you win that. That double kill coming through in that fashion.
Old MOUZ would have run back long as soon as that molly hit the bomb. But this ain't old MOUZ. This is new MOUZ. This is JL MOUZ. How are they winning those rounds? Because also, I mean, you're drawing attention. What a sick call for Madja to put that mid to be down. I can't believe Torshi fell for it that hard. In the open, they just run through his smoke. This is one-sided at the moment, but Aurora have been so close so many times. And MOUZ now have the chance to run away with this half. Putting Aurora's money in the dirt. Oh no, which smudge is this nade on? Walks with the mid to beat. And it's good. Time to go. Spinks and Zalex, what you got?
This one's up tempo. No early warning signs. And with the entries coming through so cleanly for Madja, this one is already over. We've been saying how, you know, MOUZ prone to taking more risks. This is one that no one would ever attempt.
Spinks burnt his entire mag. He had 3 bullets left when they come through on mid to B. Like, sure, the timing is pretty quick from Aurora, right? They put a lurk smoke down, they put a mid to B, they speed. But it's still kind of shocking to see Spinks look so lost on this B bomb site. He's in a poor position. And he has no ammo. It's kind of not the Spinks I expect. So, great punish for Aurora. They stay in the T side. They get the chance to fight for a 5th. And it does feel like, why wouldn't you go B at this point? It's just been it's been 2 games. Running into the top 3 performers who are clutching out rounds. And then hitting the B sites. 4 kills each player. They can't make it too obvious. Torshi starting middle. Actually, maybe they can. Aurora going 5B. They're just going to hit it. Spinks like, I'll bait you. Good luck. Might just work.
He goes overlooked.
Yeah. Nice trade, and that's it. MOUZ will have to try, but as long as Aurora play smart, they've got re-smokes, they've got re-mollies. MOUZ going quick.
Yeah, smoke from JL makes things interesting. Makes that door even wider to get through, and so on the flash, he'll make it in.
Hello.
Lose Woxic in the sight. It's Zantares at the car. This is a powerful position now with window and sight taken for MOUZ.
Molly.
Zantares 3 kills deep. Won't get mollied out into the open. No extinguish. Magic covers with the util. Torshi, there should be no winning this. Defuse held. Zantares not able to get past him. And now it falls to Madja. A bit of a misread from Torshi, who loses track of him in all the chaos. And so Aurora managed to scrape by with 5 rounds on this T side. Could have been better, but they'll take this considering how the map started in that streak of rounds for MOUZ. Initially 5-0 up, they only get 2 past that hot start.
Yeah, I mean, all the success really coming on this B-bomb side for Aurora as well. Getting 4 of the 5 rounds off of B, 1 round win on A. So you can't really blame them for going back to it. Nice brutal execute again. And nothing that MOUZ can do about it towards the end of the half. Clearly, problems going on. And as the desk were talking about, the surprising factor that Zelix is B anchor and JL is long, proving to continue to be a question for this new MOUZ squad. But regardless of that, 7-round half. Nothing to turn your nose up at CT Dust 2 on a map that MOUZ have had trouble with in the past. They still look more attuned with it with this roster at the moment. Aurora get their scraps. But only 2 of the last 7 rounds for MOUZ. Imagine a quick spot, try to block that smoke. Puts it up on the site. Now he has the cross. Now all of them have the cross. Oh dear.
That was a crazy
That was a
180.
flick, right?
Yeah.
Full 180.
That's insane.
Okay, they find him.
Okay, they will deal with the Flickmaster out on short.
Comes Soulfly, and that's exactly what they wanted. Bit of patience pays off. Match a low health. So Taurus Julies are nice, but that's too many targets, and they fight it together. Looking almost confused that MOUZ would have the audacity to cross long. That's crazy. The smoke block was so nice, but Zelix in a powerful position. Look at this. Hey, he's a Glock player, we've learned that. MOUZ want those playoffs. They come gunning for it. Oh, careful, Torshi. Yep. Oh, no. How do you
This
leave?
is the bomb too.
How do you get out? Guys, help!
You might have to just smoke it, yeah.
I'm stuck. Okay, scout lower. First time for everything. And JL has trusted his read on long.
Aurora are already saving. MOUZ have won this round. And that's fine.
That's okay.
Torres.
Ah.
I can't believe it either, bud. That's a lot of damage through the smoke.
Scout's hitting.
Oh. These are good tags and all, but it goes no further than this. I think one of the things that's been so exciting to me about this new MOUZ squad was like the kind of, you know, the whole exertion of IGL change. Firstly, you were just nervous because like you've seen examples of mid-round callers going to IGL when it really works. Examples that spring to mind would be like someone like a Hunter in recent times, right?
Apex, famously.
Yeah, if you want to.
Historically.
Yeah. And then it's like, you've also seen it where it hasn't. I'm thinking, you know, kind of like the Twists back in the day, right? Probably one of the more standout ones. I know he's kind of back on that now out of the, you know, with the circumstances around FaZe. And so we don't really know how it's going to work the second time around. But so there was questions around whether it would work. But I think the thing that's been exciting is Exertion was one of the players who got more freedom, right? And took the most risks within MOUZ. And he's kind of brought that to the culture of the team. They're not afraid to take chances here.
I just found the immediate success so interesting because it already felt like he called his shots on T side anyway. I never looked at Exertia, especially with, you consider his choking and like his struggles in playoffs. I never looked at him and went, oh, he's really limited by the system he's in, or like,
No,
oh,
exactly.
Brolin's putting him in
But
bad.
it's like,
that's not how I felt.
You now have the guy who had the extra freedom in charge of the team, and he knows how good that extra freedom to do what you want in certain situations feels like. And also, when you look at who they kept out of the lineup, it kind of was the guys who were a bit more freed up. Torshi is the AWPer, Spinks is their kind of extremity player operating on his lonesome.
He's also, just based on talking to him, he's clearly a smart guy, has a great read of the game, so it's nice to see that sort of...
Well, you remember when we would have him on the cast,
Yeah.
and it was like, dude, he knows everything that's going to happen before it happens.
But it's nice to see it kind of proven. Like, look at this round. He found the gap, he walked all the way up, and he's taking Cat, and they've planted A in a fight.
I guess the big question to me was, did he lean into like the old system that Cyclone and Brolin built up? Or did he try and reinvent everything? And I think it's very much the second option, yeah.
It does feel like it's affected the whole team. Like, they're playing a lot more confident. You could argue there's some honeymoon effect to that as well, but the style does look different.
It'll be long-term where the questions like arise, but the initial eye test, I think, is really, really promising around this MOUZ team.
I mean,
It wouldn't surprise me if people end up liking them a lot more too, because they're more prone to taking risks.
Yeah, it's the thing we always talked about was the saving and, the not going for those unlikely rounds.
Yeah, I think the way you would describe MOUZ before, and the reason for their consistency was like they just did the basics really well. But I think that's also why there was like a hard limit on how good the team could be, because shock horror at the top level, all the teams do the basics well.
As Yanko said yesterday, you don't win trophies with guardrails.
No. Take it from Hugo, ex-professional bowler.
One of the best to ever do it. Have some respect. Alright, Xertion found in middle, but B is open right now. MOUZ found that cross pick, so Riccardi at 4 and 14. Be glad Prof isn't here. MOUZ are going to go for this punish. And it looks like a well-timed call. Soulfly has had some trouble in this map already. Alone on this B side, Xantares with the orb coming in. Soulfly does nothing. Xantares, he's going dangerously for the jump shot.
I like that he tried that.
Yeah, it's not the worst move, and the follow-up is right there. Bomb is alone. Xantares wants to fight it. The orbs are wreaking havoc right now, and Zelex gets his chance to clutch. What you got?
All right, B side for Zelex, bomb down. It's about the orb back in the tunnels. Woxic already rang out with a kill earlier.
Ooh.
But peeking into it, Woxic on a tight line. It doesn't miss those.
Phew. Aurora
So well recovered there, right? B empty. Chance for that to go really wrong. Xantares gets there in time with the AWP, puts it to work. Aurora still in the conversation.
Counter-terrorists win.
The one you talked about longevity with this team and this style and with the calling. Yeah, I think to give one maybe poor example of it starting so strong and disappearing. Think about G2 last season, Harry. Think about Hunter calling these really fast rounds. G2 everybody hitting. Heavy got MVP and anchor roles, winning London back last year, and now we look at G2 now. And it's the same team. It's not the same team, is it? Or at least it's not the same success. So it can be really hard to maintain consistency. That's why a story like Apex is as incredible as it is, because he ripened every year. And sure, you can always make the argument he has the best pieces in the world. But when Apex started leading Vitality, those weren't the best pieces in the world. And sure, roster changes, etc. But I think he's used his players better than anyone right now and demanded more from them and kind of, to a degree, turn them into those pieces.
Well, there's also that famous Cadian saying, which was everyone wants to be a cooler when you're winning. It's in the kind of hard moments. It's in the tough times.
Try making a call at 15-14. Or suddenly you don't want the responsibility, huh? I do love that quote. Ooh, okay. Look at JL. Look how deep he's gotten already. They're all here, and I don't think Aurora realized how many players got outlawed. They learned the hard way. That's with a missed smoke from MOUZ. So they get the smoke, they get the fight, and they come out top. 5v2. Wakadi is stuck in here, just trying to survive. JL will not let it happen. Runs him down. That is not a percentage play. That is a punish play. And MOUZ are here to take all your gold.
Great stuff from Zelex, man. Since getting into this second half, especially.
Yeah.
Get him out of that B site anchor.
He's like, Spinks is the problem, not me. Zelex looking for the fourth. But that was asking a lot. However, MOUZ may as well run this down. At this point in the game. Oh! Damn. That's crazy.
Terrorists win.
Oh. Boom. Nice. Oh. They chase him down a second before time expires. I think JL said that was my entry. Why'd you take that?
Yeah, he was the guy who took all the space, but Zelex got all the glory.
Oh. Ah! He hit it. They both did. All right, Aurora, if you have anything left, gotta show it right now. They have 2 flashes and a smoke. No kit. How do you win this?
For Aurora, you're going to be hard-pressed to win this series without that kind of trifecta of firepower online. Right now, Xantares is hitting, and you're welcoming the uptick in form from Maja, but you're going to really struggle with both Wakadia and Woxic kind of missing in this game. Soulfly was like 0-8 in the first half, or 0-7.
Yeah. But he was also running into walls.
Yeah, he's now moved up the board. Nearly as more kills than Wakadia and Woxic combined.
Oh my goodness. Well, he got it done. Can't argue with that. Look at Xertion go into spawn. Flash. He's going CT drop into Wakadia. Teaches him a lesson. B-split coming in quick.
No, you don't have to worry about those rotates for a little while, but the B site holds its ground. Soulfly low. Cover in!
What?
Xantares can't find it. Zelex hits a blinder again.
He's the fleet
with the
master.
180. Exertion still on this CT lurk. Just needs to try and get one. If he can cut Maja down.
Oh,
Molly's big for Maja. Forces the swing out of Exertion. And so Zelex has to do this one alone. But they're both low. Everyone's low. One bullet ends the round. Zelex is going to have to hit another 180. I'll make it in. MP9, hard to deal with. Maybe even worse than facing a rifle there. Let's Woxic be nimble, light on his feet, and so round picked up for Aurora. A damn good try out of Zelex to make some magic happen.
Yeah, it's good that Aurora split up there, although it can be dangerous to not go through the same choke point. If you're low, you're just going to get lined up, aren't you? So it's 2 1v1s. It's still very scary. You've allowed a player to isolate you, but it's better than getting sprayed down. Nice round out of Woxic, saving this one, keeping Aurora very much in the game. And MOUZ aren't happy. They're buying up full. Limited utility, hoping to get it done with the guns. Because suddenly, Aurora have been given a chance. If MOUZ fall here, this game's going to close up quickly.
But this is both teams with money on the line, so MOUZ are kind of swinging for the fences, right? They're acknowledging that losing this lets the game close up, but the risk-reward feels worth it to them. Knowing that they could break Aurora's money and put themselves on the winning track right now.
Cardia heard those tags. They should be scared of this B side right now. Someone was behind the smoke. MOUZ are coming in.
It's a full assault. This spray for Soulfly, and he's burning alive. Now it's Wakadia has to step up, and they hear him at the car. The entries belong to Zell Exertion.
Lock the round.
And if you don't give anything away with Aurora's money on the edge, they really do have to save here. You just kind of force their hand.
There we go. It's the right call. Man down, money on the line. Map point. Aurora walk away. Careful, Maja, because they're exiting here. They will leave the tunnels. He's getting fights. Three kills is not bad. Is it worth losing your gun? Not so sure.
Yeah, had he saved, you would have had full rifles in this round.
It just keeps MOUZ within reset territory. But that still relies on Aurora winning more.
Right? That's kind of the problem. That's not a bad way to get the ball rolling, though. That saved Woxic Orb, opening up the round and dealing with Zelex, who's been a real force of nature.
What a comeback
His openers.
for Zelex in this game. What was... I would love to know what his worst score was. It felt like 4-10 or something like that.
And as you've seen from like even just his performances on a lot of the other maps, especially when he's a bit more comfortable, like really the only glaring issue has been CT Dust 2.
3v5, potential 2v5 now, but MOUZ have got that sight. We know how problematic this can be. Oh, Wakadia almost loses it. They're going to flash him in quick. I like it. Chaos, but flashes everyone. Wakadia still gets in.
Just getting him in the sight is nice. Even if the flash did blind him, having him here is a big problem for MOUZ, and he'll go on to close the round. So that risk all of a sudden of Maja hanging around to do the extra damage is worth its weight in gold as the money is broken for MOUZ. They've called for a force.
Oh, that's
putting a surprising amount of money in here.
They got B spawns, but still, that's whew. It's a high-risk one. Guess very limited loss bonus, but just going to try and explode on this B side, feeling confident. Mid to B coming out. So I'm going to try and cut off rotates.
Here's the thing, in a round like this, with rotates being so far away especially, like you could even afford to go 3 for 2 on the entries into the site. You still have a great chance in this round.
Can you get those 2 with Tech 9s?
Cardia is playing close, and they're going to use that smoke to try and close in. Cardia firing off, only gets out with the first. It's Soulfly, back of the site, good for his.
Soulfly coming back like Zelex in this game. Had numerous multi-kills on this B site. Most multi-kills of his team right now. And much needed here as MOUZ risk it all on a force buy. Gonna have to take the eco here. This game is getting close.
weird thing about that force is we talk about, like, oftentimes the goal is to maximize gun rounds, and MOUZ have kind of done the opposite with that force buy. They have one more, like, proper buy round left in this game now.
I just think the reason they did it was they lost 3 to Maja on the way out. They had very poor loss bonus, and if they full ecoed one there, the next buy would have been pretty weak anyway. So that's a justification. But yeah, it has left them with less rounds with rifles, for sure. Well, got to make the most of this one. Suddenly Aurora are nipping at MOUZ's heels.
I think a part of you wants to think that you've got Aurora really paranoid about this B site, but I don't know if you will. Maja likes the mind games. And so they're just staying standard in this 3-2, playing the anti-long rush setup to open up this round. I think it is time for MOUZ to explore other avenues, and I feel like Maja assumes the same.
Well, he's happy with that. He'd love to get to play. He's been consistent fragger in these games in Astana. Back to the site he goes. Xertion finds a gap. Won't exploit it. Opening their eyes, crossing their T's.
Bomb plant here is a requirement if you want to have anything of value in this next round. For Aurora, goal is stop that bomb going down. It makes it very easy for them to lock in overtime, because they would only have pistols to worry about in round 24.
Up cap for MOUZ, full exec. Look at Maja hiding out right now. He is hoping he gets overlooked. Mid to be threatened to fake. They are rotating. That was Aurora panicking, but it actually puts them in the perfect place. Everybody here on the site. Nice kill from Spinks. Is this really winnable? Oh, hello.
Oh, could have had Maja there for free.
20.
Instead, you're hoping for this 2-on-3 to come through with the last second change of mind, trying to get out mid to B. But the cover in from Soulfly, he faces them head on, and now there's no winning this for Torshi.
Unless nobody's home.
He actually does have the open route to a bomb plant here. Woxic had shuffled out of position.
Jump shot.
It might come down to it.
Can't save. Yeah.
Jump shot denied. Here's Woxic closing in. Oh. Missed shot. Torshi tries to give chase, but Maja's got the cover. Now, at bare minimum, you get that bomb plant, you get a couple of kills. You can bring out guns here in the final round of the half. It's going to come at the cost of util. So expect to see some Galils and util purchased around it, but there will be limitations here for MOUZ. This comeback from Aurora is very, very threatening.
MOUZ got Aurora scrambling, but it felt like their fake was so good that they got Aurora pulling back from long and all in the right place to fight that Kazakhstan. They wanted to rotate CT. They believed that was a mid to B, and so 3 players of Aurora facing Catwalk as MOUZ come through. If Torshi wasn't pre-scoped, he might have had Maja pushed up on that close wall. But none of this matters because MOUZ are left with nothing to try and fight back Aurora. They've got to call this final timeout. And I mean, look at their money in the bottom left. Sure, you can get an AK with armor, but you can't get a nade. So Galils have to be called here for MOUZ. Suboptimal buy as Aurora are right there on this comeback, looking for a 5th round in a row to make it happen.
It's a real test of the metal for this Exertion IGL. Aurora Aurora default hasn't changed. Same setup every one of these rounds. 2 players in B, mid left open, short left open, and a triple long start.
Here we go. Riccardi has such a strong position for the AK-47. And Soulfly has always found multi-kills from backside. If this B hold doesn't work out, that would be a change here for Aurora. They've been solid.
Wakadia, gun on, and a mowdown in the tunnels. Little awkward now as the ammo runs dry, down to his trusty dual Berettas.
Oh my god.
Torshi's got him, B-site falls, and a 3v2. This is the cleanest B-side finish MOUZ have had. And it's come at the worst point in the game for Aurora.
This hurts.
The site that has felt impenetrable, where Wakadia and Soulfly have always delivered on these multi-kills, finally lets them down. And so now you look at Maja and Woxic in an unlikely 2-on-3. MOUZ are entrenched, they're set up, and Zelex wins that fight on a Maja back in the tunnels. Woxic's made noise, they know where he's coming from, and there's no reason to peek this for these 2 players in at the site. MOUZ finally break through on B, and they seal the deal on Dust 2. That's Aurora's map pick. This is the map that MOUZ have been struggling on, and they shut it down in round 24.
I really enjoy new MOUZ. Like, they're really fun to watch. A little bit of a... Let's focus in on this towards the end of that map there. You saw a little bit of a, I suppose, Dust, I'd call it an economy gamble with the force bite. Didn't quite pay out. Kind of lucky that they closed that out in that final round, because I do think they left the door wide open for Aurora.
They did. They were really, lucky to get that bomb fight that even allowed them to have a full purchase in the final round to have a shot at it. Look, I think MOUZ approached the early portions of each half really well. I felt like on the CT side in the first half, I thought MOUZ were making some really good reads and rotations. I thought they were defending very effectively. I do think at a certain point, though, they were losing the read. Aurora was able to punish them in the B defense very effectively to get themselves back into the game. And then, MOUZ, again, won the pistol second half, again got off to a hot start, but then just kind of started running out of gas, it felt like, in some of their play calling.
I think that was the most miserable game I've seen from Wakadia in forever. That was just abysmal.
Yeah,
that first.
What was that? Sorry, Dustin.
Best Turkish player, by the way.
Shut up.
Someone said that in the pre-show, I think.
Yeah, well, listen, anomalies do happen, but unfortunately, I feel like the first half they could have maybe net in a couple more rounds. I think that first half was actually pretty solid from Aurora overall, right? It was a pretty good recovery. I said it as well, just a B bomb site, and you can see clearly why a lot of teams are going to be doing that against MOUZ. I think Zelex and Spinks on B to the mid position is just such a uncomfortable defense from MOUZ being put up there, and there was not much I can do about it. That being said, the CT side getting off to the slow start really hurt them, and also for Wakadia. Look, valiant attempt in the end over there. This was a little bit rough. This was very ugly. I feel like Wakadia, he gets a 2 kill, just swap out your gun, bro. Like, just try to, switch out your pistols. But this is what happens sometimes, Sam. Like, some of these rounds can not go your way, but unfortunately for me, I feel like that second half, having that very slow start, that was kind of like the nail in the coffin early on.
It's tough, too, because their mid-to-B defense is actually pretty good throughout the majority of that second half. I actually thought they managed that quite well, even with, MOUZ looking, decently coordinated, I thought, with their scaling and how they were using utility. It's, still great reads from Aurora to defend, but yeah, just right at the end, just didn't quite have enough to get it across the line.
It's also like this small little silly mistakes. You see, like, for example, the penultimate round of that game where, I think Torzio got the bomb down, right? It was a 1 versus 3. They know he's at mid. Soulfly, he gets out of dodge. He avoids the op shot. Why are you re-peeking again right there? Right? Just why are you feeding that kill when there's an opportunity for him to run towards the A bomb side? The comm should be clear right there. It's fine. Let him save if he has to. And unfortunately, these small little things, they kind of have this trickle down effect, right? They had a little bit of a decent buy come the final round, and yeah, a fun game, fun map of Counter-Strike overall. And even though MOUZ were able to squeak it out, I think for Wakadia, he did wake up in the second half. He did have some huge rounds to allow them to
I love this from Zelex, by the way. This dude was all over the place getting entries on the T side. I think that one of the really cool things that you've seen is Xerxen obviously used to be the entry fragger of this team, and he was used to Brolin being kind of the support factor to set him up for entries. And while they have at times put Zelex relegated to anchor positions on this map, they really do make him the star of their T side. Xerxen really has taken that step back and understood that, hey, I need to support this guy. Like, this is a guy coming up from our academy team. We believe that he has the ability to give us what we need to have impact. So let me set him up the best way possible. And you can tell that, you know, he's the one falling back, throwing support utility for Zelix. And Zelix, that was a hell of a game up against a solid opponent. And so these are meaningful reps for a new guy coming into the squad.
And I know, Sam, you and I had a discussion, was it yesterday or the day before? My memory's failing me, but you were like, you know, this MOUZ lineup, well, you know, it's going to change. You don't know who they're going to be sticking with. They're going to be sticking with Zelix. Right? Like you said, like this T side, he is the tip of the spear. They do so much work
Unless
as well.
Falcons comes with a checkbook.
Well, Falcons not going to buy someone who's untested. You know how they are. But anyway, the point is, I think...
work out with Kiosk, did it?
Well, I mean, expensive transfer. But the thing with Zelix, what I liked a lot was also his mentality. For someone so young playing at this level, you have just a stinker of a first half. You know, you're just getting found out on the B bomb side. And it's come to the T side, he was getting a kill almost every round. Multi-kills out of multi-kills. So credit to MOUZ, man, considering it's a new team pretty much, but with exertion calling and all of that, all the noise around them, the fact is they're getting the job done. And for me, honestly, Aurora should have won that map. You know, they are the actual team. They're a team who should be making it to the playoffs, and the fact that they're able to steal away from Aurora, kudos to them.
It's only been 4 days. Sorry, I was going to say it's only been 4 days, so I feel like we don't have a huge sample size, but I am seeing the difference Zelix makes when he is free to pop off. We've also seen how dismal it is when he's kind of shut down, put in a role he's not comfortable in. We got to see that on day one with MOUZ. And it's interesting to me to see how this young player develops in this particular lineup.
Yeah, I think for me, I think they should swap players in the sense that I think that Zelix should be playing A. I think JL.
I 100% agree with you.
I'm surprised they didn't do that from the start because, again, we talked about this pregame. JL was the B anchor for Navi and was very effective. And handling a mid-B defense is very chaotic. It's one of the hardest things you have to do in the game on the season.
And you need experience, especially against Tier 1 opposition. And also, I mean, this number, it looks crazy, but this has been the case with Zelix this entire tournament, I feel like, right? CD side, okay, sometimes disappointing like we saw in Dust 2. T side is finding crazy impact. And also, kudos to MOUZ for having the faith in this young gun and doing so much utility, you know, so much setup for him, right? They're throwing all the utility, they're setting him up for success, and he is shining as well. But I can even see this, you know, switch up happen the deeper they go in the tournament. If they make it to the playoffs, for example, you can maybe see JL playing towards B. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Do you think as well that maybe the switch ups haven't happened because JL is not a permanent member here? Like they have to change this all over again come Cologne, so maybe they kind of it's a little bit of a we're sticking some stuff on the wall, but it's Velcro. We're going to pull it off and change it up later.
Well, let's be real. I would hope that they would at least consider this a long-term option if things work out with JL. That should be at least a consideration. If that's the case, should be allowing him to put his best foot forward as well.
Well, it's not a consideration because they are literally changing the lineup coming
for one game, for one tournament, sorry.
Which is the major. That's what I'm saying. So you don't change it now and then change it back. You kind of do a quick fix here at Astana that can then be easily integrated into the major, and then you have that long-term look at whether you bring JL and move stuff around. I imagine that's what's going through the
I just imagine while he's already here, you might as well test him in spots that make more sense. That's all I'm saying. Also give Zelix his best chance to really feel comfortable because you still want to get these results as good as you can get them for VRS for next season, as knowing that the major may not go as well because you are playing with the piecemeal roster. So you could go different ways with it. I'm not necessarily opposed. I will say the one thing that is nice about what MOUZ is doing at this tournament is I feel like they haven't lost anything in the sense that they haven't regressed in any sort of way at the very least. So anything at this point is just nice to kind of...
Much more exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like normally you would see MOUZ kind of like...
Now you're getting around to my side. You're like, I don't like this change, blah. 4 days later, you're like, they're exciting to watch.
My job is only to start a conversation. None of my opinions should ever be taken seriously. I flip-flop according to wherever these guys are going to just try and get something out of them.
I will, like, just to put a final, you know, kind of pen on this, right? But I will say this about Zelix. On Dust 2, when the last couple of games I saw of him, his CD positions, he just played 2 spots, right? One behind the barrels, like behind the big box, and one towards car. That was it. Across like an entire half, it was getting abused. This time around, we saw one round where he was isolated on the B bomb side. 2 players came out. He was playing towards default. He was getting multi-killed. So he is evolving. Again, it's a very, very small sample size. So even if he does continue to play this bomb side or, you know, other bomb sides on other maps, I feel like we can see he's young. They learn fast.
How fun is it though that we're like excited about talking about MOUZ again? Like, Pimp was the only one that really used to get excited about this team, and that was just to defend them. But here we are, chatting nonstop about what to expect. So what to expect from Nuke? Because you guys both mentioned that this was a problem for Aurora. Based on what we've seen on Dust 2, still a concern?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that they have just really struggled to put results on the board on Nuke lately with this roster. It hasn't worked out so well. Meanwhile, when you look over on the MOUZ side of things, obviously obviously we only have the 2 games they've played at this tournament to really know what they're up to. But again, they've done a really good job giving Zelix the role that he wants out in the yard on the T side. And they've really done a good job about setting him up. They're also keeping things very simple in this situation with limited practice. They're going for just kind of a lot of fast poppy plays. But what I will say is when they do, do this pop on the upper bomb site, their utility and scaling is actually really solid. So they actually already have some pretty good, well-built-in timings. But Zelix is having to play a new CT role on the A side. Another thing he has to get used to, and the jury's still out on how that's going to work out.
I feel there's still a chance here for Aurora to pull this one back, right? Like they did lose to Heroic, but that was just I feel like that was the first map they played in this tournament so far. It was a bit of a cold start. I will say this. The problem with this team is when it comes to their fragging output. Like Soulfly, he's just, forget about consistency, he's just lower than almost everyone else. He's not that great altogether. And as Harry pointed out as well, if your hard hitter is in the form of Xantares, who was having a great map 1, but Woxic and Wakeda was nowhere to be found. And if these 3 players don't step up to the plate here, especially on the CT side, this could be MOUZ just running away with a 2-0.
Just to recap, if you've joined us, MOUZ was able to take the victory on Dust 2, which was Aurora's map pick. Now we move on to Nuke. This could be an opportunity for MOUZ to not only close the series 2-0, but potentially secure themselves a spot in the playoffs of PGL Astana.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you!
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I have Luchov with me from 9Z, Korn here with me from Fisher College, Gentlemates Martinez with me here. It's going to be ancient. What can you see? 3 things that are different, that are not normally there or maybe been removed or changed?
Oh man. Default?
Yes,
yeah,
default
one
boxes.
box left, yeah.
The first I see is the site, the box of the site.
Default box, yep. Yes.
Well, there's missing the box on the site.
Yes, correct, the default box.
The tree of the
Oh,
donuts.
on the The tree, no, so the tree is the same as well?
You go out of donut,
yeah,
the right side.
No.
No?
No.
I'm blind. I'm blind.
I feel like the color on this back box towards Brokey is wrong. Top of the Xbox is different color.
The color of the box?
Correct, yes.
It's brown, I think.
This last one.
Really? I can't see. I don't know if I know it. Oh, maybe in... No, I don't know.
No, say what you're gonna say.
I was thinking donut. And like, you know how there's like the little ledges on each side of donut?
No,
it kind of looked
not
like
that side.
But
I'll give you a hint. Towards A main.
It's more difficult, I think.
I think I know. It's like on the... it's like in donut. Like you need the... on the top?
Do you mean like... on the top of where exactly?
I mean like on the...
above
where
the
you
green?
throw the smoke?
The arch, I think.
Like the entrance?
Yes.
There you go.
Ah, yeah, is what I said.
That's what you meant? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you mean like smoking in A main? I thought you meant like skybox over. Okay, no, you mean...
I didn't know exactly how...
I'll give it to you, that's fine, because that's a language thing, that's no problem. When you said the smokes, I'm thinking, you know, over the top.
Yeah. Ah.
Dude, how
that makes sense.
It's so funny. I guess unless like you're constantly playing that position, I'm not looking like, it's such a small thing, but when you see it, it's kind of wild like that.
I guess that's why the boxes look different.
Yeah, because you don't normally see it like that. So you were very close.
Close.
MOUZ are in sight of playoffs. One map away will lock them into the Barys Arena here in Astana, Kazakhstan. MOUZ, new roster and new goals. Goals to win playoff games, to take trophies. And with this roster, Harry, anything is possible.
Yeah, you know, I mean, even just the way that they're able to close on Dust too, man, the pressure's on, things are getting dialed to 11. They have to do it with less in that final round of play. And it's still enough. I want to see this MOUZ get to playoffs, man. Whether it's here, whether it's tomorrow, I do want to see what they're made of in those big stage games. What with the old MOUZ propensity being to fall apart, especially for the new IGL and Exertion, right? It's not just a test of the water for Zelex, who we all know is a new boy on the block, but Exertion was kind of the most jarring piece in those high-pressure playoff matches, right? The guy who could give you so much in groups and then would go missing when the pressure's on. Does that keep up when he's at the helm, or does he kind of reinvent what he brings to the table? I'm excited for MOUZ this year.
There's so many questions, really, and hopefully answers round the corner. MOUZ have got to get there first, though. Aurora on CT side of Nuke. It's MOUZ storming down towards the B site. Spinks in the lobby looking to negotiate with these CTs. He'll get one. MOUZ still put that bomb down, though. Aurora are fast on ramp with numbers.
Very, very quick. 3 players in at the ramp room, ready to retake, so pressure's still on for MOUZ here, and all the kills go the way of Aurora. 2 out of the double doors. Gonna try and play around this bomb. Tap on it, but picked off. JL lands a couple of dinks. How much more does he have in him? Ammo runs low in that Glock, and Aurora chase him down.
Nice push there for Aurora. They had to hunt him. If they give him any room and they let him play with them, peek door, peek window, they're going to lose that round. Getting whittled down, but a lot of hype. A lot of hype for Maja. Full rundown there by Aurora. Love the pace back on ramp. They don't let MOUZ get too comfortable in that post plant.
I'll say some positives here for Aurora in that it was the case of a slow start on a number of players back on Dust 2, but you kind of got this sense that they'd fully woken up. Soulfly had that miraculous recovery from being, I think it was 0-7 down at one point in time. Went on to finish as one of the top performers. Wakadia started to get more mileage out of him. So you have had enough time to wake up into this series, and you see Maja really bringing the hype at the tail end of that pistol round. Trying to get the energy high here in the survival map for Aurora. Force buy for the MOUZ squad. They get the bomb plant. They bring out guns. Exertion with the double wall, but it won't really do anything with Woxic already down here in secret.
Yeah, if anything, it just alerts you to an A hit or a ramp take right now. Woxic has just pushed up the stairs and cleared this entirely, so Aurora need to be very careful about their A site right now. There's only 2 players inside of it. Gambling on the ramp. Centaurus keeping pressure on. Woxic pushed down on ramp with Soulfly. They start to run. Centaurus, aggression in the door. They know where all of MOUZ are right now.
Triple drop in a lower, expecting this to follow through into a B play. They do have Magic controlling the heavens, and you can't get up that ladder, MOUZ. Magic shut the door on them.
Oh, don't die. Yeah, a fight not worth taking, to be honest. Centaurus has made his way back up vent, but look at the heaven control. Big problem now for Aurora. And this lurk out door for Spinks. Perfectly timed. It's all gone very pear-shaped. Centaurus has a bit of element of surprise. Not for long. Torchy flushes him out, and yeah, it's the Major fight back into CT that opens up that round again for MOUZ. They win the force buy. Huge kill for JL.
Yeah, kind of rough for Magic. Been playing really, really well here in Astana, but that's the exact fight. If MOUZ could summon the fight that they want, that's the exact fight. It suddenly brings them back into the conversation. It lets them get out through heaven, lets them follow through with that A play. And so a bit of an overstep from the Aurora captain.
Smokes down, Zelex on his own. This is typically where you'll see exertion. But he wants to be part of the pack. We have seen some 2-man pushes outside before. But MOUZ get free ramp control. Everyone focused A or outside here from Aurora. Zelex gets all this room. Nice flank for Major. Will it amount to much? Bomb dropped. Problematic. And they could choose to run away here, MOUZ. Focus on that lower side. They've still got Zelex carving a path. Punish.
Claudia, element of surprise, but misses the opportunity. That's a really awkward whiff. Backstab for Soulfly is nice. However, they lose Major ramp side. That's the gun removed. I have to hope Xantares can be the guy to get this one going. Low HP on JL. And he's just fallen off the silo. Far from ideal here.
He is safe here for now. And yeah, they're not going for it. Oh my god, the whiffing in this round is crazy. I think Zelex looked really scared in that position. He had so much control. Would love to see him take it, go towards the vent side, try and actually cut rotates. He was in between 2 positions, and he got flanked. So he kind of wasn't covering anything. Just the double door. But they were able to walk right behind him. None of this really matters, though. Just something to keep an eye on if he's going to be this guy crossing secret on his own. So a lot of responsibility in that role. So let's see how that blossoms here as MOUZ do keep a thumb over Aurora. 1 gun save.
One of the things that's been kind of impressive to me about MOUZ is, even though we can say, you know, it feels like they're on a bit of a honeymoon arc, I actually think, pound for pound, good few individuals look uncomfortable. Like, each map, you kind of have 1 or 2 guys feeling somewhat exploitable, and they've still been getting solid wins in spite of that.
Yeah, it just wasn't the feeling I got in that Gentlemates game. But it was a lot of A hits for MOUZ. Zelex and Xertion like walking through these smokes, going together. And JL's with him this time. 3 players crossing now. Xertion bringing the bomb late. That wall comes down again. So MOUZ can cross down once more. Cardia, oh, he wants to get in the corner, and he will survive with a kill.
5-7, so broken.
You might just feel like that's 1 player, though. With no trade, I don't think Aurora are panicking.
Yeah, and the fact that Zelex is who you saw on this lurk last time. That and the fact that Aurora have already been burned by an over-aggressive lower rotate. Wakadia now spots the rest of the pack and tries to put distance between himself and MOUZ. Buying time for his teammates to rotate in to join him. And with damage done on the Sphinx back in the lobby, something might be happening here. Wakadia takes another head off with that 5-7 before getting put down.
It's very Bronken. JL eats a scout shot. This is getting scary for MOUZ. Sphinx needs to find something, but nothing's been given to him. The timing! Back turn! Back turn for both insertion. You can't hold this shot. That's crazy. Takes a lot of damage. Not worth it. 15 seconds to go back up top. Madra alone can deny them both. Bomb is stuck with 10 seconds. There's no plant available. Nice shot, but you've lost this round, JL. Nothing you can do. And so Madra's P250 up above yet again stops that bomb from rerouting. What the hell? I think Xertion is doing too much there. He just needs to take that kill and go up. The health he lost affected him on that ladder jump. All over the shop, MOUZ. That is a weird round to lose. Oh. It's more like it for Sphinx. Xantarasaur. Matcha hears him outside.
It's a 5-on-3, but it's not comfortable, in part because you didn't spot Xantares. Oh, now you do. Never mind. Good catch for Exertion, just timing on his side there. Out in the yard. You still have low players here, so not super comfortable. Sphinx might be low, still gets his. And Soulfly overran. Zelix keen on these entries. It's a well-handled recovery from MOUZ. Don't leave JL hanging. You saw he was getting nervous, but Zelix catches it. And so morale's still high. Zelix getting used to the fist bump on land mentality.
Yeah. Every round, win or loss. At least gained a lot of experience, you know, in the last year, right? Obviously, Katowice was his first official LAN back 2025, but in NXT, just played a bunch of LANs with that squad on this open circuit, talking Urban Rigas to Draculans. So definitely gained some much-needed experience and, you know, got tested by MOUZ as an org. Sure they had their eye on their academy prospects, knowing how well their last upgrades have done them. And nice to see that path to pro players. I'd say it's as open as it's been since the Academy League days, right? Just getting to see Academy teams play smaller events. Moxic is stuck right now, but he's a shotgun AWPer sometimes. Up heaven, JL, lot of control. And MOUZ just run past the smoke. Can Moxic deny the bomb? Doesn't look like it.
Bomb has been planted.
He is stuck. What's going on? Maybe one more. Woxic does clear the vent. Backside, Xantares needs to help out, and they got to do it quick. Torshi banger shot will force the save. No time for Aurora in this post plant, and Spinks stops anything from getting out of hand. MOUZ are laughing off the silly deaths as they continue to pick up rounds.
Terrorists win. Should be no issues here, just to cement a nice early lead. But with Cardia, not again. It's his second knife kill in this series. Oh, and he's arrived in hell in time to put the AK to work as well.
He only knifes Hungarians.
Yeah. Is it because we are from Hungary?
I thought you were going to say Hungaria. Would this work, do you think? I like the position. They plant Astralis, but someone should scale rafters. If we're being serious, someone should definitely scale rafters. There we go. All of them scaling. Torshi planting, faking even, and good cover. That's nice. MOUZ tick every box.
Nice, good calmness on the fucking late round. Nice kills, just another.
Oh, they're always smiling, man.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think they have a lot to be happy about. They're surging towards the playoffs here in Astana.
Let's go, boys. I pick it. Drop that.
He laughed it off. He laughed it off. He knew the round was safe. No issues there.
Of course he's there. Of course he's just sat in the smoke.
Knife kill means that Woxic will be getting that AWP out straight away.
Love that. Yummy. And Aurora, what have you got? Here's that orb. It's coming hunting. Oh, Spinks on one. Get out.
Good thing he did jump out of there too. There's more nades available. Xantares saving his to break these yard smokes.
Tagged.
Meanwhile, Soulfly ramp side. JL's been a menace at getting these openers out towards the ramp. Alex, though, caught in the crossfire, dead first. Oh,
wow.
That's one way to go about fighting the ramp guy. Xertion just a hop, skip, and a jump over the top. In comes Woxic, though, to get rid of him.
The lurk orb. Can't say Woxic was ready for that.
Wakadia ramp re-clear is big. JL's not ready for this. He's got both kills on a platter with 1 HP on Spinks. Damage is unconfirmed on Spinks. They don't know he's as low as he is, so Wakadia doesn't hang around to fight it. He's got 2 teammates that should be able to clean this up.
Where's he gone? Backside, they've seen him now. Pistol out for Wakadia. Problematic, and there's the cover. Magic coming down for around 15 seconds. Spinks should be impossible. Got to find an instant headshot here. Going back sight for the plant. They can molly him out. Doesn't matter. Magic's got the headshot. And so Aurora do confirm that round. The ramp repush coming in clutch for Wakadia. Aurora onto 3.
So often these yard smokes have been nothing more than just a ruse. Now's this time look to put numbers out in the yard. Torshi even trying to cover from on top of the silo. Spot there for Woxic. Sees one player get out behind red, but that doesn't tell you a hell of a lot if you're Aurora. Both JL, Zelix, and Exertion making it into secret. Spinks on the lobby lurk, but ramp is not free territory. Aurora have noticed just how obsessed MOUZ have been with the ramp room, so they're doubled up here. It also means Woxic will be their first guy they contend with if they commit to this lower play. Warp in the ramp fight. A lobby crunch, rather, in response. You've conceded this lower control, so they're going to try and pressure Spinks. Here's that Woxic moving into position. Swing and a miss, and you might not get many more chances to kind of seal the deal on this retake. You're out of position, can't rotate vents, means you got long rotates ahead of you. This just kind of forces your hand to commit to the save.
And Spinks is still waiting. Of course he is. He's so cheeky. Gets his first kill and backs all the way up to T-spawn on low health. So Aurora have to find him. You feel like he's got one more in him. Ramp save is their best bet. Oh, maybe it's not. MOUZ are exiting this way as well. 4 players of MOUZ coming back up ramp. One shot for Woxic, but you're all going down one way or another. Woxic fighting for his life. Missed shot from Torshi. Recovers with the pistol. And MOUZ hunt all those guns except for Soulfly. Disaster strikes for Aurora. They don't compete for the round, and they don't have anything to show for the save. This one just feels like MOUZ bleeding Aurora out right now.
Yeah, you know, there are acceptable ways to lose rounds, and then there are the roughest possible ones, and Aurora were hoping for the former, ended up with the latter. You never even attempted it, and it cost you everything. Think for Magic. Well-timed aggression from the ramp. Exertion puts it down. Still, this flood of pistols continues to come the way of MOUZ in the lobby. Bombs dropped here as well, so Aurora down to scrap. They do have Torshi trying to cover from the top of the ladder.
Trying is the key word there. How much can you do in this position? The molly is actually quite nice. But this bomb, big problem. JL finds it from A. Cardia. Oh, dude, that was his kill. Xertion one shot from death. Xantares alone.
Well, you know, you tell yourself if there's anyone you want in this 1v3 with the AK lobby side, it's Xantares. And they've made a lot of noise on this reroute out to the door. Xantares steals himself away. Prepares himself for a must-win clutch. There's the first. Oh, Xantares sharp with it. All plans the tag, and Torshi's able to stop him in his tracks.
Oh, that hurts to lose to a pistol as well. That nice tag for Torshi going a long way. Xantares still very keen to take the fight. Heads up, 1v1. beautiful attempt. But this is all MOUZ today. That's the story. Playoffs on the line, and MOUZ are making a hell of a run for it right now. Even thrust into some difficult positions, excelling. And you said coming into this series you wanted to see a big game from JL. You're getting it right now too. 12-6, taking a lot of space on this T side. Finding the key entries. Well, not even just straight up entries, but just, you know, trade kills in the pack. No kit here for Aurora, and these retakes have just been problematic. Now let's go for the A-pop.
Spinks secures the opener. Cardia able to deal with him on that spam. It's Antares playing next. Fast out from heaven. They pick up the pace. The retake begins before that bomb's even planted. And MOUZ, the whole time, they were a little suspicious that they got in so freely. That's why Aurora hanging around, ready to make a move as soon as MOUZ get out into the bomb site.
Yeah, I like that Aurora don't let MOUZ set up there and get comfortable, right? Everyone's still fiddling with nades, trying to hold initial positions. They're not even ready to lock it down in the 3v4, so Aurora keep the pressure on. But man, it's just isolated rounds in the CT side. Aurora have not found 2 in a row. They won pistol, they lost to force. They won the next buy. MOUZ went on a streak of 3. This is Aurora's only opportunity to find back-to-back rounds in the half. And at least there's an opportunity, because MOUZ's money is weaker now. That timing. What? He got it!
No way, Xantares. He was meant to be dead. Like, we all saw it, right? Xantares should be dead meat right now.
What? He lived the nade as well. This guy's got plot armor.
And he gets the AWP.
Oh my god.
It's a pretty darn good trade deal for Xantares.
Done well for himself. He is again weak, but we've seen the quick retake attempt. And just drops in. Good to have some feet in this site. Moxie comes in from above as well. Sertion moving outside. Wicardia. Great position. That flash, yeah. Wicardia swings with it. Woxic, nice angle. Oh! The flicks.
Everyone's hitting the craziest flicks. Madja can't reel him in. It's the Torshi rifle up for the replies right now. Gets him into the top site. Still down a Clown. Spinks and Torshi could get lined up. It's very close spacing, but they make it down. Get past the man in main, and now they've got to plant it lower. Ramp rotate is the aim of the game for Aurora, but they won't get here in time to stop that bomb plant. Torshi doesn't have long to make up his mind. Decides to battle forward, trying to keep the pressure on, stop that spillover from the ramp, unable to do so. And now you're left looking at Spinks. Torshi only had info on 2 players. Spinks now hears all these footsteps, knows that all 3 players for Aurora in the site. Swing on the door. Needs to stop this defuse, has to do it cleanly, and with that being a little labored, Xantares good for the trade. Aurora get by with 5 on this CT side. It's enough.
I'm glad Xantares puts God mode on for that round, because without it, Aurora are gonna lose. Gets 3 lives, it feels like. How does one stray bullet from Spinks not find that kill? It would have been round. Nice try, but Aurora survived their CT side. Cannot say they thrived by any means. They found a similar first half back on Dust 2, but we all know how that ended up. MOUZ did clutch out that game, and now they go to the favored half here on Nuke. Just another reassuring game out of MOUZ. On the T side, you know, we see some of these newer rosters having trouble finding T-sided rounds. MOUZ so far not being one of them. I think of Karrigan on Falcons, think of even FaZe. Well, Zertion's leading them to decent first halves.
And that's what's been so impressive about this MOUZ team, to be honest. You know, I think out of all the new look rosters we have here, MOUZ almost had the lowest expectations just because the change was so deep, right? It's not just multiple players out of the roster, it's Exertion taking to be in the IGL for the very first time in his career. You also have a rookie from your academy team. You know, there was a lot of potential for things to go very, very wrong, and what stands out is just how much is going right for this new MOUZ team. Ramp room taken here for Aurora, as MOUZ don't put up much of a fight for this space, so they've got full lower control. MOUZ almost hoping they would try and take hell, try and go for the A play. Now left jumbling these rotates down the vents, and an instant dink. Feel for Zelex there. That's his very first peek at the CT side, put to 1 HP.
Of course, Spinks outlurks, holding on that top side as well, so MOUZ going to have to pick up the pace, but these pistols in your face. Antares triple kill. He gets the jumping player and still finds a third. Round done, as far as I'm concerned. So Antares and Wicardia, with all 5 between them, Aurora back in the game. Pacey. Is Alex using this smoke? They have hit some timings, haven't they? Oh! Jump the gun on that one. Good luck. You don't know there's a high-low of 3 players looking your way. Boom. It's not been Alex's game.
No, and that's something that I think Cyclone was able to pick up on very, very early, that he's just kind of in his head a little bit here on Nuke. Saw even during their timeout earlier, Cyclone taking the time to speak to Zelex directly, giving him a little pat on the back. Bomb has been planted. You know, it's a game that decides whether or not you go to playoffs, and you've got a pretty ugly score on the scoreboard, so knows that Zelex might be in his head a bit.
Yeah, some of these fights haven't been too fun, have they?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that also feels rough. Like, he's still been doing his job, right? Like, even in the pistol gets dinked, what does he do? He just kind of jumps around the corner to try and set up his teammates. Obviously, you're jumping in as Antares, so you're
dead.
Gonna get massacred. But he's doing what's required of him. It just feels a bit rough, and you even commented early on with some of the secret cross rounds where he just kind of felt a bit fearful, right? Unsure what to really do with the space he was given. Aurora tying up this game. Now a save on the players that did force buy, means you still have something to fight with in this round.
Yeah, they got out position there. Aurora expecting the force going down. Round outside, wrapping heaven. Similar situation here where MOUZ have an even weaker buy. Aurora just staying grouped, looking to punish on this top site. Smokes go down. That's 2 rotations for MOUZ. And that is a weakened ramp. They execute 3 in the side.
Yeah, MOUZ have read this one correctly. Exertion burning alive, just gets out at 1 HP. Gets to still be a threat here. Chance to do even more damage gets denied as the Xantares entries come in, and it is just Zelex left. Won't fly under the radar. Woxic's checking everything.
Right, Aurora are in the lead right now. Can you believe it? Converting that pistol hard into 3 rounds as MOUZ's force falls, and now they have to win this round. Or Aurora are going to start steaming forward in this T side. So high pressure gun round right now for both squads. Torshi does have his AWP, 1 kit. No smokes for Aurora. Nothing disrupted. Might throw them late here. They're waiting for a push. MOUZ giving them nothing. Torshi just holds hut with the AWP, playing very reactive in this round.
Contact in the yard. Just on the fly, these smokes, with all the room you've been able to get. Right as Exertion's attention is pulled away to go and fight the door, that's when all 3 players swing out past red. Spinks dies as a result of it. Kind of exciting here because Exertion has a gap in towards the door, and with the smoke down behind him, might feel the pressure to move into the lobby.
It's a great call for Maja, realizing the gap. Look at them go. Sure, MOUZ may have info, but if MOUZ overcook, they're going to get worried about B right now.
JL made a step. So Maja knows that they're in lobby behind him.
I think MOUZ are scared of that B side. There is a player holding heaven at least.
There's the kill on JL. Zelex. Ugly looking spray as he tries to contain that heaven spillover. And Aurora powering up.
Oh.
I think it was easier to brush the Zelex rough performance under the rug on that T side where he could just be a part of the pack, right? Used to play trade. But it's a lot harder. Oh.
Nah, it ain't happening, bruh.
It's a lot harder to ignore when he's got responsibility in at the top site.
Yeah, that's not a good fight. I mean, should be getting that one. Don't think it makes too much difference in the round. Everybody fell. But it does not help the confidence, that is for sure. Aurora breaking MOUZ's money again, taking their own AWP off them. Voxic says thank you very much. Barely a weak link in sight here for Aurora. Everybody showing up right now. Looking to make this a 3-map affair. MOUZ are putting some money in, still wanting to compete. Spinks is going to hero rifle. This will not be a 4x for MOUZ. That would be crazy. Chaos.
Been spotted, so knows he has to try and get something on that forward position. This is a pretty involved angle for Spinks as he looks to duel over the smokes. Well, down a half. And Yard might fall all the same. Just how many do you lose between now and Aurora taking that space? It's 2 players to the good for Aurora.
Finally. Silence
on
broken.
The board.
they've lost a round. Position on this B site for Aurora. Ready to go together, nobody home. And so nothing MOUZ can do. They may as well throw themselves in with these pistols, but that AK feels like a save. JL missed shot, Aurora bomb plant. All said, all done. Just really well-paced T-side here from Aurora, grabbing all the gaps. Heaven control numerous times. Quick reaction when they see numbers on that top site this round. Oh, and Ricardo knows. Hello. That's great. Oh god, triple death to bomb? It literally doesn't matter at this point. They have so much money, but MOUZ have to try and seize the moment here. They've just not had a round this half.
Five in a row for Aurora, and showing no signs of stopping. Gun rounds running out for this MOUZ team. Change of pace for Maja. This time far quicker out into the yard, and Zataras was even waiting to see if they broke those smokes open, looking for a gunfight. That's the kind of form he's in right now. 17 and 9. Maja with a lurk. Knocks Spinks out of play. Good kill, good pickup there for Exertion. Returns the advantage to MOUZ. Alex gets his second kill as well, breaking this silent streak. And a non-starter of a round for Aurora on the back of this attempted pace change.
Oh, yeah, you just don't need this fight here, MOUZ. Take the clean gun round. So first on the CT side, Alex has a big flank. Should have this one in the bag. Probably won't go for the knife. That's for the best.
Here's the thing, man, with these younger players, sometimes all it takes is just getting a couple of kills to find the rhythm again. 3-0 since that 5-7 kill is Alex.
Kept the AK, I mean, self-assured. Like to see it.
And this is where, you know, you said that like losing everyone at the bomb didn't matter. It actually has huge implications because, sure, they had a lot of money. They could have had even more a lot of money. Instead, chance to reset Aurora and make this a even game.
Yeah, just need back-to-back rounds here. Aurora know the importance of this one just as well. In fact, more so than MOUZ. Aurora lining up something on this top side. Looks like he can commit with the MAC-10 at the front for Soulfly. We've got Alex getting tested. Will he step up?
Oh, timing's really awkward there with the util swap. Still gets his, and the reinforcements arrive. Now, Wakadi has made it out into the site, but he's the only guy left standing, getting swarmed. JL with a big round. There, just in time to stop that A play.
And that's the X factor of JL. Big game, big moment, big man shows up with 3 kills on that top side. That's exactly what MOUZ needed. Alex takes one with him. Spinks survives in the door, and JL does not relent. Pushes back in, triple kill in a must-win round.
I'm the A player.
Rotates so fast. And so MOUZ are back in the game, safe to say. So much so that Matt is going over his notes. Aurora, they've had a great comeback on this T side. I felt like this was going to be a crumble for MOUZ. But now they have a chance. 2 hero AKs. no grenades behind it. This is going to have to be straight into
ramp.
manual.
Going into JL.
Well, he's the A player, so you better get out.
Not really in a position to hang around and fight there. Doesn't feel like it's worth the risk.
This is nice. They make MOUZ shuffle. Look at the rotates. 2B. Exertion's gone down vent.
Rotates back in A are very, very slow as a result, and so might be the case that Aurora set their eyes on this A play again.
Alex is scared of outside because Torshi has to watch hell, so there's a lot of gaps right now for MOUZ due to this ramp take. Spinks has to show up. Zalex might need to play retake. Oh dear.
Gets his. Zalex lends a helping hand. And it ends up being a clean put down. That's a high pressure situation there for MOUZ, right? Only 2 players available in at the top site. You needed multi-kills from both of them if you wanted that to not be awkward, and that's exactly what they give you. Zalex is building back better.
Yeah, Spinks as well. Not really talked about too much on the CT side. He was great on the first half. Kept finding opening kills somehow in the lobby when Aurora would push in, but also a nice hold from him on A. Those two do their job to get rid of those couple of rifles that Aurora risk investing in. And that risk is going to have consequences. I mean, we're going to see MAC-10s here for sure. Or Galil's on some. So an expensive risk and one that doesn't pay off to any degree here for Aurora. And what looked like a MOUZ choke might be an Aurora choke in disguise. Outside was the way this all got going. They're going back to it with pace. They don't even shoot back. I love that. That's so quick. Oh my, they might, I think they've won the round.
Just on position.
MOUZ have no idea.
They've already lost B. That bomb is already getting planted.
That's such a sick call. This is kind of stuff that Magic wasn't doing. What a great time to call that in. Like, what do you do? Look how MOUZ are stun locked.
Yeah,
they
you don't know
lurkers.
numbers either, so it's very, very rough here. Even as you go to save, you're nervous.
Magic's dead, but oh, he takes one with him. And MOUZ better run properly because that bomb's going to go off. Nice kill. Xertion going for damage. Could spray the smoke at the end. Terrorists win. Spinks dies. But otherwise, 3-gun save for MOUZ. Excellent call from Maja. Full speed, no one spams. That's so important. If you're spamming back on that battle, you're giving them the info that we're crossing fast. And I gotta say, the one thing that MOUZ did wrong, they threw 2 HEs and they sucked. Neither of those nades gave them vision. If they got that info, it would have been a very different round. Aurora timeout this time. MOUZ have 1 remaining. And where will Aurora go? Because I don't think that one's replicable.
No, that's the thing that's hard to contend with, right? It was a good time to throw in some wild pace change, kind of a bit of a gimmicky round almost, but you're dead on. Those type of rounds don't work twice over. And on top of that, you know, you're grinding all the way through to the end of this game. MOUZ have so much money from that streak of 3. They were super clean rounds. And so they're buying all the way till this one's over. More active stance in the yard. Torshi's AWP gets itself posted out behind red. Again, yard control all in for Aurora. Torshi can't be too preoccupied with that player on top of main. Got to look forward. Will he be able to get out, or does he want to continue fighting here?
Have to.
Torshi, one man sneaks in up close. Gets the info on 2. But a trade for Xantares leaves this one even, and they get players in a secret again.
They know Soulfly's main move. He's just dropped off. Xantares having the AWP from Torshi. Exertion re-clearing outside. He's going to meet them here.
I mean, he's been very switched on, very dialed in, his Exertion. Kind of the one player Aurora have been hoping to avoid in these outside skirmishes. The Util's done a good job of keeping him out of the picture, but there's the lineup. Exertion nails both of them.
That is a kick in the teeth. Bomb is outside. Okay, one catch, but top hut sits Spinks. Should have this, and he does. Woxic 1v3. He's got 1 kill available.
Oh, he snuck it under him.
20 seconds, though.
Spinks didn't spot that. Takes damage from the nade as he hunts these kills, looking for that bomb. Exertion is a menace outside. There's only so long you can avoid him entirely. That's a huge 3K from the MOUZ captain. Moves back in a pole position, top in the charts for MOUZ in this push to the playoffs.
Yeah, what an excellent round for Exertion. Of course, the timing does him well, but realizing that, yeah, Aurora have secret, but what have they been doing most on this T side? It's been the big raps going around heaven, flanking, and so just tries to confirm they're not doing that, and they just walk right into his hands like putty.
And, you know, we were saying our MOUZ, money's not a problem till the end of the game. It couldn't be more the opposite for Aurora. They're all inning this one. They're force buying here, putting everything into this round. And it still isn't a lot, right?
Yeah,
2 AKs for Xantares and Wakadia. You want to believe that if anyone could do this, it's Xantares. He's played a great game. There's no denying it. Throughout this entire series, he's been the guy to look to.
But these rounds haven't been good. These like low econ rounds, they've done best with full guns, of course. They've kind of got nowhere with these buys.
And so you're risking it all, your survival in this series. MOUZ could lock in a playoff performance on the back of winning this round right now. It would leave Aurora with nothing. Spinks with aggression, pushes through the door, gets out with a 1-for-1. Honestly, Aurora will take that. That's a rifle pickup. And you deal with someone who's been a big thorn in your side on these A plays, you get rid of Spinks.
Yeah, but you lose Xantares. So Wakadi has got to bail them out, and he's already started.
That's the 2 top performers for MOUZ dead first.
All right, if they win this, even more earned. Aurora have the whole map to work with. Torshi has a great angle. Can he be patient enough to wait on it? Because Aurora are looking for MOUZ aggression. They want to punish any push. If Torshi stays on this line, you'd like to think he can take one with him before he repositions. So there we go. Torshi hits his. Now they can cross ramp. Big problem. JL might need to go back. Torshi gets cocky, but it pays off. Double kill. JL is ramp. That's too much. 3 going down, leaving it on the young man. Zelix 1v2. Can he read this ramp drop? He is staying upper right now.
They've got money. He can certainly justify giving this round a go. Been in his head in this map.
Does he not hear them? It's taking so long.
And now tasked with a very important 1v2.
No kit either. But they're right there. Too late for that.
Forced you in a spot where you have to make noise, so they're going to have info to play with. They've got a crossfire set up. There should be no winning this for Zelix. One thing you've noted about his play is great at these 180 kills, but this is a round he doesn't even attempt. Just throws in the towel when he's not given any type of a fight. Huge 4K from Wakadia.
Absolutely.
Pulling through for Aurora when they needed him to the most.
Whoa, and that was on 2 AK buy as well. The aggression for Spinks, sure, it gets 1, but I don't think it's worth it. Like you said, gives them another gun, gives them more info. Torshi did so well only to be stubborn. 2 kills. The repick I thought was crazy. The third, you're asking for an AK. This is Aurora you're talking about. They're sharpshooters. That was a 3v2 that MOUZ fumble. And here we go. Overtime, or Aurora drag us to map 3. Inferno waits. Magic gets risky. Gets very risky. Inside of this smoke, he pods right in. Misses that AWP though, and Zelix covers his teammate. That was Torshi dead, but Zelix stops it.
It's a massive bailout kill, isn't it? Now you've got the advantage. Torshi's AWP still remains a threat. An Exertion freed up from the yard, moves in to assist JL on the ramp side, allows an earlier drop in towards lower.
Oh, this is a hard round to call now. You just need hard entries, and Zelix has dropped into A after his heaven kill. They've got outside control. They know they dealt with the one player taking space. JL is gambling B, and Exertion has ramp, so yeah, A is the best bet right now for Aurora, but still Spinks and Zelix who have had an uptick. Can they keep it going?
It's all on them, though. Needs to be a multi-kill. Spinks able to hold on. An important dink, an important double. Oh, and he'll follow through. This one decided in overtime. Spinks with one hell of a hold.
That team molly as well, that's so awkward. It spreads down from Hot Roof. It even gets a team kill after Zelix finds a dink. Shut down on that top site. The 2 rounds where MOUZ are weakest on A, they hold against the Aurora push.
Like, there was no support. There was no rotate. No one gets there quickly. You needed multi-kills to stop Aurora, and that's exactly what Spinks gives you.
It's been 1 and 2 kills from Spinks and Zelix on these A hits, but it's just been enough to keep MOUZ in the conversation.
Feeling like Aurora, we're going to go back to the yard bin where they found the bulk of their success. Or MOUZ play heavy there to start in OT. Spinks spammed out towards main. A huge kill when you think about how important he's been in the top site holds.
Ocean doesn't look happy with that. Confirmation, or it could be down. Xantara's playing very late. This is 5v3. Hard entry on JL out ramp.
JL's certainly fallen off in this second half. The ramp area has become really problematic. Bit of a role reversal from what our fears were heading into this CT half, right? The A site has actually been really stable. And so about as clean as you can get for Aurora in that first gun round. This is a nuke that's played T-sided.
Yeah, I think MOUZ have taken a lot of opening fights that haven't really done them too well in this CT side, right? Be it Spinks getting very aggressive. He's involved in 10 opening fights. He's won 7 of them, but he was mostly on the T side getting success. We've had a lot of peaks into the yard for Exertion, and a lot of swings indoor for Spinks to differing results. When you give Aurora a 5v4, they are Madge calling them into really good positions. Can MOUZ survive a little bit longer at the start of these rounds?
I mean, nuke's also just such a test of your protocols as CTs in terms of your ability to rotate quickly and appropriately. And it's something MOUZ have kind of struggled with even in the 5-on-5. So the moment you go a man down, like you really feel the lack of resources. You really feel the burn.
Been pretty blind all game.
Again with the yard control, this time a player in at lower early. Spinks down there.
Chaos joined him. That is insane. Torshi has just taken down Soulfly, keeping Exertion alive. Spinks hears him coming. There's 2 players here.
CJL, no, he's arrived from ramp. That allows Spinks maybe to hit even harder. He wasn't spotted on the jump check, so chance for him just to dart out and get a free kill. Had a 3v2 go against MOUZ earlier. Can't afford to have another one of those come through. It's just Wakadia, but he was the problem in this round last time.
Yeah, Spink's strong position though, and Vent contained, not getting up that ladder. So reassuring B hold here. Nice to see quicker rotates for MOUZ. They've learned their lesson from that last fast cross from Aurora. Able to shut it down on B site. And so trading rounds, one more of this half. And like you said, a T-sided game here on Nuke. So can Aurora keep that up?
Exertion made it across, wasn't spotted, has a free kill right now on Xantares.
Hello.
Not the guy you want to lose early if you're Aurora.
He's gone a bit cold in these last like 10 rounds or so.
And a 5v3 as Torshi's lobby aggression nets another kill. JL's come in early into lower with Torshi taking up the ramp room on that orb.
Early lower rotates is the name of the game. And Torshi's even supporting.
See Torshi fire off. Now you overlook JL, makes some noise so they know about him. Doesn't make dealing with him any easier. And what should be an impossible 1v4 out of Woxic tries to commit to this bomb plot. Will be given it. So the timing pressure on MOUZ. But they're closing in from all angles. Spinks in the vent. He's got a 1v1 in front of him. Has to take it cleanly. Gets past Spinks with no problem. Woxic, flash is brutal. And they're chasing him down. Exertion closing in. Both players here giving chase, denying Woxic any room in that clutch.
Oh yeah, trying to cross out quickly, but they sped up immediately off that info.
In a nuke that is played T-sided, MOUZ just took 2 on the CT side in overtime. That is a big blow dealt the way of Aurora.
Yeah. Playoffs 2 rounds away. Another chance to get there. But an Aurora that have definitely woken up. Just needs Xantares now to keep up what he gave us back in that start of the game. It was a one player performing on that CT side. Smokes down, Woxic gets no info. They re-break. Alex is very patient. He's going to be able to cross with that second wall. Down he goes. Woxic picks Torshi. Nice shot. Rid of the counter AWP. Soulfly dropping down. Here's him running out ramp. Nice nade even. He's going to hang around on this off angle. He's been punished here before. JL's waiting for an overcommitment. Zelex has found a timing. He just walked through the smoke. Back behind enemy lines. Zelex bailing them out with a double.
Oh, and as they go to chase him, Exertion plays out through the door. So quickly, things have gone wrong for Aurora. Now, there's low HP on 2 of these players. Wakadia may as well give this one a go. If you can find Exertion, this becomes a very doable round. Noise made back in the lobby, and so Exertion repositions.
Oh, what a position for JL.
If he doesn't see him going hut, that means he's only going door. Great catch. Good way to play at low HP. MOUZ on a match and series point, a round away from those playoffs.
Just an excellent recovery for MOUZ. It did feel like the choke was happening coming into their CT side. We had Aurora win 7 rounds in a row across those 2 halves, and MOUZ had disappeared. Show back up on that CT side. Massive recovery from Zelex. Great top site holds. Even with some rounds where they had no idea what was going on, completely blind, out-called. MOUZ have dug deep, and they have 2 chances to finish this, to take it to playoffs here in Astana. Aurora getting desperate. They're going with a double AWP. And it's Xantares taking it over Wakadia. That is a sign of the struggle.
One of the things that's just been sick to see for MOUZ is that oftentimes in these kind of pressure moments where the games would start to get away from them, things would tighten up and just keep tightening up till the end of the game. But it feels like actually they've been more down to take risks as matters have gotten closer. They've continued making adjustments. They stopped falling prey to those outside pushes that was so faithful for Aurora on that streak.
The faith they just put in Zelex to walk through outside smokes to wrap heaven. He gets 2 kills. Faith well placed in their rookie. He's back alone again in the yard. Soulfly back garage, learning from that previous round, but is this just going to be a main split?
I mean, Zelex was 3-16 at one point in time. Like, this is one hell of a recovery from him.
Here we go. This is the main split from Zelex. It's an A-pop.
Blocked by the molly. That's going to slow the roll.
Good nade.
Zelex dead out in the yard as Soulfly spams him out of play. 3v5. They won't break through this top site. And so the attempt at the pace change, active main lurk for Zelex shut down.
Boom.
And all dead in the heart. Woxic's got Torshi in a box. Aurora
nice.
Looking for double overtime as finally they break this 3-round streak from MOUZ.
They make a really nice adjustment there. They're hyper fixated on that main lurker. That's the guy who's meant to really punch the backline and open up when Aurora are looking at that top hit. But Soulfly back garage, a main player as well. And no one overcommits. Match is playing very safe with his Molotov there. Blocks them, ruins the timing of that top hit. Set play denied onto MOUZ. And it's all on this round.
Counter-terrorists win.
Move away from any type of a set piece, anything too crazy. Xantares has been able to sneak his way up close. He was doing this a lot in regulation. I don't know if you expect it in the final round of overtime.
No, not with an AWP hit, not with no glaive smoke. My God, Woxer was in the open when he turned from that flash. Zelex banger shot, but Xantares, missed from Torshi. He's so scared of Silo, and there's why. JL drops in on the roof. Trades go back and forth, 3v3. Who calls who?
Crossing a garage for Madja, and with Spinks dead on this lobby, like Madja's in such a strong position. He's got to kill dead to right. Exertion falls, trade back for Torshi, and now a 1v2 attempt. Got some room out towards A. Vent drop, never a bad idea, but Wakadi has tried to get one step ahead of this, rerouting ramp side. This does split up Aurora.
It's still fine to give time for Torshi to take as long as possible to plant, because it's going to leave options open. It's going to leave positions and gaps that Aurora have to worry about. They're grouping heaven, though. And this is a great remedy against an AWP. Oh, no. He isolated it. Oh, no ammo!
Is down to the Tech 9. Torshi, steps made. Wakadi has gone on. He's going to try and put a fresh mag in. He's going to try and face him with the AWP. In comes Wakadia giving chase, and he will shut it down in to another overtime.
Gotta respect the full reload in the sight there for Torshi. He even got it primed, but Wakadia goes wide and saves the day with a 3K. Nice try. Not meant to be. MOUZ have to earn this one in a second overtime, as Wakadia is putting in one hell of a shift in the face of Xantares going quiet. For some while now, Wakadia is making up for it. Dear, oh dear, that was scary. Aurora almost fumbled a 3-on-1 by making steps in heaven. Let's go back to basics. A grouped ramp hit. So that's just got to flash through the smoke, but Soulfly, such a good position. This flash will go past him.
Not affected by that. Woxic arrives on the rotate just in time to keep the advantage for Aurora.
Don't need this fight, just wallbang and leave. Cardi would love them to come B.
That's Antares spamming. Hopes that that takes attention away from Wakadia. It's not worked out. Exertion brings you back in to this round with that entry.
Wait. Oh, stuck it.
JL picked off. Tag through the smoke. Forces a reposition out of Exertion. Him and Torshi, though, a long time spent playing together. They have what it takes to answer back. This was a 2-on-3. That Torshi AWP hitting hard, and the backstab from Exertion, who's making moves the whole time. Torshi is pulling attention away.
Push through the window smoke, flank that last player. Dude, the balls on MOUZ right now. Some crazy calls. I think Xantares spamming is good there in window, but I think it also set off Exertion's brain. He realized, why would he be giving away his position right now? That's because Wikadi is hiding out. Great check in that B bomb site. A difficult round to recover for MOUZ. In a 3v4, they do it on B. They keep winning from unlikely positions. And this game, if Aurora lose it, it's going to hurt so much. Been playing catch-up the whole match and forever been able to keep up with MOUZ. They just can't take the lead away.
Not able to win that. Now it falls to Torshi to try and trade. Little awkward here as it's nearly the lineup. JL able to thread the needle on that fight. And the defense is split up. Matcha back here in the lobby. Xantares down at lower on the AWP. With Exertion out ramp side, chance for him to wrap into the heavens, and that would set you up for the A play. That means Matcha is the make or break. Because they are coming back to the lobby. They are planning on linking up with Exertion. Can Matcha ruin this round for MOUZ?
Definitely can. As long as JL kind of baits Torshi and just gives him space to die. You don't want to get lined up here. Will Matcha hold the shot?
If they play too close together, he does. But the clear from Torshi is in. And Matcha in the position that was the make or break, tumbles down with nothing done. Xantares too far removed. And MOUZ looking for back-to-back T-side rounds. That's what eluded them in the first OT. And now that you've spotted Xantares, you have no reason to give this guy a thing.
He needs to save. Look at the money right now. They can't buy a rifle, let alone an AWP. So this gun is integral to that next round. Insertions found it on the way out. Not just back-to-back rounds, but no money for Aurora. This should be a three-peat here for MOUZ. Unreal. Just dry fights outside. And look at this buy. 1 M4. Aurora could not be in a worse spot. They've kept up all game. They're going to start running at MOUZ.
Yeah, lobby crunch. That was the bomb on Zelex in lobby alone. Spinks does what he can from the back of the door, but with Util coming down, Spinks is now trapped. In comes Torshi to save him. Barreling down the ladder, make sure they can't pressure Spinks. And so considering how horribly that started, with the bomb tumbling away as the first death of the round, MOUZ have done well to recover it. Oh. Hell of a shot from the Woxic scout. But he's getting chased. MP9 won't offer the resistance. Torshi gets past him. Low HP on Torshi. Spinks looking fine, and a play into this lower bomb site.
It's not a play. He's faking it right now. His teammate's still waiting back in lobby. Torshi just definitely wants to regroup with his mates. Cardia hasn't fallen for it, though. As Torshi tries to make noise, he's going to go right back up. And so Wakadia, low health, bordering 30 kills, but if he picks the right position and they walk into him, this might work wonderfully. He hopes they go heaven.
This has been where Wakadia has done his best work in these very late round clutch moments. Shut Torshi out of the one that could have won MOUZ the game earlier. He's low on health, but a lineup here in the hut does the work for him. He's dead straight away.
Both of these rounds where Torshi's meant to just be the bait to set up the trade, he has found the Tech-9 tap.
And that is a flawless T-side out of MOUZ. They now need just one in this last half of OT. Aurora, they've been treading water, they've been playing catch-up. Never the team in that position to cross the finish line and lock in the win. They now need a flawless T-side of their own. There is no room for error.
Torshi's feeling good. He has absolutely saved them in these last few rounds on T-side. And so MOUZ swap. They take a breather. More of a celebration than anything, I imagine, because they've got to be feeling pretty invincible right now. Game in the palm of their hand. Playoffs on the horizon. 3 chances to shut this series down. Molly does disrupt the smoke. It's going to make things worse here for Aurora. And they're not crossing with it either. It's just Xantara's behind main, so he will be able to call that. That's going to perhaps change the plan here for these Ts. Fake X second up, but they're going ramp. JL pressured.
And to be the guy that delivers for you in these high-pressure moments, JL.
I like it.
Is the ramp take, plays to evade, gives up the room, and you've got an early drop out of Spinks into lower.
Is it too much? Aurora faked this so many times back on their early T side. This should not be a surprise for MOUZ. They're still 3-2. They still have a triple setup on top. That's surely enough.
This A site ended up being the stronger one of the two for MOUZ. Whenever it had to stand and deliver, it did. And oftentimes it was only 2 players here. This time you've got Torshi's Orb to lend a helping hand, and it will get that opening. MOUZ, the playoffs are right there. They just have to stop this spillover. Can't hack it. Aurora managed to reply. It's Xantara's entries all day.
Wait.
Spinks backstab goes unaccounted for. Xantara's dead, and both players left out here in the hut. They're going to try and swing him together. Spinks lights him up, knocks him down. MOUZ are going to the playoffs in Astana. It's a hard-fought battle. It takes a lot out of them, but through multiple OTs, they end it flawlessly. MOUZ headed to the playoffs with their heads held high.
Spinks is my new favorite player.
I bet he is. You're a massive fan.
Well done.
You're allowed to be a baiter if you're going to pull off a clutch like that. I'll give you that.
Bait all you want, Spinks. Get it done. Wow, what a game. That was a wild one. You know, the crazy thing is when we were sitting in the green room as, you know, the game was going through regulation, I was planning on just being able to come in here and talk about, man, like, MOUZ's T-side on Nuke was actually really well done. You know, even just the creativity when they lost the pistol and they did, like, all this crazy misdirection and then pulled off the crazy round, and then even just throughout their T-side, just really well-constructed rounds where you could really kind of always see what the game plan was. They executed it well, but then just all that organization and, you know, protocols just faded away on their defense. They just look so lost sometimes on the CT side.
Yeah, I think that's the common thread we've been seeing from them on almost all the maps, right? We saw in Dust 2 as well in the past and a couple of other maps too. But I want to give a particular shout out to Zelix because he had he's been having this thing where he's like, you know, very hot and cold, right? Like you had a great map on map 1 and map 2 kind of falls off. That first half was abysmal from him, you know, but then when the second half, he really made up for it. Like, he was looking so much better as well. So, yeah, kudos to MOUZ for closing this one out. Here's the problem with Aurora, though. They almost had this one in the bag, but the biggest mistake they they made on their CT side for me. We were praising MouZ's T side, but also Aurora was just giving so much space, so much freedom for the T's to work with. And then when they tried to go for the re-aggress, it felt disjointed. It'd be like one player slowly creeping into the lobby, one or two guys. And MouZ, I think they did a very good job where when they got the map control, they didn't just, you know, idle around. They were always ready for the re-aggression coming out, and that just got punished time and time again. So honestly, I felt like the first half, you know, it was a done deal, right? You know, the game's done. But yeah, Aurora putting up a bit of a fight. I do love JL, man. Listen, funny in the camera, just a character altogether. But that T side we talk about, he was the guy. He was him, and he was getting so many opening kills. I think it was like 12 and 6 or something at one point as well. So yeah, Mr. X Navi looking really good here.
Yeah, really, really well done here from MouZ. Again, like I think considering the circumstances that MouZ find themselves in this tournament and what the future is going to be for this team and the uncertainty, they have looked really sharp in most of their games. Like, yeah, they've stumbled in a couple of maps here. Yeah, they had maybe a bad T side here, a bad CT side there. Those are all to be expected in the growing pains of what's taking place right now with Xerxes becoming a game leader, with Zutz coming in from the academy system, with JL transitioning back into playing in a more serious, you know, format after, you know, being away and being a content creator for a while. So I think that I've been impressed with a lot of what I've seen. There's definitely some things to tidy up, but this is now a MouZ you can almost somewhat get excited for again.
And it's just the some of the intangibles, right? So it's like just a pep in a step. Like when things are going bad, when you're like, oh shit, you know, they push it to overtime. That's when the old MouZ used to crumble. But now with the content creator, an academy kid, and Exertion calling and out fragging almost everyone as well, suddenly they look exciting. Suddenly they look fun, and yeah, I think it was a right call from Cyclone. Look, we don't know how deep they're going to go in this tournament yet. Like, obviously made it to playoffs, congratulations, but it's going to be a pretty packed playoffs as long as the favorites deliver. But still, I think it's already a win for the MouZ organization.
Yeah, I mean, they are called group stage sports for a reason. So, I mean, they do still need to shed off that idea of them struggling in playoffs for sure. We'll have to see how it pans out when we see what their opponent is. But I will agree with you. So far, the eye test looks pretty decent.
It's also funny because on the flip side, you have Zalex who's going to be playing his first arena game right in front of 20,000 people. On the flip side, you have the guy who lives for the arena, JL. So which one's going to come out on top? We'll find out.
I mean, this has absolutely nothing to do with their gameplay and very little to do with Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Do you know what's lovely about new MouZ is that there's so much emotion. So when they do well, they're like excited and they look hyped. And when they do badly for the first time, this is something that always bugged me about old MouZ, is like when things went wrong, they looked like bots. Like there was no emotion on their faces. And then they would lose and it would kind of be like, we'll be back next time. Now you see the frustration in them. You can see that they're like reacting. And again, nothing to do with Counter-Strike, but it's just refreshing because it's like, oh wow, like they do care, like they do want to win. Because I did feel like that was maybe missing a little bit. I know some people called it aura, but I also think that is why fans
I think there's something to be said about when you're stuck in the same place for so long. Like you keep playing second fiddle to Vitality for an entire season, and then the second season comes around, and now all of a sudden everyone's surpassing you. You're still a top 5 team. You're still making a lot of semifinals, but you can't get it done. So I think it's just a change of scenery is probably uplifting.
So I'm actually really sad because I'll never get to have him on a desk as an analyst purely because he seems to be playing so damn well that maybe this might be a permanent home. JL is with Banks now to celebrate making it to the playoffs.
That's right, Sam. I do have the rookie JL. You know, we've never seen this guy before. He's learning his way back into a server, back into a team. Let me just ask you that. Bit of rust across going through these games, just getting back into a new team again, or did you feel like it's kind of gone already?
No, I feel that there's still rust, but I feel like game by game it gets better and better. So, I mean, I think yesterday I felt confident in my game finally, even though we lost the game, but today was even better. So, yeah, game by game I'm built back into form.
That's good. That's certainly a positive sign. And looking at this game you had against Aurora, right, there was a lot of it where we would say, yeah, you had full control at the beginning of the map, then it starts to slip away, then you go all the way to overtime. There's a lot of back and forth fighting. Where were the calls coming from? Where were the ideas coming from in order to change things up and just maneuver around Aurora to get this win? Because they were pushing you.
Yeah, I feel like we had the game under control, but it's just that the delay situations were kind of messed up in a way. But this is due to game knowledge, and yeah, we've been a team for 2 weeks, so you have to expect those things. But the fact that we have them under control and they haven't made any changes, and the team we played previously haven't made any changes, so the fact that we have them under control and we just lose on ourselves, that's good because we can fix that and then we can win the next game.
Looking at that, where you say you lose on yourself, was that the case on this 9Z game yesterday? Was that where it was like you felt it was more you than them?
Yeah, of course.
What do you think of them though? What's making them a bit special right now? They've had a good run, man. You got to give them that.
They're shooting good and they're confident in their own plays. Like whatever they come up with, they're confident in that, and they will go with it no matter what. Even if it's bad for them, they'll still go for it. And sometimes it catches you off guard. Like you block them on a side, and they're like, okay, let's still go with it, but we're already stacking another side. So, I mean, well played by them, but next time it's going to be different.
Next time it's going to be different. Let's see if we get to match up with them again here in Astana. Looking at you having to go through role position changes, you've got some spots you like, but there's obviously some sacrifice you need to do at the same time. What's been the hardest part of this for you?
I don't know, in the situations that I'm in. Like, early round, okay, I can do my plays, but then when it's down to a minute, I have no idea what to do, where to go. Like, I do have some sort of idea, it's not awful. But it's just weird, like, you're playing a 3v3 clutch, and I'm like, I'm heaven. I've never heaven in my life on T side. And I'm like, okay, I got to play it from there. And then I'm just holding an angle, I get hit from down below, I get surprised. But this is experience, so you go, you learn, and you can watch Skybox, you can do prep, but you still have to be in those positions to kind of get to know them. So I'm playing against experts in their own positions, and I'm kind of the rookie in those positions, you know what I mean? So,
well, that's right. We come full circle to you being a rookie again,
Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't mind. It's fine.
And also, I want to look at the difference for you, because obviously you had such a good career on Na'Vi. Now coming into MOUZ, what differences do you notice in the game, in the way things are done, comparing it to Na'Vi?
Comparing it, I mean... You didn't stump me, just that I'm picking my words, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, here it's more of a team effort, so to say, yes.
You feel like everyone's on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to be at least, yeah.
That's certainly a positive sign. And lastly, you've made it to the arena. You haven't been there since Austin, right? Yeah. We're not going to say the show match of the last major doesn't count. That's not a real thing. Is this where we get the best JL?
I hope so. I mean, I'm getting better day by day. So of course, yes. And it's in Astana. Have you seen the fans? Oh, yes. They're mental. I mean, I hope we play not against a Russian-speaking team, so we can get some support. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm happy regardless, even though if we play against anyone else.
Well, you're the one that needs to make sure MOUZ gets some more supporters in, right? You need to be cheering and pulling them along, give them some encouragement, bring everyone into it. You can also speak a bit of the language.
Work in progress. Work in progress. Work in progress.
Work in progress, and that's how we'll end it. Sam, let's go back to you.
JL the rookie. Because it's a couple of new spots. I like what he said there. So this is a thing that you need to take from that is the confidence, where he says the games that we've lost or the rounds that we're losing have more to do with us as a team not knowing each other, making mistakes. We can fix that, versus saying, well, we're being outplayed. Whether or not you agree with him, whole different thing. But the point is, that's how that team is feeling. That speaks a lot to the attitude in the camp right now, which I think is inherently positive based on that, if we were to dive into some of the words that JL was spitting there.
I think there was like a few different things that were really good nuggets in that one. One, it's about, being more of a team effort. You're not underneath the struck rigid system that comes down from like one person that everyone has to follow. It's more of a collaborative system, I think, which is probably a nicer feeling for JL to have a little bit more agency. I think he's right as well. You can only do so much in practice. You have to get real reps on the server against elite competition to really understand what situations you're going to be put in and how to handle them on the fly. And so it is going to be a learning curve for JL, even though he has a lot of experience. He's obviously done great things in Counter-Strike. He's in a new environment, and I think he's getting through some of the growing pains, but he's definitely shown you the impact he can have as well.
Yeah, he dropped a couple of nuggets, which I would have liked him to drop when he was on the desk as well, right? But I think he really hit the nail right there when he was like, listen, you can be on Skybox, you can do a lot of preference or whatever, but when you're going to be playing positions and be in situations where you haven't experienced before, and this can apply to Zelix as well, right? He's a young player, but it's not just about the positions, also the level of opposition you're going to be going up against, as opposed to, let's say, in academy teams for Zelix or tier 2 teams and whatnot. So yeah, pretty cool. Also just good to hear from JL, being in a team and just this positiveness. And I'm dead inside, Sam, like this dead, bitter man. JL makes you smile sometimes.
Oh, I'm happy for you, Blair.
Thanks.
The world is healing. PGL Astana is healing the world. Here we go. But someone's world is not going to be healed very soon. It's going to be utterly crushed. And it'll be either Falcons or MongolZ, because one of them are going to be losing the next matchup, which is on after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
my window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You're watching PGL Astana, and you need to get hyped right now because one of these two teams is making it through to playoffs. They get to walk out on the stage to an incredible Kazakhstan crowd. Will it be Team Falcons or will it be the Mongols? We are about to find out. And now Blair and Dust are here to break this down. Are you excited about these two teams, boys?
Kind of, yeah. I am. I actually am because they haven't played each other in a long time. And I feel like even when they did, it's kind of irrelevant now with all the changes that the teams have been through since then. So it's two like fiery teams going up against each other. And I'm ready for, you know, a nice slugfest here.
This is a long, long time ago right there. There was a different IGL. Kicks no longer with the team. And of course, for the Mongols, pretty much the same thing except Senzu, the star player. The star player no longer there for the Mongols, and for the side of Falcons, new IGL. Completely different scenario here. But I'm excited. I'm really excited. I'm excited to see my boys deliver and see if they can pull off a repeat win here against Karrigan and his boys.
Have the Mongols earned the title Asian MOUZ, Blair?
No, I've argued against this. It actually annoyed me when someone brought it up because they can't be the Asian MOUZ because they actually do have some aura and they're actually, you know, they're fun to watch. And even though they might capitulate and piss me off or piss a lot of fans off sometimes, I think they're a fun team to watch overall. But I will say this though. The one thing with the Mongols where I struggle with standing them would be the fact that they seem kind of complacent. I wouldn't say complacent. They seem happy being in the place they are at.
They're okay.
I don't think MOUZ were ever okay being
Yeah.
second place, right? And that frustrates me. Coming to this event, for example, almost every team, you saw Spirit, you saw PARIVISION. Kind of funny to say that considering they've been struggling at this event. Everyone's been prepping super hard. A full month off, and then you just prep for the final 1 week or so against Asian teams, and that to basically just dry prepping, that is not ideal. If they really want to elevate themselves, it's going to require more than Mazzino trying to pretend to be bad Mazzino, and they need to really, you know, boot camp in Europe for like a week prior to the event, right? You can hit the ground running. Instead, you saw the first game they had against Magic. It was a struggle fest. They have recovered, however, so that's the bright side.
Yeah, I'm really annoyed that I keep hearing these reports of them not practicing. What the hell are you doing? You are a professional Counter-Strike team who has at one point been a top 5 ranked team in the world. You've been in a major grand final. You've
Number
won a
1
trophy.
ranked at one point.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the expectations that you should be able to live up to. Now, I understand they've been through multiple roster changes, you know, the whole control as stand-in situation, the whole, you know, embedding Cobra. But that's exactly why you need more reps and more practice to get Cobra back up to speed to allow you to be a competitor again. So I do get annoyed by all that, but they definitely still pack a punch. Meanwhile, on Falcons, they're going through their own struggles right now, you know, trying to bring in a new in-game leader, Karrigan hoping that he can fix the woes that have been plaguing Falcons for quite some time, as they've never lived up to the expectations that should be expected of a team that has this type of salary cap and this type of talent on the team.
I just want to say, in defense of the Mongols, and then we'll move on to Falcons, so either of you won't have a chance to respond to this. But
of course,
you know, this team was sharing a room, like there were 5 of them sleeping on the floor in rooms in Europe so that they could make it big. And they're now some of the most famous faces in Mongolia. They have made generational wealth. So what if they went home and took a month off to enjoy their success?
Oh, no, you can enjoy success.
I meant this year. is where I was kind of gearing it at. Like I want to see. I mean, unless they're saving time until doing boot camp for the major, that was really where I'm at. But
my entire thing is like you're a young team. This time to strike, right? You never know if you'll be able to kind of capture the magic you had once upon a time. 910's having a hell of a run right now, for example. It would be really cool.
In the tournament.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff from the Opera, and it would be lovely to see the team kind of peak together and contend for championships. Right now, for me, MongolZ another team I can believe could be a dark horse even to win a Tier 1 event. I want them to get to that level because they were that team for maybe a couple of months last year, and I wish they were a little bit more motivated to do that.
We've obviously got Falcons on your screens right now, and the conversation has been on the new IGL. I want to change this up a little bit. I want to talk about, you can see the back of his head, Kioske. The next donk was how it was phrased when he was signed. He was meant to be the superstar. He came into this roster. I don't think he's been terrible, but there seems to be an ongoing narrative that he's just not doing enough. Do you think, the question is, do you think that maybe we're being a little bit unreasonable? He is a young player who came into a top, at the time, sort of top 5 team, and yet we are demanding that he perform at the level of Nico.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it's this. Kioske, whenever he came into the team last year, he really hit the ground running. He looked like one of the most impressive entry riflers, coming out of a rookie situation. He had so much impact as an entry, creating openings, playing the aggressive CT spots. Like, he was so talented. And I think the issue for me is this, is that all of a sudden his entry production has gone down because I think he tries to go for a little bit too much. We see it time and time again that he needs to have a little bit more discipline. I also think that when he gets to the playoffs, he drops off heavily. And to answer your question then, Sam, no, I don't think we have to sit here and, crush him for it, but there is some learning and lessons that needs to happen. And Kerrigan's the perfect guy to deal with star players and to try to help mold them into what they need to be to have impact consistently.
100%. I was getting called slurs on Twitter last night because there was, why are you attacking Kyosuke? Why are you so caught up in it? Because I know how good he can be, right? But sometimes I agree with you. It seems like it's feast or famine here for the team. Looking at the map view, there's nothing too crazy. Anubis, Overpass, those are the 2 maps that's going to be banned out. Here's where things get spicy for me, Dustin, why I'm going to be leading the way of MongolZ, apart from my Asian bias. It's just when it comes to the maps that Falcons have looked decently so far, MongolZ love them. So Falcons have picked Ancient. MongolZ love playing Ancient. If it's Mirage MongolZ, that's their best map, pretty much. And the MongolZ have also been leading heavily. I mean, they've been leading heavily into Dust 2 Falcons, but MongolZ have looked incredible in Dust 2. They rarely pick it. Whenever someone picks it against them, G2 comes to mind. 13-1 or 13-2 was a scoreline right there. So I don't think there's any safe space for Falcons to kind of work with here. And I think MongolZ is going to be comfortable no matter what the 3 maps are going to be. They went with Inferno yesterday as well against G2. I feel like they're trying to force Inferno in and kind of mix up their map pool right now.
Well, also Falcons hasn't played Inferno yet since Kerrigan's come onto the team, so I think that's going to be interesting to see how they operate, because they've been changing a lot of spots around and stuff, so this will be their first test on Inferno in the series. And yeah, Mirage last map, not too shocked by that.
I think both the teams are going to be pretty much happy with the decider here. Inferno, I think Inferno is the map to watch for me personally, right? We don't know how Falcon's going to be. And for MongolZ, yes, it was a labored effort coming in against G2 yesterday, but it seems like they're trying to kind of mix up the map pool, and I'm a fan of it. They were picking Nuke a lot this season. Now Inferno coming in, not really going for this Mirage Ancient all the time, and that's something I've been harping on about for a very long time. So,
aren't you surprised by the Dust 2 pick from Falcons?
Not really.
No.
It's their whole map.
Did you guys see what 9Z?
Yeah, I mean, yes, they got 1 CT round against 9Z. That was absolutely pitiful. But you almost have to just say that was an aberration because I thought they looked pretty strong on the other 2 games they played.
Monte was unhinged on the map yesterday, by the way. Super aggressive, super good looking. It just the T sides though, it still feels like it's something lacking there.
Yeah, I'm also interested in this. I don't know if you picked up on this whenever you were watching, MongolZ play Dust 2, earlier on against G2 and even in their game against Spirit. They've kind of moved Cobra on the T side. Like Cobra used to be kind of playing middle with Blitz and kind of like an entry pack guy. On the T side now, he's playing inside the B tunnels and more of like kind of an aggressive lurk. And they've kind of moved Techno into the mid zone here. So this is what they used to do. So this has been kind of a big pivot to see Cobra and Techno swap. So I'm curious how that plays out when they get to that side and how they organize things.
Yeah, I personally, I enjoy watching Techno lurk in all honesty, right? Especially the T side. I think he's got the just experience to close out a few rounds here and there. But listen, I'm down for them to try experiments and move things around instead of just being stagnant. And that's the one complaint I've always had about the MongolZ, is they're very static and very stagnant in what they do, what maps they play, the roles they position themselves with. If you remember when Techno, when they moved things around EWC last year, he just absolutely demolished everyone, right? So you got such heavy hitting pieces, so you have the freedom to move things around. So I'm excited for this match.
Kerrigan's obviously come in, and I think he actually mentioned this in an interview probably with James Banks, where he said his job is to fix the T sides, okay, which we have spoken about. They're super weak on this team. How much time do you think he needs realistically to get that done?
That's so much he has to do, man, because again, it's about wrangling in Kyosuke, because you don't want to totally neuter your star player. You want him to have some comfortability to go for plays. You don't want him to play not to lose. You want him to play to win, but you do have to make sure that he's not completely, getting way too far out in front of utility or in front of people who would trade for him and things like that. I think Kerrigan needs to do the buddy system, like, hey, you're sticking with me. I'll go in first. You trade off of me. So we need to see more plays like that.
I think he's needing his magic stones, bringing it out there. Just like being like, all right, Kyosuke, I pray that he doesn't just get a kill and runs into the bomb side by himself.
So those magic stones were once described by Maui. He did a full analytic breakdown, the same way many people do a map replay. And he walked me through each of those precious stones and what they represent and the different things that they are meant to bring to you as a player. I can't remember any of them, but basically the idea is that
all he has to do is every time Kyosuke over peaks and makes a dumb mistake, just throw a rock at him and stop it. That's why he's got 6 of them right there.
Perfect. You might need more than that though in one game.
12 on the T side. Yep.
Absolutely.
If you they have magic powers. If you rub them.
That might be what Falcons.
So I do know that there is a black one called Onyx, which is meant to give you confidence. I actually wear one on my wrist. So don't mock Kerrigan, man. Sometimes I think it's a little bit of a placebo, but it helps. Sometimes it helps, just to remind you where you need to be focused.
Yeah. The other focus for them, besides, the whole Kyosuke thing that we've been kind of beating around, I think the other thing is trying to figure out a way to get Tessus in a position where he can feel more comfortable and more active. And I think that's something Kerrigan identified in the interview of, I want this guy to be a little bit more selfish. I want him to go for a little bit more plays. And in some cases, they do allow him on a lot of these T sides to be a little bit more involved in trading and not necessarily always just lurking, or even when he does lurk, they're trying to give him a little bit more freedom to go for more plays instead of just playing supportive. So I do like that. I don't necessarily vibe with some of the positions they've put him in. They moved him to the B anchor on Dust 2, where Kerrigan's taking over the A side. I don't necessarily like that.
I think I'd keep him over there. For example, having someone like Kyosuke over there, I think that's rough, right? Because the thing with Tessus is he rarely makes a mistake. He's super smart what he does, and sure, in some other maps you can kind of free him up a little bit and give him the confidence to go for plays and whatnot. But on certain sites, B bomb side Dust 2, super notorious for being the most impossible side to retake. I want to have a guy who's going to stay alive, get a couple of kills. You know what I mean? I feel like that's why, for me, Tessus is, in a lot of ways, the most important piece of the puzzle that Kerrigan has. Sure, Monte can pop off. Sure, Nico can have an incredible game. Sure, Kyosuke could be unplayable. But Tessus is reliable. And reliable players they're rare.
Doesn't it annoy you so much? Because now that you've said that, this is something that annoys me, is the narrative that we keep seeing that Tessus needs to be replaced. Because I'm like, why?
Because people are stupid, Sam.
Well, this is my thing. He's the hardest worker in the team. He takes all the rubbish spots if he has to. He does all the dirty work that you need. If you're going to have a team of stars, which this now is, right? Manasi, Nico, Kyosuke, Kerrigan. Tessus is there as that sort of anchor player to make sure that you've got someone who can take out the trash, if you like, right? Why would you want to replace that? And who would you replace him with? I think it's a terrible idea.
Well, the reason is so that Zonic can continue to stay on as a coach for a little bit longer. That's really the reason why you want to kick him.
That is a fair take. That's actually kind of enjoying
So that's the reason why he's there. So I was like, man, I got one more play I can make if this doesn't work out. But no, the other thing is, listen, the only time that I've ever really made the suggestion that Tessus maybe should be removed, it's not in the sense that you're kind of referring to where it's he should be cut because he's not good enough or because he can't be useful. I think, honestly, maybe he would benefit in his career individually, besides the bags of money that he's getting, to be able to be in a team where maybe he does get to play roles that suit him a little bit better. Maybe it would be mutually beneficial if he did move on at some point to be somewhere.
I would love to be able, and we'll never be able to do this because no one will ever give us an honest answer, but I would love to sit a player down and be like, would you choose to play the roles you're playing now with your bags of money, Or would you like an opportunity on a less successful team for less money to play what you want, and just to find out where they sit in that
Listen, in all honesty, if I'm the Teslas' shoe, to be under the leadership of Carrigan and playing with Nico and Monte, like literally like, you know, once in a lifetime players, I would stay there 100%. Even if the money wasn't that much. I will make a point.
But it 100% is that much.
It is that much indeed. But I'll tell you one thing we haven't touched upon, and why MongolZ making the playoffs at this event is very important for them and getting more reps in the arena. Is CobraZera, despite having had to fill some very big shoes and doing so far a commendable job. Sure, he has some stinkers here and there. He's been very solid. But if you look at all the playoffs appearances he's had thus far this year, apart from I think in Cluj, if I'm not mistaken, or a couple of maps here and there where he did have a good time, he has actually struggled with the playoffs quite a bit. Like, it's a bit reminiscent of what Senzu was once upon a time, right? Where Senzu took a while for him to ramp up and become that playoff star, the playoffs monster we saw from him. So I feel this season right now for MongolZ, the main thing is, apart from obviously winning events or going for deep runs, is for CobraZera to feel comfortable on the stage. Because the rest of his team are Blitz, you know, Mazzinho, 910, they don't really feel the nerves anymore. But his reps are important, and that's why for MongolZ, you need to keep making playoffs at all these events you're at right now.
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to do so. You're up against a team that has struggled. I mean, even when they beat Monte, it didn't look the cleanest. They did lose to 9Z. They have had their struggles. They had a game where they couldn't get more than one CT round on the map you're about to play them on. So there's definitely some vulnerabilities out there that MongolZ could exploit. And MongolZ are a team that, despite all the things we may, you know, be frustrated about with their limited practice, or, you know, the fact that maybe sometimes they're not as creative as they need to be, is that they play fun Counter-Strike. They play confident CS, and they're just really fun to watch because of the style that they play, and they can be very effective. I mean, the results they've been putting up this year are not too shabby, honestly. Like, yeah, we would like to see more, but they're still consistently placing in or near the top 5 every tournament that they play, and they're occasionally getting, you know, good wins against other fellow top 5 teams. So I think it's been solid. We'll see if they can do it against Falcons.
We used to speak about a team called MOUZ the way you just did there. Look how that ended up.
Yeah, but the difference is that MOUZ had the exact same team for over a year, where MongolZ went through multiple roster changes last year.
I shouldn't have.
That's
let
a
you,
big
I shouldn't let
difference.
you respond. I should have just gone to Harry and Hugo, which is what we're doing right now.
Yep, take it away.
Thank you, Dust. Means a lot to have your blessing heading into this one. It's the MongolZ taking on the Falcons, Hugo. Looking forward to this winner heading into those playoffs. And yeah, there's been a bit of a odd event for the Falcons, right? Their first outing with Carrigan at the helm. Lost to 9Z, but no time to think about that, because this pistol round is off to a rip-roaring start. The MongolZ bring the heat into the tunnels, and Falcons melt away.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it is time to think about the losses, Harry. Because let's be honest, right? Sure, 9Z, incredible run. They've come through, they've upset, they've surprised
Luchov might be the GOAT.
Luchov is the GOAT. The question is rude. He is the GOAT. But to be honest, Harry, if I look at this game, I say this is the first proven team that the Falcons have had to play. Right? They've taken down K27 and Monte. Legit on the latter. Had to clutch that up, but this is the first proven top squad, so this is going to be an uphill battle for the Falcons, you'd think, considering they struggled against Monte, only just winning those 2 maps out, and they lost to 9Z as well. So MongolZ have looked hot to trot, to be honest. A very close game against Spirit. And 910 is having a great tournament as a desk established, so a nice aggressive pistol here from the MongolZ to set the tone. And Cobra's feeling good coming into this game. So that is a pistol locked in by the MongolZ, a team that do not sit back, do not relax, and do not respect you.
It's one of the weird oddities, though, of Carrigan all over, which is you feel like he's good v good teams and bad v bad teams.
Sure. This team's more than Carrigan, though. See, Monte just put on a show in these games. 5th highest rated player of the event, 910 in 3rd. I mean, you have 3 Falcons players, top 3 Falcons players, all higher than the 2nd best player of the MongolZ. But none of that matters on this round. Full mowdown here for the MongolZ. Gun round coming out now for the Falcons. I do love to watch MongolZ and Dust 2, though.
I mean, the veto for this one's pretty sick, actually. I think it sets us up for a great series, as the devs were kind of talking about, right? The idea that there's actually a lot of overlap in the map pool of these teams. They all like what the other's selling, and so you've ended up with 3 good maps for both squads throughout. Bit of short control here. 4 players for the Falcons. Go and take to the short area.
Oh, that nade would have dunked Karrigan, but it got stuck in the window. Line up for Goose or default. Or ramp, anywhere. Let's see. Falcons go exploding.
9-10 swings out first. Mori could get the better because it would have baited them into Blitz. Still should go unchecked, and he even holds the shot. No way, MP9, talk about value. Blitz gets away with the double that throws this whole round into jeopardy, or at least it was meant to, but it's Nico and Monte. These have been the 2 it players for the Falcons here in Astana.
Yep.
Good damage on the jump shot out of Mizinho. Monte is but a shot away from certain death.
Whoa.
He'll give chase. At 3 HP, he brings the fight to Mizinho, and now a chance to get this bomb planted for Nico on the long side. Techno closing in, but nowhere left to run. It's a Falcons round. Nico and Monte able to combine and save themselves after that Blitz double.
Yeah, that's a 2v4, right? As MongolZ are moving up ramp to fight them again. I can't believe that one more bullet landing on Monte, one more jump shot would have certainly set up MongolZ for that round. Low time, bomb down on the site, but instead Monte chases that kill down, and him and Nico clutch up. A big round for the Falcons to start off their guns. Nice try for Blitz, though. 9-10's AWP does not wait on this CT side. And this is going to be quite the AWPers head-to-head once Monte gets his going. Control taken, but Blitz is trying to hold on to it. Karrigan needing a lot of nades at the start of this game, still going to get his Hexac in as he's faking this A play. I just dropped down spawn as well. This is a mid to be brewing for the Falcons, and Karrigan looks to backstab Blitz. Knife out, nothing he can do, and now rotation's cut off. 9-10, shotgun or AWP. Ooh. That's a save, I think, unless B holds on. But they're going back to Cat.
Oh, 9-10, it's really hot. He's burning alive. Good double from Karrigan, man. Getting stuck in there on the CT drop and the guy to go and clear out the site itself. Won't say no to that. Save called for the MongolZ. Falcons tying it up early on.
Yeah, I mean, Nico goes out B on the lurk smoke and he falls, so Falcons change their mind, back up catwalk, and it works out wonderfully, catching 9-10 in between positions, and he gets stuck in that default molly. Karrigan, big round. Big output. We've had him go quiet in most of these games individually, right? It's not necessarily here for the firepower, but he's definitely struggled to put up kills in some of these games, so starting strong is a good sign. Falcons will be grateful. Breaking MongolZ money early in this map. Just these 2 saved guns. also had just some excellent games out of Nico here in Astana.
Yeah, as we say, right, it's him and MongolZ, the two top performers right now for the Falcons. Nico has been lights out. Feel like the 9Z game in particular really lit a fire underneath Nico and MongolZ. All right, little boost there to put the AK to work. Nice gimmick to net you an opener. Nico takes one to the dome, so certainly some cause for concern in this round. They're going to go into the AK again. Techno controls the spray for the first. Can't take another headshot, can Nico? Barely gets out alive in the tunnels. And very split up right now with the Falcons. That's another gun retrieved.
2v2, I know they have the bomb site, but this fight is everything right now. Tess is getting aggressive, barely gets out of there alive. Bomb makes it in. MongolZ can put it down. Looking for the fight initially, but 910's given room to climb up. Moving on the ramp. Re-smoke and MongolZ looks eager, but as that first one fades, there's a huge gap here. Does he realize it's a PO? This shot for MongolZ. 910 with a chance, he is grabbing it. But where is Tessa's gone? Back to long, behind him. 910 doesn't realize, and that's Tessa's with the round. I don't think he figured it out, considering MongolZ was also trying to cross into that position. God, I do hate it when players come down lower on their own and don't flash short. I know it's a low econ round. You probably don't expect the AK boosted of all things there on Techno. But Kisuke just walks into lower, offers up a free kill. You still see it from the best players in the world. But it doesn't hold Falcons back from finding that anti-eco. It just makes it very expensive. MongolZ early timeout.
And this usually means one of two things. Play a bit more safe, or they're rushing mid. Let's see which.
No kit. Ever a fan?
And the long rush set up. Molly out of the blue bin means Nico can't cross out through those long doors. And now with the advantage, you can just settle back into a nice 3-2 setup. Have an extra piece to go down and watch mid. That's going to be point of contention here with Carrigan getting flashed through those doors.
Left, right smokes. Sets up a mid to be quite nicely. Kisuke and upper, because Nico's already dead, and Carrigan alone moving in. Cobra's here is holding this, and he's surely got his kill locked in. Yeah, just Sixth Sense shoots through. Techno dealing with a lurk through this smoke, but he just looked away. Still going to recover in time for 1.5. Cobra is here to keep a lid on this B bomb site. And while MongolZ hits a banger shot, winning this round is unrealistic. Blitz there in time. MongolZ bouncing back and breaking that 3-round streak. It's expensive for Falcons after coming up with a clutch.
MongolZ with the B spawn gets scoped up early. Trying to force an opening pick. His teammates run in under the cover of that AWP. Techno good for the first, but now the defense falls to Cobra. Does have support. 910 off in the window right behind him. Fires off with nothing done. It's Carrigan and Kisuke with the openers. And MongolZ get shut out of that B site. Two players fast in through the tunnels. The MongolZ AWP gives you some concern, though. He's about to have gun on the tunnels position.
Yeah, nice angle. Just wider than the box. Nothing Blitz can do there, and so Mizzino saves. Falcons do find success on that B side. Kiyasuke getting his first kills of the game.
Terrorists win.
Not quite. Techno's got the alligator on this B side. Or is it more of a crocodile? It's a dance-off. They want to go gunning for this. Oh, he does spread, but he gets out.
Bomb's all the way back at long, so it's an A-side finish here for the Falcons. And re-smoked now is a big problem. They were about to move out. Smoke has scared them away.
It's instantly left. He knows it. That's going to scare them off. He's gone back towards the site. They go mid to B, but if they go cat right now, this is AAA. Oh, what a spray. What?
Crazy double out of Kiyasuke. Blitz breaks the smoke, does what he can, but it's a dying effort there from the captain. Techno on the auto shot. He has a lot of responsibility. Clean execution on the first, but he's getting split. And no winning this for Mizzino, locked out by the CT smoke. Monte holding this position. Swing and a miss for Monte. Surely not.
Why not? Give me a good reason. 1v2. But Mizzino doesn't like his odds. No kit. And that orb, very tempting in 910's hands. So he'll be a good teammate. He'll back off, save that gun. Nico and Karrigan just get given the round. But my god, that spray for Kiyasuke at range, that deep into it, finds a final bullet kill on the ramp player. Showcasing some excellent doubles here.
Terrorists win.
High impact. The AWP put to use. 910 stays mobile. Karrigan takes it. They heard that.
Kiyasuke closing in. That one step, all he needed to give him the confidence to go for that, and that's restored the 4v4.
He's on a roll. He can be very scary. Back to this B B bomb site. Falcons making their game plan pretty clear at the start of this one. Lots of B hits.
You almost wonder as well, you know, they've been holding on to mid for a good while. They might think 910 hasn't been able to cross out since that long pick. Little do they know, he ran here straight away.
Yeah.
So they are going into that AWP. 910, that one missed shot costs him. Only able to get a second one off before all is said and done. Ooh, Carrigan. Might be blind, no problem. And that AWP gets to make its way back into m0NESY's hands.
Carrigan's best kill count map is 12 frags in the Falcons jersey. That was a 13-11 win against K27. 12-17. He's already on track to match, if not beat that. 7 kills in just 9 rounds. But yeah, this B site proving to already be the move for Falcons. Mongols spamming timeouts here on this CT side. As Techno is caught off. Kind of sleeping at the wheel. They fired one shot on him early, but he didn't wait till he had visual confirmation till he got that smoke in. It was too late. Falcons just charge it. They had to. For a team that's as threatening as the Mongols, Falcons are making them look humble for now. This tag finally connecting for Odyssey.
Yeah, Cobra a little hesitant on the cross, didn't go with the nade, and that's cost him half his health.
They're just going straight up for a mid to be. Out of spawn. No respect.
They broke, don't fix it. It's where they found a lot of their success here. Techno dead, not even getting to fire a shot. Cobra living on borrowed time.
Brutal.
These are very pacey rounds. Not overthinking, not overcooking.
You know, you rarely see something new in Dust 2 these days, right? Very rarely. Probably comes for every 6 months, but at the moment, every team at this tournament has just been doing this kind of stuff. They've just been abusing the B-bomb site, something PARIVISION started the year with. I mean, we would see games from PARIVISION, even back at Bounty, where they would just go B for, 10 straight rounds in a row on this T side, faking A, B smash, mid to B, B smash, B smash. It was just incessant, some of the executes we were getting from PARIVISION. I feel like everyone's now doing it. Because you can win a round in 2 entries in 20 seconds, and look at them hunt as well. Falcons just surging towards a T side right now. A commendable half, and one that Mongols have yet to gamble triple B on. Game plan is perfection. But I'm always going to hold my breath in this kind of game right now, because the one thing that Falcons have showed us is even when they have these dominant first halves, man, all their games are going down to the wire. They are taking a while to close in that second half. So this one won't necessarily be an exception, because Mongols are a comeback team.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 9-3 and an 8-4 half yesterday versus Monte, and both of those ended up getting very, very close.
And on the flip side, Mongols had a 3-9 and a 4-8 half against Spirit. Both those rounds came down to either 13-11 or overtime. Sure, they lost them, but this team does not give up when the going gets tough. They get going. Carrigan can't afford to play first. It will be a free kill. Oh, scary. Got it. Kiyosuke trying to look for a entry up Cats. His team is still poising on the mid to B. A lot of attention on middle right now for the Mongols. 2 players behind that smoke, and you've lost 2 opening gambits here, Falcons. So how do you win this? Oh, that's psychotic. Only Blitz would do that. pushes in the 5v3 out mid doors, and he jumps up cat with the orb, looking for the finisher as well. Cobra's got his back. Blitz. Doing what he does best. The last thing you expect.
Bit of a weird round for the Falcons, man. 2 solo fights taken against the partial, or against the force fire rather. Just kind of arming the opponents and leaving yourselves trapped down there in mid.
I think it comes because they know Mongols are putting focus on middle. There's 2 players fighting them, so both Karrigan and Kiyosaki realize I probably have a 1v1 in my position. But yeah, when both of them fail, that's what it looks like. Just failure to launch. Now Mongols fight for long. Oh my god, blitz through the smoke again. They'll pay the price this time. 2 kills back for Falcons. Even Cobra getting tagged on the cross. I mean, B is tempting now. They just saw Cobra make it over, and Karrigan heard all these steps, so he's calling them back through spawn. This is a good call in the last round of the half. And I feel like it's an 8-4 guarantee right now. Karrigan is still selling something on A.
Cobra is ahead of that molly.
Okay.
Karrigan's not ready for that.
They've just got that B side. They should know it. Sure, Techno's alive. They don't know he's mid to B. And actually, he has lower flank, so hold on a second. He's read this well. He now hears a confirmation. Monte is out of this one for the moment.
Techno's backstab is about to ruin this for the Falcons. Holds the shot as well. Wants to make this a double. Can't find Nico. It's him and Monte.
Oh no.
But Nico's got 2 players to contend with. Gonna try and phase the smoke, get in behind them. Loses Monte down there in mid, but the instant trade available from Nico out those doors. Molly makes things harder, burns him down even lower. 1 shot would end Cobra's round, and he's got the shadow to work with. Doesn't matter, because the Mongols are so quick. All in all, that's a good recovery on the half, man. We were saying even these super one-sided halves have been tricky for the Falcons. Well, the Mongols, thanks to that low econ win and the fast flank from Techno here, they managed to scrape together 5 when all is said and done. That should be enough for them looking at this second half.
Yeah, I mean, if a 9-3 made it to 13-11, and if an 8-4 made it to overtime, 5-7 is...
a win.
A win for the Mongols in the last round. Let's see if that holds true, though. Nice play from Techno. The call was right for Karrigan, but timing set off the Falcons, and Mongols played that 3v2 very well. Did not overplay on any of their players, realizing how winnable that still was with the bomb down in the B site. So the Mongols do enough here in this first half of play. Who do you think was a better AWPer in that first half, Monte or Karrigan? I know my answer. Blitz.
Secret option C. Well, like a win in the pistol would go a long way just to avoiding any of these comeback worries from the Falcons. Karrigan hears them in lower. Always trying to bait them into these Tessas, dual Berettas. Really going to try and challenge him here into the crossfire. More dualies arrive on the short side. Monte continues to put the hurt on. It's heavy in mid right now. So heavy, in fact, that A's been left wide open.
Would you realize that, though? Oh, my goodness. It's crept through. Tessa still watches it, and so, yeah, no. Yeah. Falcons lock it down. Shocked they decide to commit out middle after seeing not just the double setup, but the dualies close too. So Mongols hand over a pistol round here to the Falcons, and they will grab it. A rare eco for the Mongols on this T side. Just the Blitz Deeg.
I know they dinked Kiyasuke in that mid fight. So that's going to send them back over towards B. Is still a re-smoke available here?
You don't even want it. You want the fight. Oh, I take it back.
I don't think the smoke will be that bad now. MP9 Tess says, quick work made over the Glocks. And with his teammates fast arriving out through mid, no worries here. 9-10 is a dead man.
It's reassuring for Tesses to save that great Deagle kill from Blitz, but goes no further. And here is the buy for the Mongols. Really starting this game on hard mode. Sure, they won that first pistol, but 7-5 down and pistol converted for Falcons. It's going to have to be one hell of a T side if this comeback is to be a reality. I don't know. Across the board, Falcons hitting harder. They got it.
Mongols are moving quickly.
Through
They're ahead of that block smoke. That's not going to do anything to slow them down. Carrigan gets the info at least, but the A site starts to feel very claustrophobic. Cobra, full blind. Continuing to put pressure on from short, and MongolZ just trying to dance around this smoke is getting whittled down. It's the Kiyasuke backstab that looks to bail them out. Bomb here on the back of Blitz. Captain who trusts himself a lot in these clutch moments.
Love this reroute. So quick.
Even if you expect one, you won't be ready for both out of the long side.
They definitely saw him there. At a certain point, if you just run about 2 seconds, just swing it together. Nice. Kiyasuke. Just, I mean, a millisecond on that timing. Saw his leg go round the corner, and so Blitz had the right idea, but it dawns a little too late. Making a great move in the mid-round. Despite, you know, that play for Nico maybe could have just won the round straight up, but hyper flanked Kiyasuke, shoots 3 players in the back. Yeah, frustrating death, but right now, Falcons laughing all the way to the bank.
Be a very galvanizing win for the Falcons if they're able to take it cleanly. That's been their big struggle here in Astana. Low econ round to deal with here. And so paranoid about the B play because of that. Blitz B smoke leads them to believe that they're correct in their read, but I think Blitz is heading through CT. Chance to deal with MongolZ. And firing off though as that short play comes in, he'll give up the space, and so now this position from Blitz isn't worth a lot.
I don't know how you win this if you're Mongols. No rifle to take a range fight. Trying to hit some deagle shots is your best bet, and so MongolZ found. No flash, no way, double kill comes back up, and Mongols are doing this 3v5 in the post-palm with pistols. Check that radar, because Falcons have fumbled. 3-on-5, not a death for the Mongols. Tech 9s and Deegs is all they need.
What fantastic shots from Mazinho towards the long side, man. That Deagle deals with both. He beats an AWP and an AK at long range from the site.
Oh, flick down as well, little adjustment. Oh, flick, but wasn't exactly aiming in the right place. What a banger shot to take the AWPer out. And to be honest, that felt like this game was about to be a stomp until MongolZ pull a very unlikely round out of the hat. MongolZ realize they've been gifted an opportunity and they're not willing to throw it away right now. This is a very calculated, slow round that is going to end on that B bomb site, and they're getting faked out, Falcons, right now, but there's nothing they can do about it. It's Tessa's D armor and B. Don't leave it too late. That's all I'm going to say. But good Molotov pushes Tessa's into a new position. 20 seconds. It shouldn't be possible. And so in come MongolZ.
Seen Tessa's here. No, there's only so many places he could be, and that one shot gives it all away. No issues for the MongolZ. A clean finish in towards that B site. 3-round game, but that buy round's coming. Still, they've at least set themselves up with money for the next couple of rounds, thanks to this clean one.
They know he's a scout, they just don't even want to peek it, really. Why bother? Oh. Help me out now. Oh, yoink. The bomb blow it? Probably not. Terrorists win. Yeah, he's going to get it, though. So not a bad save here. Going to buy an AWP, can give someone that AK. Who gets it, Nico or Kyosuke?
Well, we got our answer.
Oh, I was asking you to guess, Harry.
First timeout the Falcons have had to use all game.
Yeah. Are you worried? Does feel like that classic late game activation for the MongolZ. Man, when this team learn to start strong, it's over for Vitality. Kyosuke loves this position, but eventually given a path to leave. Waiting for Nico close middle, but Catwalk is very open right now. Want to see back on the bomb site. Nico hears everything as they climb up Cat. They're still hedging their bets on the late mid to B. That doesn't look like the case at the moment.
Hoping that reblock on short changes things.
This is a round where Monte is going to need to hit his shots, although is that back off coming? Because look at them leave. Seems like this will be the mid to be after all, what Falcons have been waiting for from the start of the round.
Just sticking to their guns on this. Nico never moved. Kiyasuke nearby to support him.
Oh, he got him! 20 seconds though, where are you going?
Gotta get a move on. Gotta make up your mind. That's the bomb dropped and the backstab in from Karrigan. Looks to seal their fate down here in middle. 9-10 doesn't have the time or the health to go anywhere. The blitz backstab won't be able to arrive in time. Kiyasuke runs for the hills as Falcons steal that round from the Mongols.
Oh, great round from Kiyasuke. Perfect cover for Nico, and it just runs away when he has to win the round, refusing to give up that 1v1. I love that Karrigan pushes long as well. It's the perfect move to crunch Mongols with low time in middle. Nico had all that info from earlier. Karrigan reacts very well. And so Falcons, a difficult round, but that short block smoke did change the tune for the Mongols. Wonder what caused the change of the call there. They really had no info to work with, it felt like. Mongols didn't know where anyone was. And Falcons sat in their setup the entire round. Decision they'll come to regret here as they've got one more buy to survive. Gonna need a bomb plant if you want to keep full rifles going. But I mean, look at Falcons. They have FAMAS double SMG. It's not pretty.
And 10 with the spawn. You're not going to get another peek there. Tess says on that little jiggle. It's all the info he needs.
Okay, Nico crossing over. Oh dear, just spam off sound. Let 10 saw him go back. But Mongols, I don't think they want to doubt themselves again. They wanted this cat play last time. It's tempting once more. I want to see AWP on long. And so Mongols go into the eye of the storm.
Smoke leaves a little to be desired though. Mazzinho's down a path through it right in to the Monte AWP. Gets his and then falls back, set up to play retake here. You've seen Falcons fumble this round once already. 5-on-3 this time. Gotta be cleaner.
But no flash to retake short. They leave the AWP there for the clutch.
Can't afford to sneak this. MP7 gets to close in on 9-10. Techno with the pickup. Wanna see a Nico with the reply. Techno can't clutch as Nico's FAMAS proves to be the answer. Massive 3K from him. The other two belonging to Monte. That's been your heavy hitters for the Falcons, and they both deliver there onto map point.
Massive from Falcons, moving away from short this time and just fragging out side by side. I think somewhat scared from the last time they went back up cat. Big triple from Nico. And Falcons probably feeling some relief after losing that previous situation. This one coming out a lot cleaner. Learning their lesson. And sure, Mongols get the bomb plant. They get a decent enough buy to stay in this game, but they have felt a bit gapped in this match. 12-7, numerous opportunities for Falcons to close on their map pick. Monte now getting involved in middle as well. Going to give him a quick rotation to that B site. And he'll need it. No one there but Tess is right now with the MP9. This is punishable. The whole map is quiet. Kiyasuke gets back in position.
Molly forces the go-ahead a little earlier. Whoa. The Mongols wanted 9-10 and Cobra come through with the entries though. So it can be forgotten about. B's been broken into. Falcons are too far removed.
Oh, so much damage, though. If one of those kills connects for Kyosuke, let alone both of them, then Falcons are certainly eyeing this one up, but the money is not there to risk it. So a little pocket pick into this B bomb site throws Mongols one more round at the end. Awkward round to lose, but one that you can write off. And I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to one more bullet needing to connect there for Kyosuke on his spray.
Terrorists win.
The Mongols have more depth on this T side, because right now A's feeling pretty closed. Have yet to really try too much at long.
Carrigan takes the hit, drops his rifle over to Tesses, just to help that B site out a little bit. Don't want your B anchor on constant SMGs down the close of this half. And look at the walk for Kyosuke. Wow. With the orb covering over on short, you've got quite the army to face out here in middle. 3 players go gunning for these early fights. A Monte trade keeps things in Falcons' favor.
Meanwhile, the rest of Falcons just spam blocking in their positions. Mongols know both Long and B have only one player, but there's very little they can do about it. Re-smokes come down, and Mongols are all split up right now with that bomb in limbo. Just going to have to frag their way out of this situation. Is there a flash for Cobra, or does he just walk into Monte? 3 kills deep into this round. One of the top players of this event, and for a reason. His Dust 2s have been sublime. And Mongols just keep walking into this AWP. Falcons back off on short. That gives a bit of room for Mongols to maybe lay and execute a trap. Falcons fear of Long. And so Mongols are getting closer and closer. Is this a Monte ace to take the map?
Oh, 3 kills to the good right now. Monte. Chance to close this map in style. Nico lends a helping hand, and for Mizinho, he's getting boxed in, surrounded here on all sides. Monte will seal the deal with a stellar 4K that AWP sings as Falcons lock in Dust 2.
Falcons claims Dust 2, much better showing than what we've seen.
More than one round on CT side, hell yeah. Let's go, Falcons.
It was really good. Monte.
They've done it.
They're not going to give it a bag, Dust.
Yeah, no bag for you.
Listen, I gotta try, bro. Come on.
No. What I loved about this,
yeah.
and I'm going to sort of answer with this, and Blair, you can jump on from there, is I am seeing during PGL Astana more of the Monte that of old that I loved. Right, and it feels like Carrigan is bringing him back. It's there. The
flash is back, baby. He's so back.
The flash,
I love it.
the sparkle. I mean, we'll workshop that, but that is what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Blair agrees with me.
I agree 100%. Flash, best nickname for him, and he is the Flash. Frustration from Nico here and there. But look, it was a concerted effort coming out from Falcons over here, and especially for me. Look, the T side, what I liked was, you know, it was very emphatic what they wanted to do on the T side, right? And sure, the Mongols were able to get a few rounds there in the first half, but the second half, what I liked a lot is how they were able to respond back immediately, real quickly. They're like, all right, these guys, you know, they're abusing B a little bit. They're trying to, you know, sneak up towards A. What did they do in the final round? Kyosuke pushing up towards mid on the buy round right there, right? They don't allow Mongols to... Because Mongols, one thing they've been doing is pulling off all these comebacks time and time again, making games very close. Push up towards mid, Monte just push up towards the top mid. But here's the problem with the Mongols, I'm sure you agree with me on this, Dust, when they kind of lose their first couple of picks, right? Like when they, down 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 4 or something like that, they again become a little too individualistic. Now, against a lesser team like a Magic, a K27, or even a G2 for that matter, they get away with it.
It's almost as if there's this thing that you could do that would help you navigate those situations better when you got into official matches that you could do before the game.
It starts with P, right?
Yeah, it kind of I don't know. It's a tough one to put my finger on. Practice.
Makes
nice.
perfect.
That was not the word starting with P that I was thinking about, but there you go.
What?
Get him out of the gutter. But look,
just kidding.
Kyosuke, a standout player, he had a bit of a quiet start so far in this map, but once he woke up, he was looking really good. T-Side as well, who's working with the pack, he wasn't making many mistakes. Yesterday, we were especially critical of him. He gets an opening pick, just runs on in and tries to bite off more he can chew, but he was finding crazy impact over here, especially when they were going for this A hits from the Mongol side. He was so quick to pivot back, just flanking in from short, and also you could see the comms are so much better. There was one round in particular, I think Blitz was left alone in 1 versus 2 on the A bomb side. There were 2 players towards short, and immediately Tessus and Kyosuke, we're just going to be ramping all the way around from long. So very quick reactions, very good mid-round calling as well, and I personally feel this might be one of the best Falcons have looked so far at this event. They're growing and looking better.
I did watch that map going, I kind of like it. I've been a little bit critical. I said I didn't think it was going to work, the Zonic Kerrigan relationship.
He's a hater.
I know. No, it's not.
What do you mean?
Hate.
This is fantastic, Exotic. Now it's like, hey, I don't have to do anything.
Well, this is my thing. I also just want to be clear. It's not hate. It's simply
nice, Finn.
Continued disappointment, time and time again.
Yes.
But this time I went, wait. I thought this Dust 2 looked really good from Falcons.
Look, the thing is, this is what they always needed. Like, you got a bunch of stars. You got to have someone that can wrangle all those stars together. Because, look, for all that I hate on Zonic, one of the things that he did say in one of their vlogs that I totally tapped into is that they were putting ego before the team in a lot of situations. People trying to go for too much. People trying to be too much of a star player. And I get that there is a balance to be struck where you give your individuals freedom to express themselves and have those impact moments that make them star players in the first place. But at the end of the day, everyone has to still fit underneath the same umbrella. There still has to be some end goal in mind that everyone knows needs to be achieved, and you need to work towards that end goal. And I think Kerrigan's the perfect guy, whether it be his mid-round calling style or just maybe coming in with a little bit more authority. Right, I think Kixon was a good tactician. I think Kixon will still have value elsewhere wherever he goes. I think many teams should certainly be out, but this guy's a true captain. This guy's a true leader of men. Like, he's someone you can rally behind. He's someone that you're going to respect because he's done it so often with international lineups. So that's why I thought this marriage would be very good. It was unexpected, but when it happened, it's like, hell yeah, I'm kind of down to see where this is going.
This happens all the time, though. This is the honeymoon period. We all get very excited. We're all very committed to this couple. They look very happy. We all think this is the best story ever. And then you start hearing stories that aren't so great. Like, maybe he's not as nice as we thought, and maybe, one of them is cheating, like that whole thing. So I do worry that we can't get too excited just yet.
No,
I think we can get excited. I personally am. I mean, call me a romantic for that, right? Like, I agree with us 100%. Like, it's about respect, and Zonic said it as well in that particular interview you alluded to, that, you needed someone where the player commanded respect, and Kerrigan is someone who commands respect from any player in a scene right now. And also, I just want to highlight when it comes to why we're so critical of all these teams, Falcons, Mongols, and everyone, is we live in the era of vitality. We've been living there for a very long time, and we have to hold them up to that standard, because that's the sort of team they're looking to take down. That's a team, that's their final boss. You're trying to rank up to reach that final boss. And the thing is, you look at the way, you look at how, for example, some of the rounds which plays out when Kyosuke goes for some of these plays, they get a little too aggressive, they go for these hero moments, and that's how they allow their opponents back into the game. And you look at that and you're like, Rops wouldn't do that. Zaiwu wouldn't do that. None of the players, Mezzi wouldn't even do that. And then you compare, it's so easy to compare. And you're like, if you're going to beat Vitality consistently, you got to play like them and better them at their own game. And that's where I think Kerrigan's trying to shape them up to be. Not to be Vitality, but to be the best version of what this lineup can be.
Not to be Vitality, to get to them, right?
Yes.
Because the bottom line is Falcons at times have been able to beat Vitality because they do have...
Only team that beaten them twice this year.
Yeah, and it's because, I'll tell you what, man, shout out one time to Nucleon's 100% win rate against Vitality, bro. Just saying, it's still out there. That's a secret weapon, just in case. He's got to be on that sub lineup. But no, seriously, that is the biggest issue, is that, when we're trying to think of, like, who could topple Vitality, it would take a team like Falcons that just had that crazy amount of talent. Or maybe if Spirit can figure things out because the talent that they had, like, that's what's going to take at this point. And we've been waiting so long for Falcons to actually use this talent for something other than just being in the top 5. Like, it was actually worse than MOUZ. So you keep bringing up the MOUZ comparison. They're worse than MOUZ because they had even more to work with. They still couldn't win. So this is why Kerrigan was needed, and I'm hoping this is, you know, because here's the thing. Everyone is going to be hate watching Falcons, and I get it. I totally understand why. Because they have all the money, and they buy all the star players. You feel like they're cheating the system, like they're not a for real team.
I don't know,
like
since they got Kerrigan, I think that they bought a lot of favor.
I think maybe it's starting to sway, but the reality is this, is like, I want good Counter-Strike. I want to see the best teams possible. I want to see as many title contenders as it is, because it's going to be so great if Vitality keeps beating them. It makes that story even better. Absolutely. If someone finally topples them, we finally get that story. I just want good Counter-Strike, and I'm glad that Falcons is finally playing it.
I love that you brought this up, Blair, because it is a conversation that comes up a lot. We're too tough on these teams. You know, you should, you know, if a team is making playoffs regularly, that should be celebrated or whatever else. And the bottom line is no. Like, if you want to beat Vitality, we have to be tough on you. And surely you have to be tough on yourself. And on that note, that's what I'm worried about with MongolZ. I don't know if they're having those tough conversations, because at the moment, I mean, we alluded to it in the pre-show. You see it there on Dust 2. There is a lot of individual pop-offs, but in terms of working as a team and fixing some of those team dynamics, it doesn't look like that is being prioritized.
It's the same thing all over again, even back when they had Senzu as well. Like, the same criticisms I had about, you know, how they approach certain maps, how they approach certain rounds, how individualistic they are. Like, you know, they had controllers for the standing situation during the major time last year, and even right now with Cobra Zero coming in, it's the same criticisms I have. Sometimes it look really good, but it's always, again, that scrappy, you know, super aggressive, individualistic sort of style that works for them, but they don't seem to have like a backup plan. And I've said this a lot about the MongolZ, like, you need to, you know, have a deeper playbook. They just don't seem to have the deep playbook. And again, you look at the support staff, they might be the one team in the top 10 who don't have a support staff. It's basically clearly just Mara. That's about it. And so, and again, and also have to ask the question, is there a good assistant coach available in Mongolia? I don't think so, because look at the Huns, right? They're the top 3 team in the region. They suck as well. And if you get in someone from outside, there's a language barrier as well. So it's a bit of a conundrum for MongolZ.
Yeah, now getting to the front, this is a projection. We don't know exactly what Falcons will do. This is just Kerrigan slotting into kicks and spots. We'll have to see if they change anything.
I think it's going to be the same. Kerrigan,
yeah, I would imagine so. I think T-side will probably be the same as well. I think it's just more about how they approach the map might be different. But as far as MongolZ, if they want to get into this series, still have a chance to push the third map. We just need to see them bring organized, pacey Counter-Strike. You kind of mentioned before that the scrappiness, that can all work well. FURIA's made that playstyle work.
Sure.
It's because they're on the same page, they're decisive, and they react very well. And so that's what they need to be able to do. Is like, they're a team that has, when I've watched them play Inferno successfully, have those really nice, like, heavy openers, you know, towards B or mid, whatever their intended target is, and then they react very appropriately, and they just keep pushing the issue, and they have good variety in how they do it. You can't see what we saw on Dust 2, where one guy gets picked off, and all of a sudden everyone's kind of lost. Like, they need to just kind of organize that chaos and harness it, because it's so fun, and it can be very effective, but you have to be on the same page.
And I feel, obviously, you know, since it is still only a projection as to how they're going to be playing the B-bomb side, but Kurski playing there, look, it's going to be his first real test alongside Kerrigan, and obviously Kerrigan's going to be setting him up, like how Kixon was setting him up in the early, before when they played on Inferno, but it is still untested, right? And I think that is something the MongolZ are going to be assuming and going to try and abuse the B-bomb side early on. I think that is where we're going to be seeing a lot of how that first half is going to play out. I'm still excited. I still feel like MongolZ have a chance here in this map.
Okay, well, we'll find out if you're correct. Inferno, the first time we get to see Kerrigan's Falcons on this map and how they're going to play it. They have the opportunity to secure themselves a spot in playoffs if they can 2-0 this series, but you can't write the MongolZ off. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time to play Spot the Difference, and I've got Zway from PARIVISION with me. I got Donk with me here from Team Spirit with the MongolZ Cobra Zero. Dust 2, what do you notice that is different here?
Goose is not on this side of the wall.
Yes, well done.
Duck?
Yep, goose.
Yeah, goose.
Goose.
Yeah, it should be on the behind.
Exactly, you're correct.
The goose is moved.
Yes, the goose is in the wrong position. First one has been found. Second one?
Yeah.
There's 3 to 5.
Oh, well.
Hey, the goose is too easy.
It should be easy, right? Palm about above Gandalf.
Oh no, that's as it is.
it should connect like a player can touch it inside the game, right?
You can touch it, yeah. You can see it. You can actually walk up to this one.
Okay, I understand.
I think the sign on the elevator.
Yep. What, the A sign?
Yeah.
The A1, that on the corner.
Oh, in elevator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Elevator. Is that? It's not there. Yeah.
Correct.
I just kind of feel it.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't recognize it.
It is A. It's not there.
I was pretty sure that it is.
It's real?
Yeah.
One more. You're doing good.
Good. It's supposed to be easy, but.
It's supposed to be. No, it's not supposed to be easy.
Maybe the behind the windows? Is there 3?
Oh, no.
No?
Okay.
There's 3.
You are thinking very detailed. This one, it's something you hide behind on long. It's very popular.
The space behind car is like so much bigger than it is.
Yacy long? What is different around long?
The car.
Yeah.
Yeah, car is different. Yeah, the position is, yeah. Okay.
It's like hiding.
Yeah, I'm like looking at very detailed.
You were looking at very small details.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I like it, but you were too smart.
Okay.
The car moved too much.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Easy.
I thought there's only one.
No, 3 out of 3 though. You did it very good. I like how we did the first one. You said the goose, and then you moved forward, Donk. You went like this, and you had to look a little bit closer.
Falcons find themselves just a map away from the playoffs here at PGL Astana. Gotta say, their run so far hasn't truly been tested against top teams, and we thought MongolZ would be that very squad, but pretty quick work made of them over on Dust 2, despite an attempt at the comeback for the Mongols, and Falcons not having to go full force to close it out. We now head to Inferno. It's Mongols map pick. It's one that historically Falcons had trouble with, but not so much as of late. However, we're yet to see them with the new roster and Karrigan at the helm. However, Karrigan on Inferno, I don't mind that, Harry. I don't know about you.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, if you think back to the kind of end of phase, I know nothing was going right, but they went on a huge loss streak on Inferno, so not coming into this necessarily with the best of recent memories on the map.
But this is a new team. This is a classic map, and there's certainly the firepower to get through it. Let's see if Mongols have something special prepared for this one. Because it was a, I'd say, disappointing game from the Mongols. Potential, what ifs, but not quite. Monte showed up, that's for sure, so he gets a CT side start and potentially the AWP soon as well.
Solo B for Kiyasuke. Double apps take an active stance in this pistol. That's 2 entries for Mazinho. Might even be able to make it a third. Nico knows he can't afford to go down here as the Mongols quickly try and arrive at this A site. Nico puts them in baskets. They're leaving in caskets. Nico's head on a swivel, ready for the apps pop as well. Mazinho cut down that 3K, all he manages. Nico bails out the Falcons.
Yeah, Mazinho puts his hands up. What more could I do? Double entry. Nico just locks down porch side, hitting every single headshot. And side by side with the Prodigy, push down Banana. It's all 5 between him and Kiyasuke. Got a feel for Mazinho here. Everybody falters. And Nico hits some sharp shots. He has certainly been playing some of his best since Karrigan joined this team. Oh, Mazinho just drops over this AK to 910. This guy's a laser on the rifle. But Falcons just block middle. Send him back to spawn. Full Banana control, but after clearing it out, Karrigan won't overcommit, allowing Mongols to retake this space. Oh, they're beating that smoke, buddy. But he'll peek right in, 1 for 1. Damage done to the AK. Maybe worth handing it over.
Oh my
Blitz,
god,
man.
I mean, only Blitz would do that. Here's Nico spraying away and decides, screw it, I'll run it in with Karrigan dead at the back of B. Mongols have broken in.
Blitz is probably my favorite player, dude. He's actually psychotic. Full jump through the smoke, chases the next. He's got a knife now, he's dead.
I just love the way his brain works.
So insane.
He is like a mad scientist.
Hair poking up in the air, he's just been electrocuted.
Ooh.
There's no kit, alright? Have some concern.
Oh yeah, no, honestly, I'm winning this. It's just nice shots at the end, isn't it?
Won't complain. He'll trap one more man in the bomb site, so... Oh. Cobra gets out with 1. Does he? No, he died to bomb. So, 1 gun saved here for Mongols, but an eco win, a 4-spy win, with that hero AK from 910. So, huge round to pick up here for the Mongols. If Kiyasuke waited till that smoke bloomed in Banana before he swung, he would have just had that 1 kill and gotten out. I think he went a little soon on that. Falcons with a timeout. Because ultimately, this is not really a map they've been playing all too much this season. For a while, it was their pick. But better judgment prevailed, and we see a lot of Ancient from this squad, even though they batted out against MongolZ second phase of this series.
I think also, you know, like for the rest of them, we kind of got away from because there was a time where like this was a really rough map to see them on. And that was back when they were picking it. But I think there was the idea they started to get over that hump a little bit when you think about some of the squads they were able to beat on this map, taking Vitality down on it a number of times. Besting FURIA on it when FURIA were kind of at their peak.
Yeah.
So some like super legit wins as time went on. As you say, one that they haven't had to bring out all too much this last season. Pistols here give the MongolZ a run for their money.
Tessus runs out of mouse pad there.
The Kiyosuke and Karrigan have this 2v2 in them.
Needed that one, you feel.
Yeah, clean open with the Deeg. Suddenly the conversation's very much there, but with that not coming through, Mazzinho is able to stop the Karrigan walkabout. And so crisis averted for the MongolZ.
Scary round into a crossfire like that, but MongolZ put the pistols down, and this is where they get the chance to streak ahead on this T side. Honestly, Zorb coming in the next round. All things considered. It's a good start to this game for the MongolZ. A team that we have been saying all series, start slow and come back. Didn't really get the comeback last map.
Last map was Karrigan's highest rated performance in the Falcons jersey yet.
Yeah, joins top kills to his last one, so that was nice to see. Definitely had a lot of impact in the early T-side rounds. Oh! Oh! Got him. All under control here, 5 alive, despite the dinks.
Tess says maybe the GOAT of almost doing cool stuff with the pistols.
Hey, he got 2 in that pit hold.
Exactly, it was almost enough. Here's Falcons with the guns back out. Orb for Monacy.
It's the one map where not having a kit doesn't really matter because you're saving anyway.
Now that you've said that, watch him lose this round by 1 second or something. Yeah. Let's see. It's an early triple start over towards B. Karrigan and Kiyosuke facing with Nico lining up some supportive flashes.
the flash got him. So he couldn't finish that spray. Techno on his last legs, but walking nonetheless. Tessa's pushes past the Molotov. Uh-oh, full blind recovers in time in that AWP miss, but still no punish here for MongolZ.
Oh, you want to try and go to Monte again? The sneaking from Blitz right into his crosshair. Not the guy you would have nominated to be shift walking around that corner with how he likes to play. But it's returned the advantage to the Falcons. 9-10 in an interesting position here. Arch Wrap going to be attempted. Nico's got eyes on it, but for how long? Will CS timing take over? Nope, stays on the line, gets the spot. Still, he's cut off from the B rotate now. And just decides to die in the fire, I guess.
He got stuck on something on top of that table.
Karrigan solo B hold. But a gap on this smoke to try and work his way through. Teammates closing in up through Banana. You'd love even one from Karrigan here. That's the bomb plant denied. And that's the round.
No way, Karrigan. Able to just slip through that smoke, and they're checking back sight right there. They are not eyes on. That seconds difference, and what a perfect kill to win the round for the Falcons. That is ridiculous. Well, that'll give you some good rating. Oh dear, it's a kicker of a round to lose for the MongolZ, because put that bomb down, suddenly you're favored. That was Karrigan very low.
Kyosuke flashed in again for the banana fight, and this time far better results.
They've walked through mid-smoke. Hello. Realizing that's triple B because Nico got the flash assist. So Cobra's taking the gap. He's heard Nico and spawn. Should be an easy kill. Nico running in. 3 on 5, and MongolZ have position to keep your attention. Honestly picks to hold the long side. But through the smoke into Karrigan. Just what Karrigan wanted.
Whole time, Bomb's been back on ramp with 9-10 anyway. So weren't ever really in the position to try and go quick into this A play. 9-10's even been wounded as he looked up through Banana. Gonna go link up with Mizinho. But that Monte AWP continues to be an issue. And 9-10's so hurt from that Banana skirmish. Really doesn't have any choice but not to play.
Monte's everywhere. Thought they had that gap on long, he immediately takes it back. So, I mean, Cobra had so much room, but opts to take a risk instead of waiting for his team to join him. I mean, that's how MongolZ live and die, isn't it? Pushing through smokes like that. In this case, it is death.
Counter-terrorists win.
Falcons back-to-back rounds. There's a pace change coming. I mean, they tried to take Banana quick that round. It was perfect flashes from Nico. He's getting very strong utility in Banana right now, supporting this triple B start, and Falcons are going for every single round.
Yeah, they still have yet to be punished on the other side of the map for it. This time, Monte makes an appearance here with the AWP. I feel like that's got to change the plan for the MongolZ. You now know it's another one of these early B starts. Tech9 tries to break ahead of the molly.
Oh,
Kyosuke's got the cover.
I thought they were trying to get out there, but 9-10 hangs around and the flash hits him again. So, oh, nice shot. But MongolZ are still learning that Falcons are not giving away this control for free. It is coming at the cost of their life. Monte, second shot connects, and Tessas has seen you. So you're going nowhere. Back to spawn with you, MongolZ. Falcons just keep building on this CT side, and you'd kind of expect a pick up a pace on middle, right? We saw Cobra take that gap last round where he walked through the mid smoke. Mongols feel like the kind of team that should just be punishing this triple B.
You feel like surely with that walkout through the apartments out of Mazinho, they now realize like it's triple B every round. I was also kind of curious because for the longest time, like the meta shifted away from these constant banana fights, and the one team that still did it consistently were the Falcons.
Yeah.
Would that change now that Carrigan's in here? This is the first time we've seen this roster play it, but nope, it has not. They're going to try and go in banana again.
All right.
Kiyosuke sleeping up there at top B. However, it is a slaughter past that point. Carrigan collects 4, pads out those stats, and puts down the B assault.
Yeah, it's Glocks. We can write it off, a nice entry, but still triple B. And to me, I think a lot of that for Mongols is just trying to, again, confirm, okay, do they do it again? Even on Eco, do they still play triple B? And they got that confirmation once more. So what do they want to do with that info? It's still a mind game. You would expect Falcons know, Mongols know. It'd be crazy to keep going triple B. But they might just try it. Let's see how Mongols decide to deal with this problem. Because with how fast these rounds have gone, this is Inferno, and even if there's some saves, some slower rounds, Mongols are losing the round in the first 30 seconds, it feels like. They're getting put into 2v4s, they're getting slaughtered by Kiyosuke, and Carrigan and Nico at Banana. So there's a problem to solve here, Mongols, and part of it could just be waiting out this Banana util. What is the answer for Mara?
All right, not triple B this time.
There it is.
And so the Mongols, they've been telling themselves for the last 9 rounds, they can't go B every round, and this time they're right.
Still Falcons are active though. They're using that aggressive apps play to get info. Tessus clears it, goes back. And after Mongols make a bit of a fuss in Banana, gonna walk back up middle. There's no warp in this T side either. Monte is still ever present. Not exactly playing scared is Monte. Not be a bad time for a re-smoke in middle. Mongols are right here on the cusp. But Falcons go back to bomb site. Monte rotates triple B. It's as Falcons reclaim Banana. They might reconsider this. There's a lot of resources right now. Mongols have picked up the pace. They're going back to mid to B.
Oh my god, they are going B with the bomb.
Through the
this
smoke.
Is crazy. Monte is 3 dudes coming his way. They're already past him in the spawn side. Clean execution out of Blitz.
910 killed his teammate in Banana.
Carrigan won't be able to win this round by stealing away that bomb plant. Instead, he's just got to try and buy some time. Wait, the bomb is still Banana. Hasn't moved a muscle. You won't suspect this. 910, good for the first. If Nico can put him down.
What? Back to A. No, Carrigan's still here, guys. Carrigan thought they were leaving. 20 seconds, he can win the round.
Oh, 3 players there ready to face him. And you know what? Fair play, Falcons, for not really knowing what was happening in that round.
I don't think Mongols
We
did
had the
either.
X-ray and the radar, and I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, 910 killed the Banana play, but he also killed his teammate in the same spray.
Oh, respect.
So he didn't want to keep going because they didn't know where Carrigan was, right? Was he half wall? Was he hiding coffins? Was he backside? And so 910's playing safe, letting his team clear B for him, and that's when Falcons get the mid push off. So yeah, he gets trapped. He doesn't trigger discipline. It gets a bit scary, but good cover. Mongols move in a pack. They at least trade out efficiently here. Yeah, that's fair. I'd kill my teammate too in that. 910 still hits so hard on this rifle.
We've always said with the Mongols, man, it's a team where everyone wants to be the AWPer.
Except
and
the
their
AWPer.
AWPer could be such a good rifler.
Honestly, if a Mongolian superstar AWP appeared...
Yeah, like the Mongolian Zaiwu rocks up.
Yeah, I wouldn't cut 910. Put him on AK, he's fine. But now you'd have a new second AWPer. So Blitz wouldn't be happy. Maybe that's it, Harry. Maybe they cut Senzu so Blitz could AWP. You never know.
All right, B push. Yusuke might be blind. Doesn't make him any less deadly. Good for the first. Molly burns out the next guys that try and come through. And Nico's even spotted that they were trying to scale over the top. Yasuke with a quick reposition in amidst this chaos as Nico's got him covered. And Tessez was going to commit to this, but then realizes, wait a minute, I can be a little cheeky here.
Oh, what? Caught escaping, but they're going to recommit because they killed Nico. Knowing Kiyasuke is alone for now. He plays back in spawn. This is a good setup for Falcons. They can close the back door, but also not die for the site. Tessez can't afford to give them this kill. Nice reflash from Monte, and now they run back into Tessez, patiently waiting. Falcons do not overplay their hand, and Kiyasuke is turning into quite the rock on this B site. Liking what Falcons are doing right now. Mongols are trying to get tricky. They are just relentless on this B hit. Anything to stay away from Monte, I guess.
Problem is, like, usually, you know, with the Mongols, you're always willing to buy into the craziness, but here there's so much indecision in the mid-rounds that it's giving way too much time to the Falcons, you know? Like, the time you spend running between B and A is just time for Falcons to get ahead of you, and that's what's happened kind of multiple times in these T-side rounds thus far. And sure, the craziness worked in that one B hit, but more often than not, it isn't. In fact, they do all that only to still try and end B. I know Blitz changed his mind when he was last alive, but that barely feels like it counts. It's all a bit too chaotic. Great util softens up Blitz.
Okay, Itsuke gets flashed back in. It was a great flash, but Blitz just fires through.
Well, you know someone flashed for him. You know the tendency to start triple B. Nico is here.
Hello. Goodbye. Does that draw them back? Anything but to play into Monte's orb. They've got 4 here right now. They're just going to walk it in. Nico, caught jumping, but it's a nice trade to keep Mongols in this round. And Monte has at least slipped past Mazzino, but is he really considering this? Bomb has been planted. Save would be apt. Monte wants to play the game. And the game plays him. He can buy an orb. That's his teammate's problem. Sorry guys, no money. So we're going to have a couple of players on SMGs here at the last round for Falcons, and Mongols have set themselves up to split the half.
I mean, yeah, if Monte did save, you would have had like a proper buy here.
Yeah. Did feel like exits weren't gonna change anything here.
Yeah, and you're dead on. It felt like that because it wasn't going to. It's kind of all the risk, none of the reward.
Oh, careful, you hear those nades. Nico knows it's coming.
Blind gonna try and phase into the smoke. 9-10 gets run at. And Nico playing it forward is a great move. Techno might have slipped the net, but he's all alone. 1v5. Falcons seem aware that someone made it past.
Techno's in one of those positions where I'm out long. Wait, you're all dead? Oh. Nothing to do here. Falcons waiting for that info to come their way, and it's about to. Nice shot from Odyssey, swing for Tessez, 1-2 punch, and Nico will find that third. Patience pays off. Great half for Kiyasuke and Nico. I think a lot of Nico's impact as well, not even just coming from his kills, but the utility he's throwing, the rotates he's making. Falcons had a great idea of what Mongols were doing, at the start of every single round. All in all, I think it could have gone a lot worse for the Mongols, finding a couple more at the end of the half when they lost 4 rounds in a row, rather. 5 will be enough. We said that on Dust 2, and Falcons just finished strong.
I mean, when Mongols were in this position on Dust, the pistol got away from them, and that just put Falcons into such a prime position. And they could forget about the kind of lack of success in those rifle rounds in the first half by winning this pistol here and now. Got dual Berettas for Techno, nice little chunky util there as he's left solo over towards B. So more than enough resources for him to be able to stick this out and allow the quad stack for the Mongols on the other end of the map. And that's a good way to start.
98 damage headshot. You feel a bit robbed. But Monte is very limited now. Got to be throwing utility instead. Techno ready to block. He is all on his own, so don't wait too long with this smoke. But he knows utility will be coming first.
Falcons are glad he dropped that in now, because they were lining up their smokes, their flashes. Just wanting to beat the timing. They're going to try and come through this with those flashbangs. Techno allowed to get out with 1, left full blind, and in the Chaos 910 was hoping he could make a move. Doesn't happen. The next 2 coming up from Banana side. No one here to meet them. Falcons get set up in their post plants. They've got crossfires established. Clean shot for Blitz and info now. Both these remaining players. Go with the reposition, hoping that Tesses can buy him some time to wrap around spawn side, but that doesn't come through. And now Nico's got to seal this with taps. Defuse is covered by the pillar, and so Nico pressures on him to make a move. Blitz buys enough time, and the Mongols rob that pistol round.
It feels like Nico's banking on Tesses taking one with him there. That bomb is not for him. Mongols just fearless 10-second stick in the open because Nico's back in CT. It's a nice round for Mongols, a sick retake in a man-down round, but it's kind of an awkward reposition for Nico. And he can just keep the pressure on for Confidence without needing to commit. Banger shots for Blitz. One more body shot would have saved the round there for Nico.
You always get this bloody scoreline. Everyone loves it. Everyone's losing their minds right now, I can just tell. You can run from it, you can hide from it, but 6-7 arrives all the same, Hugo.
Okay.
Mongols looking to tie things up at 7-all. Tesses dead, that gun gone.
Might be worth saving, yeah. Got kind of slaughtered in middle. And an extra AK for the Mongols. I guess someone told him to get the loss bonus. What if they ran away now? No, Mongols would never. They take the fight. And Nico loses his AK. That's surprising, to be honest. I feel like T-side Inferno, just lose the loss bonus. You have a chance next round. Someone can take a Mach 10 in the 4-buy. Doesn't have to be you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Nico had armor. So that was probably...
He did. No?
No, he didn't.
He didn't? Oh, I'm crazy.
Yeah, so that's why.
Damn.
So take back everything you just said.
Yeah, I guess so. That's fair. But then Monte buys armor this round anyway.
Yeah, but how's Nico meant to know he's going to do that, bro?
I don't know.
Ilya, you buy armor next round?
Someone can always buy armor.
Like, now they're all on the same page at least.
Okay.
Bro. It's fine. It's all good.
Oh, man, imagine if he had an AK there. No, I'm trolling. Creepy crawling. Ooh. Maybe. Mongols are slow to react. They're staying on B for now, trusting in their crossfire in this site. And for good reason. Strong positions, just eagles. What could go wrong?
Oh my god, Monte hit a blinder, but they can't follow up on a Mizinho.
Oh, sick.
Transfer is good, and the Mongols take the lead.
Damn. Seven, 5 down. 3 straight rounds. Mongols back in business. And now some answers need to be given by Falcons in their rifle rounds.
Triple B start for the Mongols. Maybe going to try and give Falcons a taste of their own medicine. 9-10. Forced back by the util, hung around for one shot. Falcons might look to uppercut you here. They've got that top banana control. Anything that gives you any doubt is Tessa is still lurking out towards the apartments, but you see he's slowly peeling back to link up with the rest of them. Orp here gives you some pause, right? The idea that that was the triple B start for the Mongols. So they won't decide to go quickly. They know they've forced a lot of util out of the B site. You can revisit that later if you want to.
What's Carrigan cooking?
Smoke out over towards the long side. And this smoke poses a question to the Mongols. Are they going to come through it? Are they going to wrap Arch? Well, they've got players on both ends of this smoke.
Splitting up,
and
though.
hits the no scope, and Blitz holding the other side of it. Cool idea, but Mongols have eyes on all the avenues that lead out of that smoke grenade, and so now trapped down here on short, it gets very claustrophobic for the Falcons. No surviving the cross, a clean-up round from the Mongols.
Sick from 9-10, right? Monte struggled to, if he didn't pick the right site off spawn, he was kind of not playing into that first half. 9-10 is everywhere in this round. I mean, I get the idea for Falcons. You just see what happens when it all goes wrong. You play both sides thinking, hey, they'll only cover one. But Mongols full rotated, 4 players A, and they have both sides of that smoke, so it just makes Falcons look a little silly when it goes down like that. Offering up 2 free kills. Falcons yet to give us a competitive round on this T side. Now Mongols are getting eager, pushing down banana. Leaving Blitz here, not giving it up at all. Re-smoke available. And AWP to cover. A lethal hold in this A site. You Nico's hoping for an overextension.
All in, out into A. Up the short side, out through the apartments, and into this crossfire. Just an absolute slaughter. The Monte Dig, often the case, it's good for one, but that's it.
Oh, they just look so comfortable in every one of these positions. Mouzinho, another multi-kill from the pit. He is a really difficult guy to get past right now. Falcons are throwing themselves at him. You'll see why Mongols were so obsessed with the B bomb site in that first half. It is just simpler. Spacing easier, trading. But right now, Falcons getting ripped apart. Piece by piece, 5 rounds on this CT side in a row. Honestly, Zorp finally comes through on this T side. Will it be the difference maker? Uh-oh. It's an entry onto B. Nico pre-fires CT. And that might just set them up for an execute, but MongolZ almost jumped on it there in middle. Falcons pull all the way back and just go in together. Strength in numbers. Uh-oh. Volume 2 connects. Oh, does he know? Contact.
Nico on the entry over towards B used to be one of the most fearsome entrymen in towards this side of the map, but dead at the door, doesn't even do a point of damage.
Double volley.
Okay. Good for the double entry, and suddenly the round's back on. 9-10 AWP in the retake. Mouzinho up through Banana. Hoping that someone from Falcons offers something to this AWP. 9-10 can afford to go slowly for now. Mouzinho's still a little ways away, having to clear every one of these corners out through the Banana. Decisive gets rid of that AWP. One less thing to worry about, but now is to hold his nerve in the clutch. Mouzinho, time running out, gotta be quick here, and Decisive, no time for his games. Just takes that fight straight up.
Yeah,
big clutch to win, breaking this streak out of the MongolZ and getting the Falcons on the board. This was a 7-5 half.
Tesses doesn't want the pistol to repeat itself where he's dancing and trying to dodge and use sound round behind U-Box. Just full swings to finish that round. Good confidence on display in what has been a very shaky T-side here for the Falcons. Finally breaking through by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, it's far from comfortable, right? But around nonetheless. Or for Monte makes another appearance. As Carrigan takes the hit, Mac 10 for him in this round, waiting outside of A with the triple B start. The window is open for this A play.
Going quick as well. Classic out long.
Full blind. They get past him. Fast flanking through Banana, but Nico hears all of this. He's got those reinforcements delayed, and that gives the rest of the Falcons time to just focus forward, focus fire into the A site. And so a perfect time for that pace change over at A. Falcons starting to hit their stride with back-to-back rounds.
Exactly the round I expected from the MongolZ in that first half when they kept seeing Monte B or Nico B as well throwing flashes. Just a fast mid-pop. And no better round to do it after you win out Banana control, right? That was a round that Falcons rushed Banana with Monte's AWP and got full control because MongolZ didn't want it. And so a bit of fear used against them. Falcons' explosive A play and a simple entry onto Cobra Zero has a cascading effect. 1 round game now.
Terrorists win.
Money is good for the moment. MongolZ can get a couple of buys in here.
Blitz, those nades.
And he's still...
Got your name written on it, man. That's purposeful. Blitz likes to play this corner. All three dunk him down. He's basically a dead man. You see all that util, that's going to keep the triple B in tow, right? The idea that it gets tagged up, they hang around an extra few seconds, he starts to rotate out, but he's not much of a reinforcement at this point in the round.
Smoke timing is annoying. Falcons are going through though, and inside it's Cobra. They don't even know, because Techno takes the glory. Falcons, that's a bit desperate. Going through that smoke, they get sidelined. Ugly spray for Tesses. One more where that came from, but is it too late? Ooh. Apparently not. 2v5 brewing, they've got the site.
Kiyasuke's kept the dream alive, and now a chance of that plant. Monte's got it. Kiyasuke just staying gun on. Delayed plant for Monte. Has given the Mongols a little bit more time to work with. He's just got to block Moto and fall on back. Ooh, it's not the best smoke you've ever seen.
It's a tunnel for Monte. He hits his. Easily done. The double AWP post plant. 2v5. 4K from Kiyasuke. I can't believe Blitz walks through on his own. That feels like a massive mistake for the captain on low health. No teammate behind him. Just stumbles through that smoke. Think of Tessis' whiff in that round. They win that.
And now the Mongols are at the end of their tether. See frustration setting in. And if they lose this, they're broken. That puts Falcons on the track to the win, the track to those playoffs. Far more standard setup for the Mongols. This is not the type of round to be taking crazy risks in.
Especially not when we've seen 2 rounds where Falcons exploit the gap on long. They're still fearful. 9-10 rotates with the orb. Blitz holds B solo. Considering his final bit of utility here, 40 seconds, Falcons are eyeing up this A site.
Going into the stack.
Lucky.
It's exactly what the Mongols want. They've got to close on this round to save themselves in the series. 9-10 starting to peel away, but still close by as the sight hit comes in. Good flashes, good openers. Cobra trying to barrel on through, gets the lineup and saves the day. NiKo left as the sole survivor, brings him down low and finishes the job. And now you've got this head-to-head Blitz. Moving in a little later, out towards top mid, gets here quickly and quietly. It's a guessing game for NiKo. Is he able to piece this one together? 2 kills deep already, got to cement it with the hat trick. If Falcons want to win this,
no.
The swing lets him down, and Blitz delivers in that clutch. The Mongols don't go down without a fight.
Oh, Captain shows up when they need him most. May have fumbled the previous, but Blitz saves this. And that felt just made for NiKo, clearing everything on perfect timing, perfect crosshair placement, could not connect the headshot. And so Mongols break that streak of 3. A massive hold for Cobra. In the middle of the site, 3 kills, and delays NiKo for so long on that last. But Blitz picks it up, and Mongols that one step closer to a 3rd map in this series. Mirage bound to be a brawl if they can get there. Timeout first. Finances dangling. And I mean, if whoever loses this round is going to be broke. It all comes down to this.
You win that last one as the Mongols to dodge that free path to the win, or at least keep yourselves in it, but that pressure never truly goes away. You're dead on. Both teams' money on the edge. Is it really just going to be a pacey round in towards A? There's no effort to take Banana. Boost up for CobraZera, hero of that last round. Playing in tandem was meant to be the case that you walk into the meat grinder, but Falcons blister their way on through.
Dude, Mizzino took his hands off his mouse. He scratched his head as they mid-popped.
No way.
Yeah. Just for a millisecond. Like, he got it back in time, but that definitely affected him. Oh, disaster.
No way. Itching his head just cost him the round.
Yeah. I mean, everyone got massacred. It was a nice pop. The flashes were right there, but that did not look like good timing for Mizzino. Top performer here for the Mongols on an MP9 up close, and Falcons just destroy middle. They're going hunting as well. They're going fishing. Getting these guns out is going to affect Mongols' buy.
Yeah, this is a very punishing hunt. Looking like they will get out with the AWP. The big ticket item at least survives.
But yeah, if I'm Mongols, I'm buying here. Gonna drop a rifle over.
I think the whole wants to switch.
And just try and use your best bet, which is the AWP, to find map point. It's Falcons who just eviscerated them in middle. High risk call, but that's Carrigan. And it pays off for now.
Maybe an itch Falcons want to scratch is trying to win on this banana fight.
Last time they went through the smoke, there were 2 players waiting. And not doing that again. CobraZera with the M4 boosted in apps. 9-10 Orbs is mid. And Falcons waiting for now. This could get messy. Orb just moves in, catches Tessez. 4 players around this corner, gotta be careful. 9-10 has to burn that molly to get away from the nade. It costs him a smoke.
Bomb's going B.
Was always meant to. Blitz blocks again. Is that his last one?
Now HE to break this open.
Oh, 9-10 gives him a smoke as well. A feeble fake by Carrigan, throwing some util on A, but 9-10 is backside AWP. There is no molly to burn him out. This is on 9-10 and Blitz. The series, the playoff point for Falcons, all on this.
Opening kill goes the way of that SMG, and now the 9-10 AWP given some room to work. Flash leaves 9-10 wrecked. Kiyosuke's opened things up, but barreling through is Techno. All those SMGs bring the fight to the Falcons, and it's the Mongols getting onto map point first.
I think SMGs might have done better than rifles could have in that position. Jumping through the smokes with flashes in your face. Falcons so low on time, had no time to waste, and they just get caught between position. Stuck in the pool. Mongols drown them with a 12th round. I love that call for the Mongols. Full chaos and relief as overtime at worst is locked in. That's the last time out of regulation burned by Falcons. No AWP for Monte here. And Mongols did the hard part, you'd like to think, winning with lesser weaponry. Falcons have struggled to find what consistently works in this map on the T side. Couple of explosive long pops have been their best moves. B is closed.
Cash of Utel frees up one of these B players to play an earlier rotation, and it might be needed because out on the long side, Kiyosuke, ooh, put down through the smoke. Cobra finds him from bad to worse for the Falcons. They're left with 3, shambling their way up through Banana, looking for this B hit. They've got a 3-on-2 in front of them, but they've got to get these entries, and they've got to get them cleanly if they want to have any chance in this post plant. Will it get that far? Techno dead first. Blitz spams away, and the Mongols get it done. The full 24 rounds needed. The Mongols still have more fight in them. Playoffs decided on a 3rd and final map.
Okay, so at halftime the score was 7-5 to the Falcons. I know we criticized their T sides a lot, but this one, 11, it didn't look terrible. However, Mongols were still able to claw it back. So my question to you is, how did they do it?
I mean, I do think Falcons T-side was terrible there. Let's be honest. They were reliant upon some kind of heroic moments to pull that thing off, right? I mean, that 2v5 clutch, for example, with Kiyosuke and Monte was the way that they won one of the handful of rounds they actually got on the T-side. And it's so sad because their CT side in the first half was so good. Like, they were basically winning the round in the first interaction very often, whether it was their banana aggression with Kiyosuke, whether it was, Monte having impact with the AWP. They were dictating the pace the entire first half and looking very sharp, but we flip sides and it's like, what happened?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I feel like it's also both the teams punishing their opponents for their mistakes as well,
Sure.
like, so to speak, right? We could see, we alluded to, in the preamble to this particular map, we said, Mongols going to be testing the B bomb site again and again, and they did find quite a bit of success, even though Kiyosuke was pretty solid overall. And we could see Falcon just starting early B every single time. What I have a criticism of the Mongols T side was they were very one-dimensional. They're like, we're going to keep abusing B, and then they're like, all right, they're going to be starting 3B early every round. Now we're just going to be throwing the early banana molly, early banana smoke, the half wall smoke, and then it just group up towards A. And the read is pretty easy. Like, for anyone can pretty much read it's going to be an A hit coming in. We saw it in round number 12, for example. The second half was just basically some classic Mongols BS. Alongside, I agree with you. I felt like Falcons, they did a very good job on the T side in the second half here of trying to, just getting map control and keeping the Mongols guessing every time, right? But what I feel like the Mongols, where they succeeded was when they were being aggressive, in your face, and again, the multi-kills coming out from all these players, Blitz at the end over there, even 19 getting a lot of early picks. They did a very good job of this early brackets presence, which kind of disrupted, you see so many rounds, right, Falcons slowly walking up towards brackets, slowly towards banana, and just getting shredded by the Mongol side.
Dude, I saw the first gun round Falcons played, they tried to creep through a smoke at Arch side. It literally got no scope by 910, who's sitting in the archway, and then the Moto guy just swings it as well. So you're telling me your first gun round thought was, let me push 2 guys dry through a smoke and hope that we don't get caught. Like, I'm sorry, I was a little bit uninspired by what I saw there on the T side, but I agree with you that Mongols did what they were supposed to do. They made things, difficult. They got in their face. They played forward. They didn't play passive. And so for that, yeah, they get credit for, pulling off a nice comeback.
I know it's not exactly a radar screenshot moment, but the second pistol round where they had the bomb down, all the 3 Ts, and the Mongols was a 2 versus 3 retake, and Blitz hit some blinder of shots. But again, that's a round I feel like they could have played a little bit more safer, right? They had a crossfire set, but it really wasn't a crossfire either. And he just gave the finger to them as well. That round is very critical. And also the penultimate round, the money's kind of broken. They have an AWP save, they have an MP9, and I was like, all right, they're going to be saving for for the final round, trying to push it into overtime. Instead, just go for the force by 2 MP9s, M4 just bursting out through the smoke. One thing the Mongols are good at is just thriving in that chaos, right? And that's how they basically dragged Falcons into the mud and like, all right, let's do some grapple. And that's how they pull off the win right there.
However, with the grappling in the mud, for I think the first time in a while, we got to see the likes of Nico, Monte. I mean, you mentioned it, the star players kind of popping off a little bit. I did think that's been missing from Falcons, and I'm seeing it a lot more with Karrigan.
Yeah, no, I agree. Nico's having a hell of a tournament in comparison to some of the other performances we had seen from him recently, so I do think you're spot on with that. Also, like, I'll be honest, Nico almost did pull off a blinder of a clutch in his own right. Like, he nearly had that 1v1 against Blitz on lane, and if he would have won that round, then you're going to overtime all of a sudden. We're not talking yet.
And he read it perfectly as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It just that Blitz was super quick on the flank.
Yeah, he just missed a shot. It happens, right? So, I mean, yeah, there was definitely some impact moments. I actually thought Kyosuke was a little bit more reserved in this game on some of his banana aggression. On the CT side, for instance, he might commit Karrigan.
I think that is a Karrigan influence, right? Just kind of restraining him in. And I think that's a good job overall. Sure, he died a couple of times. That's going to happen against the aimers on the side of Mongols. But when he was being set up, he was getting his double kills, triple kills, just shutting it down. So overall, I know it's again, you've got to remember, this is the first Inferno being played with this lineup, right? So yes, they kind of passed the test. But yeah, T-side, a couple of mistakes, and Mongols will punish you.
So is that how you'll define Falcons Inferno so far with what we've seen? You played it fine, but a couple of mistakes.
And look, like I said, the city side was pretty solid overall. They had a good adaptation starting early towards B, for example. And I really like the defaulting, actually. Many rounds that have like banana control, that have the top mid control, the Mongols to the left kind of guessing, caught in the middle of nowhere. There was one round where they started early 3 towards B. They went for the fast pop at mid, and Cobra was caught with his pants down.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was huge. So they had some really good moments, but that's the thing. Like against the Mongols, you make a couple of slip-ups. Again, it was 13-11 game at the end of the day, right? So a very tight affair. Shout out to Mr. Mazzinho, though. He was a rock. You don't really remember any of his kills, but he was so solid on the A bomb side defense, just so stable for the Mongols.
Yeah, I think for me, like my final assessment of Falcons there was that I saw some good things on the CT side. They didn't really change any positions or anything. They kept things very much the same. And then even on the T side, the default spots were about the same. And I did like the pacing changes that you're referring to, where they were punishing people with like some really nice, just fast-paced mid takes. But I felt like their overall just defaulting and mid routing wasn't as tidy as it needed to be, and they relied a lot on big aggressive plays or heroic clutches to get them the rounds that they got. So something that's definitely still needs to be worked on, clearly.
We now go to Mirage. This will be the decider to find out who is going to be making it through to the PGL Astana playoffs. How does this play out for us?
Look, this is Mongol's best map, at least on paper. This is a map they always used to go for every single time. Right now, we've already seen Falcons at a couple of reps on this map as well. They look reasonably pretty comfortable too. Obviously, Kyosuke is going to be, Kyosuke and Monte is going to be instrumental. I feel Inferno, because of the way the map is, Dust. Like in Monte, we couldn't really see him shine the way he did on Dust and other maps. But I think he's going to be the guy they're looking forward to, and of course, setting up Kyosuke towards mid. But for the Mongols, the fact that they have Mirage as a decider, they're going to be on cloud 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely a map that both teams are going to feel comfortable playing. I think you're right. Monte is just such an X factor with the op, particularly on this T side, being like an entry opper, not just some guy holding lines and setting up riflers, but a guy who can actually call his own number and provide big plays. It's a tool that Karrigan hasn't had for a very long time in the box to use to kind of implement his strategy. So I do like what I saw. I mean, obviously, this is going to be very fast-paced CS from both teams. Both teams like to play the aggressive executes. I also like that Falcons made a great change defensively. I think moving Testis to the A anchor role is great. I think he was overqualified to be playing B.
Yes.
Karrigan used to play B on FaZe. I'm glad that he just took that up. And Testis was actually really, really thriving in some of those CT rounds where he could get aggressive A ramp or Palace and be more of a playmaker. So I'm hoping that we'll see a better Falcons here.
And obviously one good sign for the Mongols is Blitz, at least recently, seems to have kind of regained his form as well individually. We saw the pistol round just tapping away the sets, especially when, you're talking about on the other side, you got Monte, you got Kyosuke, and you got Nico, and you're out-dueling them. And also just individually, him finding his form, I think, is a good sign for the Mongols, because he'd really fallen off. He was at one point called the hardest-hitting IGL fragger out there, right? And right now he's looking good. Mirage, Khan's position, the rotate position, the star position, that's where he plays. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on him. And also Cobra Zera, Senzu's position towards B short, he has this propensity to pick up the secondary AWP. Yeah. When Senzu was doing it, I used to kick a puppy. Whenever I picks up an op, a puppy gets kicked somewhere out there.
A puppy?
I mean, not really kicking a puppy. I love dogs, but Cobra Zero with the secondary op is actually lethal force. One thing I like how they do it is he doesn't play static towards short. Sometimes they'll just swap around depending on a spawn towards A, and 19 goes towards the B apartments, for example. So it's really hard to figure out where the secondary op is going to be positioned. So if they do start building up the money on the CT side, Falcons T side, they've had a few woes, it could get interesting.
It all comes down to this map. We're going to find out who's going to the playoffs after this.
The unexpected move and something to get used to as Falcons Karrigan now sits in front of me. 36 years old. You've been wearing the Batman mask for ages, but you finally grew some wings. So how's it going, mate?
I mean, it's been it's been long 2 weeks, right? With everything changing so fast, coming into now 2 tournaments, bringing some of the system I know and I guess they were looking for. So very excited to start this journey in a Falcons jersey.
Very different like demeanor than I've seen you in previous events and feeling straight away coming into it. But how did this come together? How did this move happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's been rumors. Obviously, I'm gonna talk deeper about it in another setting. But basically, there was 6 days for this transfer to happen before a deadline for Cologne.
Yeah.
So it was something that happened really fast, and I didn't know it was possible as I had just re-signed my contract a few months before that. So it was not an easy transfer, and it was not something that it could have not happened. Let me put it like that because of the time frame. But in the end, it happened, and but very stressful days at home, not knowing if it's going to happen, being excited, but also being sad. Been part of FaZe for a long time, so now I'm here, and I'm obviously very happy to have met the guys and play with the guys.
Just closing on like this FaZe situation, there was obviously a lot of speculation of you leaving FaZe, people talking about teammates not saying goodbye, Twist saying it was sudden. Can you give us a bit of like your side of all of this?
As the time frame is obviously it was sudden, but let me just put out there, before anything was leaked, before anything was known to the public, by the time I had a feeling that it could happen, management of FaZe already told the players. And so I was not the first guy to tell the players because I wasn't sure what was happening. Kind of communication broke down in the negotiation because obviously I wanted to change the Falcons. That's what I needed to do in my career. So I wish I was the one to tell them before management told them if they give me a heads up. But in the end, they were told by management, not by the public. And I also wrote individually with every player. Them not saying goodbye on Twitter, I cannot control that, and I can understand if they are sad, upset that it happened, but I think this is the first time I've done something with myself in a career where I have a good feeling, and this is what I needed, because it was rough times the past 1.5 years in FaZe.
Can you give me a bit of insight just what it was like on your first day, or across the first weeks and moments you had there?
Yeah, I mean, we just go straight into it. Obviously, I have a system, so I had to kind of break down what I'm going to implement for the team. And in my opinion, it's better just to start with me being comfortable, understand the players, they like freedom. Let's find the balance together as a team. And obviously, over time, we have to figure out how to win the biggest trophies. That's why I'm here. And that's why they also brought me to try to bring something else into the team. And as far as these 2 weeks have gone, I am very happy. I am also very, very looking forward to these challenges. The first week, a lot of confusion for me because I played with same spot names for 5 years in FaZe. So a lot of spots I could just not say the names because it is so ingrained with 5 years in the same team.
They have different callouts.
Yes, different callouts. So that was a struggle. But I will do mistakes during this tournament when it comes to callouts. But that's something over time that comes. But I'm very impressed with individual skill, the chemistry they have, but also seeing some things I want to work with. And that's part of the challenges that I'm looking forward to. How can we improve on that? But it's always going to go up and down in the beginning. These 2 tournaments we have, purely figuring out more freedom, less freedom, more structure, a little more set on T side, and obviously the CT side has been fantastic. So I'm just hanging around and being the anchor there.
Enjoying life for a bit, right? Yes. Yeah. Now, of course, I have to ask this. First conversation with Nico. Give me it, give the world it from the realistic side of things, not the drama that keeps being built up for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about this, right? We were, in my opinion, still trying to mature as players and as humans. We have deep respect for each other. We understand each other. And I can just say the conversations we have about the in-game is really good. He has really done a great job to perfect his secondary calling. He's offering a lot in his lurk positions. He's giving me a really good macro perspective. And then I understand it and I can follow his idea, or I use his information to create another idea. And that's the mixture we have. And he knows if I'm not using the idea he has, it's because I have something else. And for me, it's just important that he knows he can speak freely constantly in the rounds because he's very smart. Obviously, we have Ilya as well, who is talking a lot. So it is a balance to find an official game, when to listen and when to follow the view I have in the game. And we're gonna have disagreements, but that's the only way you improve, right? We cannot all be on the same page thinking same Counter-Strike. We are gonna do mistakes. And for me, with Nico, there's always been a very direct, honest conversation. And I think that's where you work the best. If you can talk direct and being honest on how you see things, that's where you improve the most as a team.
Did you come in and want to adjust positions on some role stuff already, or you left as is? Like, what are we looking at with this Falcons?
I've seen the side, not much have changed. I guess some few positions have changed, but for C side, Nico has been calling great C sides. Falcons C side has been fantastic. I have not touched that. My main focus has been on T side and let Nico do the calling and CT side together with mostly Ilya, I would say. With T side, obviously, I'm a different player than Kukshan, but there are still some roles that are taking the same. But I'm leading differently when it comes to mid-rounds, right? So there are some scenarios where people have to adjust, and with my system, everybody has to be more flexible. Sometimes you lurk, sometimes you enter, depending on where you are on the map, how you ended up in the group or not. So there is expectation of every player to be more flexible and more experienced in these mid-rounds. That has been the main focus for me, to let them know how it can also look. And we're not a finished product this event yet. But I'm just looking forward to see how we strive under the pressure of official games.
Now, many tournaments back to back, we always hear from you. Whenever I sat with you on an interview, we're FaZe Clan, we're coming here to win the trophy. What's the expectations here now? You're Falcons.
I think, I haven't talked with the guys, but I think expectations are high in Falcons. I'm not gonna sit here and say that that's the goal and ultimate goal right now. I think for me as a leader, there's 2 events where I get to know the guys. In the group stage, in the playoffs, wherever we are, what do we need to adjust. But getting into Cologne, I want to win that trophy and lift that trophy and bring major home for Falcons.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you very much for all your words, Karrigan. Good luck going into the tournament. Let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Falcons versus the Mongols rages on. We're on to Mirage as the 3rd and final map in this series. The winner going through into the playoffs. Loser dropping down to that dreaded 2-2 bracket where the games become all or nothing. Hugo, we're going on to Mirage. How do you feel about this one?
It's a great map for Falcons, isn't it, right? We've seen this recently, not just a win at this event, but coming off the back of wins at Rio. Remember, at Rio, they took down Shortwood Kixon, but they took down Spirit, Vitality, and Furia on this map. So you can't really have a better track record than that. We'll see if it keeps up with this new roster, but this is up against a Mongols who, they really struggled on that opener against Magic on this very map. It took a 9-3 comeback into overtime to close it out. A really poor CT side, which is a surprise to see for the Mongols, a team that historically have had great results on this very map. Even thinking back to win at EWC or a major final against Team Vitality. So I think we got a competitive series, but I'm definitely hedging my bets the way of Falcons. A bit of a slower finish there on Inferno. Nice to see Mongols wake up. We didn't get that on Dust. But we go right into this 3rd map here to see who's going to make it into the Barys Arena here in Astana.
Mid-control taken for the Falcons in this pistol. A nice set on an A play. On the ramp side, Tessa has dealt with straight away as this con presence is also mopped up very, very quickly. This is starting to look rough for the Falcons. Karrigan on for a late backstab, but it hinges on Nico getting away with something here back in the connector. 2 captains clash and Blitz comes out ahead. Tricky round here for Nico. He'd need the ace clutch. Only has info on 2 of these players, and even then, as time passes, they could be anywhere. Never seen Techno 4K, so it comes as a surprise when he plays out from the jungle side. That's a pistol round for the Mongols.
Yeah, a massive pistol here. We've seen all these strong starts for Falcons across this series. So Mongols getting out with the bag straight away. And no bomb plant for Falcons either, so should be an easy start to this game here now for the Mongols. Some of the best pistol players in the world on this team, right? Sure have expectations of Monte and Nico, without a doubt, but Mongols always fun to watch. Techno's even gonna, well, they get the SMG, 4 rifles here for Mongols, straight to the top of middle. As Falcons wait for an overcommitment, Blitz will not give them one. Interesting to hear that interview of Karrigan talking about expectations and, while not laying them out on the line necessarily for this event, I think it's still clear to be expected that this team should be in the playoffs. And this felt like the perfect test, given the previous run of teams we've seen Falcons play here so far in Astana have not been top squads. This is without a doubt the best and the most proven team that Falcons would have to defeat to make it in to the arena. And they have taken them for a spin.
I mean, I think a team like MOUZ, having locked theirs in earlier today, only puts more pressure on the Falcons, right? The idea that for MOUZ it was more of a full revamp, right? New man as the IGL in Exertion, bringing in 2 new players you're kind of uncertain on, in Zelex from the Academy and JL, effectively out of retirement. You know, taking a big gamble. Here it is an IGL change, right, with the Karrigan addition, but the rest of the squad remains the same, and Falcons always haven't been so public about how much money and resources have been poured into this team. Expectations are still high.
Yeah, it was never a team that was getting grouped anyway, right? Like if you ever since Kiyosuke joined, it's a team that was making playoffs at every single event. So, all right, let's get into the gun rounds here. It's explosive off the rip. Falcons out the ramp, and Mongols in the palace push their face and find every single kill. Facing the dirt here for Falcons, not a single frag in their first gun round. Mongols flexing. That is right into the stack and right back to pistols for Falcons.
About as rough a first gun round as you could have hoped for.
You know, you mentioned that dreaded 2-2 day, Harry. That is tomorrow. 3 more BO3s. There's some scary teams in there. Winner of PARIVISION versus G2. One of them guaranteed. Winner of Monte Huns. Monte already showing good face. Of course, Falcons already beat them. Aurora wait there. And of course, loser of FURIA Gentlemates. Hold on. Not like this.
Crazy
surely.
double from Nico, and it's got the round going.
Oh, he fell! Even these quick 2 trades back in middle have at least given Mongols a shot, and they are going to charge the site. Okay, problems gone for the Mongols. Despite 2 opening kills for Nico, it goes no further. But the point I was making was that 2-2 day is still scary. I think a team like Aurora have proven coming in with a tenacity to this event, showing some great individual maps and some refined calling from Maja. PARIVISION is always a dark horse, one that Falcons are well familiar with. So safe to say, this third map of Mirage proving extremely important.
Even outside of the whole dodging play tomorrow, I think if you're a new team, you would very much appreciate the extra day to get ready for those playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
But thus far, nothing out of the Falcons to get us too excited here on Mirage. It's been the Mongols dominating. Okay.
Still okay for now, but there's one more man who got dinked in that smoke and ramp. Monte's on 6 health. The AWP is at least going to make life a little easier, but Cobra might make it difficult. Full palace push. It's going to clear out the T-spawn soon enough, and look at MongolZ move. They know it's coming. I mean, Falcons have walked into stack after stack so far. This round is no different. 2 players at B, big push for Cobra, not overdoing it. And a third in move. Falcons into another stack.
This has just been one step ahead in the early stages of Mirage. Dead here as he rounds the corner, but Mazinho making up for it. Now the support at 9-10 arrives on that AWP with Monte dinked up earlier on. There should be no winning this. Oof. Good flick on the first. Mazinho has been in great form and an HE picked up. Just able to get away from it is Monte. Can't follow through though with Cobra arriving on the short side. The Mongols keep it flawless, 5-0.
Going to have to start seeing some faking for Falcons here because MongolZ have believed everything they've been told. Every first volley of util, every push confirming an area clear. They are just full gambling right now. And Falcons have not given them a reason to doubt it. 5-0 with perfect positioning. And so it's time to get tricky here on this T side. Falcons are gifted a 5v4 in that round down middle. Didn't last long. Saved by the bell there on that Monte clutch. So another buy comes in here. Three smokes in middle, straight away. Falcons coming through. Oh, nice. 8 stack.
All right, finally a 5v4. Kiyasuke out behind these boxes, teed up with a flashbang. Very nice way to extend this advantage. It's the lower walk for Mazinho. Right in a Carrigan, head ripped off. 5v2. It'd be absolutely unforgivable to let this round get away from you. This should be Falcons finally breaking the silence.
Yeah, they're quite split up, but they're going to get grouped back on A. And Carrigan is also lurking B, probably going to walk in first, try and get some info for his team. Oh, 9-10 just missed it. So Carrigan might even have the drop on this AWP. Starts to make noise though, so that's fine for Falcons. They can just charge towards A together. Techno's not going to rotate. So there's still a fight to win here for Falcons, and Techno's picked it up. Kiyasuke in connector, back turned.
This was a 5v2. Now it's hanging in the balance. 20 seconds left here.
They fight him together.
Kiyasuke closing in, and yeah, they're waiting for his arrival before they go. That at least alleviates a lot of the threat in this round. Techno dead, the 9-10 AWP with a miss. And so Falcons able to get through. Finally that 5-round streak broken. They don't let that one get any scarier.
Yeah, they didn't cower at least. There were some awkward timings with, Palace player going first, not waiting for Ram to come out, but ultimately they play off Kiyasuke well. Even if he dies there, they're going to get that trade. 2 players swinging stairs. So, no cause for concern just yet. First round on the board. MongolZ a nice attempt with nothing to lose, and recognizing very quickly that Carrigan was just a decoy in that B-bomb site. But they'll have to rebuy the AWP. Monte's back on his, picked up. Zeno on 200 ADR right now. Pretty incredible.
I mean, he was in great form all throughout Inferno, and he's brought that with him onto Mirage. Finishes the top performer for the MongolZ up there alongside Blitz. 9-10 AWP to open up this round. And so Falcons might have found success with that first man advantage one, the 5v4 of last. This time, though, they're starting on the back foot, and it's the A-Lurk removed.
Allowed mid control. That open palace, Falcons know they have a bit of room. Ooh, Monte just missed that. Getting into place is Blitz. Staying here is crazy, but with a double scope from Monte, Blitz could peek out. They've all missed each other there, which will make this position all the more surprising if Falcons do walk into connector. And Monte have to hit a flick. He finds 910 back at ticket. Blitz still waits for his time to strike, and he will. Ahead of that Molotov, dropping one. Kiyasuke, important trade. 3-on-3, Nico's lurking B.
Kiyasuke and Nico are both wounded. Might be time for Carrigan to put his name on the board, but he's dead straight away.
Bomb loose.
Nico on the other side of the map, knows he's got a kill here, but then really is to get a run on. He's got 20 seconds left. Bomb drop down in the connector. CobraZera taking an angle to fight here. Out towards the jungle, not expected. Nico was not ready for that reposition out of Cobra.
It's round the world, isn't it? All the way back. CT hits the craziest timing, out bench. I thought Nico was about to see him there, but at least re-peeks back in. Doesn't let Nico stabilize in that clutch. And so, hey, they got their 3v3. But Mongols still frag their way out of that round. Broken by here. Tess is on a pistol. Monte gets his orb. 910 starts window. No one here for Falcons. Holding for aggression. And fair enough, Mongols have made a lot of moves in the CT side, right? Be it Palace pushes from CobraZera and 910. Be it fighting the ramp as a unit in the first gun round. And they'll do the same again. CT side where Mongols had such trouble against Magic to start off this event. 3 rounds in that first half. They pulled it all the way back and won in many overtimes. But not having any of those slow starts today, and what a time to be 6-1 up. Felt like they were trailing behind Falcons this entire series. As soon as Falcons get to a third map, suddenly they're getting lapped. Cheeky. Oh, no way he converts that. That's bomb loose bottom mid.
The 910 orb. Really causing issues. It's Kiyasuke right now trying to put the team on his back with that double. Monte's eluded the window player as well, and even able to turn on a dime, dealing with CobraZera. This was man down for Falcons, and it'll end that way too. Monte dealt with on the double swing. The Mongols keep this scoreline looking very pretty indeed.
I mean, Falcons are taking the fight, and Mongols are happy to oblige every single time. They're clutching out these rounds by the skin of their teeth, but rounds nonetheless for the Mongols. And, you know, these are moments where you expect Falcons to excel. But Mongols happy to swing for the fences. Techno, big clutch. 7-1 lead. Hero AK in a pistol round here for the Falcons, and they're just going to go B-pop. Techno alone. Another A lead. It's quite a gap, but the longer the map is quiet, the more paranoia the Mongols feel. Seeing CobraZera start to move right now. And there's the info they needed. AK in the apartments. Panic button pressed. And that was Falcons' one attempt at that opening kill. How will Kiyasuke find it now?
I mean, under Kicksan's leadership, this was a pretty 50-50 map in terms of the sides for the Falcons. But you think back to FaZe in the tail end of Carrigan's time there, and their T-sides were rough on Mirage. Oftentimes, if they were to get the job done, it would be in that second half. It would be on the CT venture.
At a certain point, calling only gets you so far. You need someone to go big, and Falcons do not have that player right now. Tessa 0 and 8. Kiyasuke, Monte, both on 7. No one's saving these situations as they get plucked apart one by one. Again, it's a flawless round for the Mongols. A well-timed flawless round. After close clutches for Mongols, they finally get a moneymaker.
And if you're the Mongols here, you just got to keep this up as long as you can. You're forcing Falcons to burn all their pauses here in the first half. Even that causes problems to the longevity of this one if they were to try and launch the comeback. You're giving them next to no room. And as you say, finally a money-making round, even if something were to come through for the Falcons, it's not like it breaks the Mongols. They get to remain competitive.
And I think Falcons are expecting more fighting in middle in the early round, right? They're super hesitant in getting out behind mid. Couple times Monte's been behind tap with first spawn going fast, but for the most part, they're expecting Blitz to get involved, players out under. That's not what Mongols are doing. They are heavy focused on sites right now. So Falcons spam smokes again in the middle. And nobody is home. Blitz drops a molly and disappears, and again, Mongols focus ramp and palace. Nico and Tessa's here. Is there a flash behind this? Big first kill.
He's on the board.
Still a flank from Azino, though. He won't find the bomb, but he could get behind it. And actually, Falcons in a very strong position right now. Even holding this push, Monte, the awareness, realizing what Mongols have been doing, and Blitz can't get into sandwich in time, so this feels like Falcons on the board. Everything slots into place. And 4 rounds is not too late. Mongols at least feeling some relief from that 5 alive round. So while the orb save would be nice, it's not entirely necessary to get a 4 buy in the next.
Just got to hope this is a bit of a turning of the corner for Tessez, right? Took him a long time to get on the board. Carrigan's never exactly been a high-fragging IGL. You can't have 2 players go entirely missing in map 3. And so first 2 kills of the game for Tessez. But they're high impact. They lead to this round win. Falcons, they want a bit more of that if they are to recover on this half.
Yeah, at least they seem to be figuring it out, right? Shown by the fact that we have a double anti-flash setup here. We have Monte holding the Palace push even after they kill a guy on ramp. Falcons realizing what Mongols are doing. So the same round called again, it looks like. Monte supports out middle, goes back. Again, the same round for the Mongols, same results, massacred. Tessez bloodlusting, but I'd say that's worth it. 2 for 1, Tessez on 3 health. Monte always started in the B apartments. He's holding it for a push at TV. Look at Kiyosuke, he just walked into B. Right up catwalk while the chaos was going down on A. It might just be a save, pre-called by the Mongols. So consider us at that turning point. Falcons go the right way. Carrigan really struggling, 1 and 10. I think he had his highest rated map in the Falcons jersey on Dust 2. .14 ADR.
Terrorists win.
Nice. Can
considering how hopeless this felt just rounds ago, right? The idea that you could scrape by with 4 on the T side, that would be enough to keep you in the conversation. You have those saved guns to contend with from the Mongols. They'll be able to cobble together an investment around them. So it's by no means a gimme round. You don't have to worry about a 9-10 AWP. That's very much out of the picture. Honesty gets his and puts it to work straight away. Tessez ready for these aggressive ramp moves that they've been handed across this last streak of rounds.
Oh. I mean, he's so stubborn for the Mongols, doing it 3 rounds in a row and more rounds in a half. Honesty does get found. Whoa, 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 slow down. Underpass Nico waiting. It's insane from Techno. Nico looking good for another. He will get found. 2v1. They can speed up towards B, but they are split. Tessez reconsidering. He was going to go out ramp. He's needed. Job in this B site. Karrigan puts the bomb down.
I mean, 9-10's been having a great tournament out here in Astana. And these are the 2 struggling players for the Falcons left in this. It's the late position on Tessez, bomb planted for him. That should make this now an impossible for 9-10. He'll catch Karrigan straight away. Now Tessez arrives out on shore, in with the backstab. Falcons will secure those 4 T-side rounds, a streak of 3 down the end of the half.
Yeah, gotta feel like Mongols kind of gave it away there at the end. You know, they were really relentless on that ramp push, just starting every round the same, and Falcons just said, hey, if you're gonna do it, we'll be there. Every time, shut it down, and that's what got them back in this T-side. Even putting Monte there with the AWP at the end. So Falcons deal with the Mongols' opening move, and then we see those slow closes that do just fine to find 4 rounds on their T side. It's enough. And we know that Falcons not plagued by the Zonic pistols anymore. It's actually their assistant coach who calls them these days. And it definitely has made a difference.
Look at the ADR for Mazinho and Blitz. Great to see them carrying that momentum forward from Inferno. They were the 2 top performers there. And they brought that energy with them onto the decider. Even though we say 4 rounds, you know, it's enough for Falcons to try and make a comeback happen. And the CT sides have been where they've done their better work on Mirage historically. This is still a tall order, and it all hinges on winning this pistol. Without it, it's very small margins. Opener for Mazinho. A-site lost convincingly. Falcons a man down for the retake.
Oh, con smoke is brutal as well. At least Falcons have the majority out from CT here. They can burn out a player from the back of the site. Might need to. Kid on 1 player, they move in quick together. Mongols brawling in the middle of the open, trying to take these fights, as we know, and Tessez delivers a double, big double, before the kid is dropped out of ammo. Karrigan jumping around, and he needs that kit, he needs that stick, but they're not having it. Mongols, pistol round on top of an 8-round half, and they are running away right now. That is both pistols in this map for the Mongols. Trouble in paradise here for the Falcons. This is why Mongols are just so fun, man, because they're so streaky. Even when you feel like you caught them on a bad day, that's what it felt like on Dust 2. That no one was hitting, you know, they were in okay positions, they couldn't really close any. and then they just show up here on this third map and dominate. Careful.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I know it's only a USP round, but weirdly, Falcons have done a lot to cause some chaos.
They were moving towards B, but after getting spotted, they've gone back. And so with Blitz in this position.
And now I don't even think you attempt it. You got an AK you can take with you. You're out of position. On planted, that adjustment from the Mongols, realizing they were walking into the stack, only confirmed by 9-10 on that swing out through the spawn. Sure, didn't get a hell of a lot from it, just the one kill, but the info was all the Mongols needed.
Worth trying to trap them in the site here. So with the exception of Kiyasuki saving the AK, Falcons are going to go group together in apartments. So of course Mongols exit the other side and keep their guns. (10-4). This would be a hell of a comeback.
And it has to start right away. There is no room for error here in this first gun round.
You really are feeling the kind of 4v5 effect of having a player who just can't win a duel. Karrigan really struggling in this game. The ceiling not exactly topping out, but the floor is in the basement. And look at the Mongols' confidence right now, just running down mid. Great cover.
Multiple brawls all around the map, and will get out with the advantage. Tessa's smoke spam really drives it home. Left on a blitz now in this 1-on-3. Karrigan's got an aggressive through the apartments, and Blitz shouldn't clear this. So that's a free kill right there for Karrigan.
You'll take it when you get it. Little upgrade as well. Falcons win out that first gun round in a 4v5, no less. That smoke break in middle. Denied was Nico. And then it gets a little loose, and Monte shows up. Better late than never here on this CT side. So Mongols call a pause before the next attempt. You can already see that money is not ideal.
One of the scary things about playing against these blitz-led Mongols rosters is he's a man who loves to play with the pace. And so I think you're going to burn a lot of this util early on. Mongols can try and use that in a variety of different ways. They're very, very good at these up-tempo rounds. Ones like this where you're running with a lot of Tech 9s. Only a couple of rifles, maybe a perfect time for it. Likewise, though, you can put a lot of fear in the Falcons just by keeping it a little slower, going for a second timing on these plays, wait for some of that early util to get burned through. So the Mongols set their sights on an A split.
Oh my! Whoa, how does that not hit? The aim punch wrecks Monte. Burn out on top of the balcony. Tessus has got to drop off, but he falls into fire and flames, burning alive. Techno traded back. Kiyasuki from Connector finding a couple, and Karrigan in spawn, keeping this round in the favor of Falcons. 3v1. There's no way you're getting away with a stick, right? Surely not. Kiyasuki doesn't jump on it. Open plant, smoked off. Confirms Blitz's position. That's going to let him get outstairs. Has that cross. Blitz cuts his head off. 20-7 on the captain.
Up and over the stairs! Blitz is on for the ace! And the captain, a hulking individual effort, but he can't get past bottom performer Karrigan.
How is Karrigan the one to save them where all else failed? Unreal shots from Blitz. That final bullet kill on Kiyasuke. And Karrigan just sprays him down. Better late than never, indeed. Blitz was onto something special there. All the pressure on that final fight, Karrigan delivers, and Blitz immediately force buys.
Really just can't believe that's what we end up with. 4 kills deep on his way to the ace clutch, and it's Karrigan who proves to be too much.
21-8, 5-12.
It's like the scoreline keep closing up. There's no denying Blitz's individual form, though, in this series.
Some of the moves he made on Inferno, man. Think back to that first half, jumping through the smokes, finding gaps. Just so annoying. Well, he's got to hit a banger here on entry. Monte spots him coming out ramp, and it doesn't cost him a thing.
Tessez after that slow start on one hell of a recovery as well. Cobrazera, his time to try and clutch up, but dead straight away. Backstab for Mizinho won't accomplish much. Kiyosuke able to put him down. And now it's a 3-round game. This Falcon CT side roaring to life.
Yes, indeed it is. That 1v1 might have shut Falcons out of any chance of winning this game. But now, Mongols have to dig deep. Had a recovery, as you say, from Tessez, and a confidence-inspiring clutch denied. So Falcons know this is well within their wheelhouse. In control for the Mongols. Monte waits. Fire off with the orb. Decides against it. Quick rotation to B. Nico gets out of there. For a moment, it looked like Falcons were scared of a B pop. Maybe they should be.
Three players adorn this B side though, and Monte with the orb. Usually good just to catch that first player crossing. It will be Techno on the Tech 9. So there's Techno dead. First man out of the apartments. Cobra good for 1. Rest of them start to barrel in now. They can't get past Karrigan on short. The rest of Falcons now pull up. Cobrazera, no road left to run as Falcons are closing in. Clamping down upon that B play.
And it felt like maybe the gap was there, maybe the timing was there. Falcons swinging mid as Mongols go for that B pop, but Monte hits his shot on the cross, and no one can gain space inside of B side there for the Mongols. That third rotation makes all the difference as Mongols go storming into a stack.
The pressure never goes away for Falcons. Mongols have made a really good job of at least making these rounds pretty competitive, right? So money's not exactly flowing for Falcons. They really can't stomach a loss. There will be limitations. It's something that Mongols have to keep in check, right? You have to kind of keep Falcons in this vulnerable position because they're still looking for that one golden round that opens up the route to the win.
These ones are, as you said, still scary for the Mongols, but Monte again has that cross and he's just not missing on this CT side. Karrigan showing up with a double, and Kiyosuke is right by his side. This triple B again mauls Mongols. Blitz, feeling like he can do no wrong, is going to give this Glock a go. But make no mistake about it, Falcons 1-round game.
I mean, in the mind of Blitz, the craziest option is always the best option. What's he planning here? Do you think Nico heard him on that push in the top mid? So he's come back round to find him. No tricky business for Blitz. A 1-round game as Falcons are on one hell of a hot streak. And that one comes through cleanly. Suddenly those money worries, they're gone. Mongols burn their final timeout as they get more than they bargained for from this Falcons CT side.
It's CT side of Mirage, man. It's the best place to be, especially for a team of superstars. Monte on this B-side support has been integral, plucking a free kill every single time Mongols try and cross the window. Kiyosuke has been performing all game long and now given room for other players to step up. Ever since Karrigan's clutch continued to build back into this game. Nico not yet been a requirement. But this is Falcons from 10-4 down, yet to drop a round. Blitz needs some help. Boost up in middle, but Nico, the game he's having is not exactly swinging out mid through the connector. He's playing reserve, looking for a late round as well. There's no kill available here from the 9-10 orb. Oh, barely gets behind the box on that smoke fade. Honestly sighted towards B. Bomb coming out under on Blitz. If you want it done, do it yourself. For the meantime, Techno v Karrigan, an opportunity for an entry. Door shot on that one. Nice grenade. Yes, he does have to concede. Seconds. Where are MongolZ going?
Nico got to keep his eyes on the window. They just boost up into it right as he starts to reshuffle. And so an opening for the MongolZ. Will they be able to seize this opportunity as even more flow through? A site wide open. Monte holding down B doesn't matter because the MongolZ have got this one under lock and key. It takes them a very long time, but they do not let Falcons tie this game up.
And even the save is not safe. Don't want to lose too many players hunting this down, to be honest. There's still going to be some resistance from Falcons, so watch out. As Monte looks to hold on to this AWP, they are running at him. Can't move off this site. 9-10 on the line, and that is enough to keep the MongolZ happy. 3 players surviving, AWP removed, and multiple rounds needed to break the Falcons' bank. Are MongolZ up for it? Huge double entry from Techno, right? We talk quiet players, but he's been at the bottom of the board all game for the MongolZ. On that window boost, a lot of responsibility, and delivers onto Nico when they need him to. Now MongolZ go for something quicker.
Yeah, a little pace change here. Set piece out towards A. Monte in the right place as he's been mobile on this AWP and rips the head off of Techno. Can't celebrate for too long though. 9-10's got an immediate reply. They see that AWP, it gives them some pause. They've been facing Monte a hell of a lot over towards the B bomb site. You learn about him on A and you play for distance. Moving away with this bomb.
Can he tuck in? That would be the smart move here for Kiyosuke, and he's done exactly that. He's going to get information. Hearing Mizzino run back through spawn as well. Falcons still aren't stacking this B site. They're going to let him play. That's a really aggressive move. It's going to get punished. Maybe a bridge too far here for Kiyosuke. And that's while Falcons were putting a B stack in position. As Kiyosuke sold them down the river, Falcons are still going to gamble, giving themselves the best shot on this triple A hold. But they are down a man, and MongolZ are walking in.
Now you're hoping for heroics, flying blind in this round. But they are in the right place. Monte AWP out towards the spawn, and he's got his partner in crime, Nico, alongside him. 9-10 holds this sightline though, and if Monte goes any wider, he goes right into that AWP. Monte, lightning fast. Second shot misses, but Nico's there to bail him out, and now it's just Mizzino. Full blind at the flashbang. And they've got him here in a box. Falcons claw it back, a man down, and late to the party, they still get it done.
No business winning that fight, Monte. Straight into an AWP on a headshot line, and Monte rips his skull off. What a beautiful shot. Falcons flood And MongolZ, they did everything right. They put themselves in the perfect position, but caught off the plant in the open as Falcons just run in together. Everybody does their job there. And Karrigan, another double in this unbelievable recovery arc. Have put Falcons around behind again.
MongolZ go all in. Last time they were able to dodge this tie game threat. Differences here. They're broke at the end of this one.
Every
and
time
it would no longer be Falcons playing catch up. Suddenly they would be the favored squad.
Every time they hit B, Monte was here. He always plucked a kill from the window. This time it's just Karrigan on the site.
Crediting him for the recovery from the 1-kill half, but now we see just how far that recovery's gone. Kiyasuke helping him out from the short side. The rest of Falcons all arriving. Damage done for Karrigan into the apartment, softens them up, and now he's got the rest of his team pulling up to finish the job. A shutdown on the apps hit. 11 apiece and money broken for the MongolZ.
Fast travel for Falcons. They just swing it together, and it's again that entry for Kiyasuke that gives them the warning sign. Straight back to that B bomb site. And everybody home. MongolZ have a broken, brittle bye to long out this third map. Round 23, and they put all in. Monte is the man. He has been everywhere in this game.
And even though they bring out Galil's here, they do so at the cost of any util. They've got one smoke on Mazinho to try and make a play happen.
That just doesn't cut it, does it? Sure, you have a couple of flashes, but you need to use them well because this AWP has just been the figurehead of Falcons. How can you make life uncomfortable for Monte? He has the window boost on lock. Haha. Wanted more. Nico gets them both.
How about Mazinho in top mid? Only question mark in the round is 9-10 lurking out on the ramp.
What?
Oh no! Mazinho with a lineup! And hold on! As Mazinho just given them a lifeline, a second chance. There's the 9-10 lurk. And oh dearie me, it all falls on a Karrigan. What was meant to be an easy round after Nico's double is now in jeopardy.
The clock is on his side.
And the wrap for 9-10. He has to commit to this jungle flank. If he does, he could end this with the kill. Karrigan turns around. 9-10 walks right into him. Don't tell me that Karrigan is the salvation of the Falcons.
Oh!
Get on the swing. Mazinho puts him down.
And it's MongolZ after all. They will always go for the fight. They will always go for the repeat. Mazinho, 4 frags, finally overwhelms Karrigan's clutches. How do they line up in connector like that? 2 players open. And Nico swings in to help. But that's just more food, fodder for MongolZ. That was Falcons. They did the hard part. Nice! And it is one man who gets them over the line. Mazinho rivaling Blitz on this T side. MongolZ playoff point.
All right, this is what it all comes down to. You either get to run it back in overtime, or the MongolZ snatch it away in round 24. Not once, but twice over at the tail end of this playoff series. Winner heading into the arena, losers to keep on battling tomorrow. And after Mazinho's heroics, a massive 4K, the momentum sides with the MongolZ.
It's just so MongolZ to win that round with no util, with Galil's, with A butchered buy. Ouch. Max damage onto Nico. Blitz does not allow the favor to be returned. MongolZ have that mid control. His orb peers down the connector. It's just been blocked. Here comes that boost.
Techno last time was able to best Nico in this head-to-head, and this time he's not going to be there. Nico's just repositioned of the con side.
They're ready to pounce on this site.
Blitz is taking the bomb up here into the top of connector. A risky fight in front of him as Nico looks for that trade. That's bomb dropped. 25 seconds left. It's a big problem as now the MongolZ are scrambling. Cobra doesn't have the time to do anything in this round, and so Falcons get it through into OT.
Yeah, you got to earn it here in Astana. Third map going the distance. Falcons to find Dust 2. MongolZ clutched out Inferno, and Hero Mirage from 10-4 down despite all of the disasters. Still, Falcons drag it all the way. Monte is having one hell of a map. And it's not going to stop now.
Spent a lot of time dissecting the individuals on the multi-million-dollar Falcons roster. But for the MongolZ, it's a very top-heavy scoreboard as well, right? In a lot of these rounds, it's been Blitz, it's been MouZ, the guys to bail them out. Techno largely absent from this third map. Cobra yet to have his impact either. Will those individuals ever come online?
MongolZ set up here for the Falcons, the double ramp push. Gonna get blocked at the first sign of contact. Blitz on his mid lurk. Often finds strong timings and not afraid to walk through a smoke. Well, this will be the round to do it. There's nobody near middle right now. Nico Palace pushed and Crosshair in the wrong place. Even the orb misses, letting them down. Nico lifts up with a double. Blitz is making his move, and MongolZ need him now more than ever.
Monte's got the cover. Tessa's not even required there out towards the ramp. Blitz has got a lot to do here. Out through the connector. Monte shuts him down.
It's done.
Falcons with a squeaky, clean round. 4 alive at the end of it. Nico's Hail Mary push in through Palace. The only casualty in that round.
Yeah, Karrigan recovery earlier. Now Nico recovery. He was sat at 10, 11 kills for multiple rounds. Had a couple of crucial multi-kills. Dude, Monte, it's on rails with this guy. Perfect peak as he gets up on the stairwell. MongolZ go back for an A smash. And Monte in spawn again.
Techno dead. But the MongolZ are in. Smokes down to cover the approach. Only avenue open is out towards CT. Do you really want to go and challenge this Monte orb? With the things you've seen it do in the last couple of rounds. Util there to force him back. At least gives you a little bit of room to work with. Bomb will make it in.
Just has to hold. His whole team's coming from connector right now. They're rotating CT to group him. If he maintains his space, what can MongolZ do? There is no reflash into spawn.
Monte executes Cobra. And now the site starts to feel very small indeed. MouZ gets run over and Blitz has got nowhere left to turn. A hulking 3K from K27 as we've gotten into overtime. Falcons level up. Back-to-back, clean rounds now on the CT side. The T side was woeful in that first half, but if they can go flawless, they give themselves the best possible chance of getting this one over the line and into the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point where it feels like 1 or 2 players, those 2 Russian superstars here for Falcons, can get them over the line. Monte walks so K27 can run back into the spawn, and all the kills between them put Falcons right there.
Relieving to see as well these star individuals for the Falcons leveling up as the pressure has been applied as opposed to falling off.
Yeah, this was very losable, to be honest. Not just 10-4, but think about Karrigan losing that 1v1 clutch very late in the game when Nico let them up connector onto the Mizzino 4K. Would we not have seen Falcons crumble there in the past? But now they lead by 2. Swing and a miss. And fair enough being scared of going B with how one-sided all the B holds have been for Falcons. They've shut them down every time, but again, it's Karrigan alone, round after round. Kiyosuke out, wide, on short, re-clearing mid with his team.
And this one is won or lost in these mid-fights, with the Mongols also looking for this space. It is an all-in brawl in this final round of the half in OT.
Falcons know it's coming, and they initiate. Bloodbath in middle, blitz out under. Shooting ghosts, Tesses comes chasing. 2 versus 4. It's never felt freer. And so Techno looks for the solo clutch. Mizzino must take kills with him.
Mizzino with big damage, but it all falls on a Techno. Bottom of the board right now for the Mongols. Has to get a move on, has to have faith that Mizzino has pulled them away. A Techno 1v3 is what's demanded if the Mongols want to have hope in this series still.
Don't count them out.
Here's them coming his way in the market. Needs a miracle. Does Techno. And as they close in, execution falls upon him. Falcons flawless on their CT half.
Good check on Tesses.
Only 4 kills in that entire overtime for the Mongols.
Ouch. Don't tell me that. That does not paint a pretty picture here for the Mongols, who have choked this game from 10-4 up to the Falcons. 3 chances to finish and find a playoff berth. Tesses as well, big 4K round with the clear on the clutcher to find that flawless half. Here we go, double orb, everybody gets to try it. Cobra Zera's turn. 10 and 21. Trying something new. At least keeps the B site somewhat locked down. Mongols don't move away from this ramp control. But Falcons are in no giving mood, playing very spread on this default. Nine-10 has quite the rival to replicate in this ticket position. But meanwhile, Monte is top middle.
I mean, we had slow starts across the board for almost everyone on Falcons in that T side. Karrigan and Tesses were the most notable, but everyone was struggling. You weren't getting given openers. It's a good trade for Kiyosuke. What if he goes even further than that? What if he runs it all the way home with that 3K? And the Mongols missed their chance. They had Falcons down, but not out. And there's the close. Monte and Kiyosuke claw this one over the line and into the playoffs. The Falcons complete this comeback, and we get to see them now in the Barys Arena.
Counter-Strike analyst Thorin tweeted when FaZe gave up Karrigan. He said this is a time when this organization will learn they don't have FaZe fans, they have Karrigan fans. And damn it, I am a Karrigan fan. Falcons is going to the playoffs. I don't care what you have to say about this stuff. I don't care if you tell me this is messy Counter-Strike. No. I believe that man sitting right there. I actually believe.
I'm telling you what, they didn't need just another superstar. They had the two that they needed today because Kiyosuke and Monte made a miracle happen, bro. I mean, Mongols are really going to be kicking themselves because they played such a good CT side, man. Like Blitz, Mazzino, they were locking down that entire A side and mid side of the map, dude. It was closed for business, but then you swap sides, and Monte's just so freaking good. Kiyosuke did so well. This fragged out of his mind. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely. And also considering the fact that Tessa's Kiyosuke and Karrigan combined had 1 kill, I think, in the first 6 or 7 rounds, right? It was looking super grim for them. 8-1 the scoreline. And then they had a few Hail Mary rounds at the end of that first half. You get like 2, 3, 4. You're like, okay, maybe might be a little bit more reasonable. But that was a hell of a shutdown coming out from them. And you could see Mongols were left scrambling, even despite what looked like was going to be a screenshot of the minimap. The 4 versus 2, Mazzino just ran away with it, but they're still able to convert around on that. Especially in the overtime, I like how composed they were, but not like super static. Super still aggressive, in your face, and shutting down the Mongols.
That overtime was clean, though. That was the thing. Clean, the focus. I love how he's getting his pieces to work. It's not fantastic CS yet. But damn, he finds out how to activate them and get them moving.
Also, considering Blitz was almost about to steal away the game from them, that 1 versus 3 post-plant destroys Kiyosuke, takes out Monte, or I think it was Tessa's, and then Karrigan with a 1v1 captain versus captain, and a 36-year-old GOAT brings it back.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, this was just, it was a fun game to watch. Obviously, it was messy. Obviously, we can talk about the mistakes that were made, but it was just a lot of fun seeing 2 aggressive teams just kind of duke it out. And, you know, again, you got to give props to the composure of Falcons to make the comeback on the CT side again. This is one of those games where Kiyosuke, you know, there were a couple times he maybe went for a little bit extra, but there were also times where he went for extra and he got it, right? Especially that closing round. I mean, the fact that he just basically
held
the entire, he bulldozed through connector for 3 kills to basically win the game. So, I mean, this just goes to show you, like, what Falcons could be. Like, you see little hints of, like, okay, this team has loaded talent if it can all be reined in just enough. If you can strike that balance between individual freedom and coming together and being synchronized and how you want to operate, they could do so much damage. And you are seeing hints of that, as you have seen in the past, but it just feels a little bit spicier. Right?
I agree with you, but also
the Karrigan BS.
It is, you know, the phase bullshit. It's coming here.
It was never phase. It was Karrigan.
It was Karrigan bullshit. Right. But like, here's the thing. This round in particular, right? It came down to the 2v1 at the end right there. That was Kiyosuke getting the opening kill towards top mid, swinging out wide, going for the second. He dies, and then these are the mistakes which are avoidable. The final round, for example, this round, this is like him just running on in. He hears the. He gets shot by the second guy, gets the kill. But even though he continues to hold W and gets the 3rd guy as well, he knew his teammates are coming out from ramp, right? That aggression is allowed because you're working in a concerted effort with your teammates. You know, it's a hit coming in. It's just when he just overswings or overextends in scenarios where he really shouldn't be is where, you know, he makes his mistakes. But here, all forgiven. They get the win. Consider it's 1-5 or 1-8 at the beginning of that thing to end as MVP. Hell of a performance from him.
For sure. And I love that we're starting to see these performances from him as well, more and more. I think we've seen quite a few times now. Yes, granted, a few times during Astana where he maybe hasn't risen, but a lot of these maps, Kiyosuke is coming to the party.
And just look at where he's getting all the kills as well, right? T side, it's almost like a straight line. And on CD side, I mean, Dust, he was basically bailing out Karrigan time after time whenever they were going for his B hits as well.
Well, Kiyosuke's on the mark, and you have him and Nico playing the 2-star CT rifle roles. I mean, it's just so hard to get past that. They can just run them through the blender, and it makes up for, like, even if you think Karrigan's a weak leak on the B anchor role and you want to try to punish that, the fact that Kiyosuke can be there, Monte's op is so dynamic and can always rotate in the right position at the right time. Again, we all know that Falcons has the right weapons, and it's just about harnessing them, and today they were able to do enough to get it done.
I would love to be able to hear from the Falcons and figure out what is changing in the calling that is allowing them to activate like this. Banks is with Nico now, so hopefully we can find out.
I will try and find it out for you, Sam, and that is right. I've got Nico with me here. You made playoffs, Nico. Karrigan safe for now?
Yeah, of course he is. I mean, you know, first playoffs for him this year, I think. So I guess it's a lot better than it was before for him.
No, all jokes aside, I just want to have some fun with you on that one. This was a crazy game, an intense game. You had to fight so much back against the Mongols in it as well. Looking at that CT side and just how the calling went for you, how you were trying to work it all out as it was getting crazy. Then into overtime, you seemed to hit another gear. Can you just explain it all to me?
Yeah, I mean... I'm just trying to recollect everything. No, but obviously we had Danny getting pretty good ideas before the map started, what we can use against them and what's good, and also what we had done before. Yeah, it was. I felt like I was in a good control. Like even though we were getting a bit, shut down on T side, was very hard. I still stayed in the game throughout the whole map, and I know that we have one of the best CD side on Mirage right now. I think we have actually came back multiple times already now on this side, and I just feel comfortable. I think the kids are also insane on this map. They're getting a lot of multi kills and just about putting him in a comfort zone. And we just have a lot of things on Mirage right now. We can go aggressive very fast. We can go aggressive late round. We are also good when you play passive. So we have a very good balance of everything. And when everyone is hitting the shots, it looks like this. And as you said, when you get to overtime and you come back, you obviously now you have space to breathe, you have space to make more mistakes, and you can just kind of do a bit more riskier plays as well. So it just felt like that, we cracked the code and we just understood what works, and it was just kind of easier to take the duels, in overtime, which just helped us. And but overall, a team effort. Really, it was hard. It was looking very hard. Inferno was tough, and then we started getting smashed on Mirage. So really proud of how we stayed in the game and how we kept believing until the end.
Yeah, you really believed and it paid off for that one as well. Looking at just the route you've had here to the playoffs, some maps being closed, obviously there's a loss in there to 9Z as well. How much of these moments do you put down to just maybe not being as comfortable and prepared as you want to be with Karrigan, with how all the pieces are being used, because you haven't had as much time?
Yeah, we didn't have much time, and I think it's crazy that people expect us to win this event. I think one thing is to change just a regular player on the team, but when you change IGL, you change pretty much the whole system. You change the whole team, and we work day in and out trying to constantly adjust, get into the Finns system that everyone feels comfortable. So we knew it was going to be messy, in the groups, and all of these teams that we had played so far. For example, like Monte, they looked very strong on practice as well. We knew it was going to be hard. I think MongolZ also, they always keep delivering. And obviously 9Z, they also beat MOUZ yesterday. So they all play very strong. But for us, it's just about kind of getting the data, learning the Finn system, how much space we can take, how much space he gives, the energy. We are finding out how we behave in these tough moments, who needs to bring up the mood, who is going to be, just a lot of different things. Even though it's just one player, it's completely new system. So for us, obviously there's no goals, I would say, for this event, but I think playoffs was kind of, mandatory, and I think, the minimum, and now we achieved it. And the reason, we struggled before in playoffs, and the reason we brought Finn is to get over that edge. And I'm excited to get on the stage with him again after 8 years. He's a big showman, and looking forward. I'm gonna enjoy it.
Hopefully you put on a show with it as well. I'm expecting that from you guys. But looking at just Karrigan now, you worked with him in the past. What is your initial thoughts on how he's working with the team, what he's getting out of not just you but other players on the team, and how this is working currently?
I think it's working very well. Even though the results were messy, but I think we feel very comfortable in the game. I think for us, as I said, he brings a different style of game. It's not, none of these players played with this type of IGL ever before, in my opinion. So it's a lot of learning, and for us, it's just, it's really easy to fit into his system with these players when we are leading, when we are feeling the momentum, right? But when we hit, when today the things were a bit rough, this is where, if his system needs to work, we need to be constantly 100% in the game if his system wants to work. So I think today we showed a little bit of weakness in that part. But other than that, I think the Finn system, obviously there's a big reason why we wanted him on the team. We believe that he will be able to take us to the next step.
Well, thank you very much for your insight. One final thing on this, though. You did say during this interview just now, you think it's crazy people expect you to be able to win this tournament, but you might have some of that belief yourself, right?
You always have the belief that you can win the tournament, and I understand why people think that with the players that we have. But for us, we need practice. There is no vitality in Navi, but we need more time, and but still, it's crazy to me that people still expect us to be.
Well, let's see if it does end the crazy when we get to that part of the tournament. Nico, thank you very much for your time. Sam, let's get back to you.
It's not crazy. I think they need to lift the trophy.
Look, I think if it was,
Jesus Christ.
The way I'll say it is this: if it was any other team and they were swapping an in-game leader, there would probably be a lot more grace.
They've had too many swaps. They don't have any more time.
I'm getting there. I'm saying any normal team, you would say, let's give them some grace, new in-game leader. But you're supposed to be an exceptional team with top-tier talent. Expectations are different in that situation. So, you know, I can understand why he feels like they need to hold back a little bit, why he feels maybe it's a little bit overwhelming, the pressure. But at the same time, it's like, no, like you have so much talent. You don't have any vitality here. You don't have any Navi here.
And you have Kerrigan.
And you have Kerrigan now wrangling things on the stadium. So I do feel like winning should at least be, you know, in the mindset.
I can't believe I'm going to be a Falcons defender here, but Kerrigan's there. I'm going to give him a little bit of time. It's fine. They made it to the playoffs. I agree with Nico. At least he knows that it is mandatory for them to at least make it to the playoffs with the field of teams right here. Right now, you know, top 4 placing, and even if you lose against, let's say, you know, hard-hitting Spirit or something like that, I'll be like, it's fine. They're learning because from day 1 right here till day 4, they have definitely improved. So a well-deserved win right there.
Do you remember when people used to hate watch Falcons? Now we're like, they can have more time because they have Kerrigan. I love it. I love how the seas of change have started to flow. Falcons have added their name to the list, as has MOUZ. They are joining 9Z and Spirit in the playoffs. Who else will be there? Will it be FURIA or Gentlemates? We'll find out right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
My next interview is with a very special guest, and this time last year we saw MongolZ join FURIA. I remember you feeling confident, playing in your first big event. It was home country, home soil. So this was your rookie year, right? It was your first big event. No trophies then, no MVP medals, no anything to look at. But what emotions and feelings do you have right now coming back to this event as the player you are today? Like all the things that have changed for you.
For my mind, I think nothing to change, but I'll say maybe I'll take responsibility in Kazakhstan how player. And yeah, for me it's all. For me it's nothing to change. I'm a normal guy.
Now, when we did an interview and we were talking at the beginning of this year, you had a new approach. You've always been very confident, always, but you were telling me you were watching more of your own demos, trying to see your mistakes and what you were looking to make improvements. But it is, when I look at your gameplay, maybe sometimes we're missing the magic of MongolZ. You have some very high moments, but the consistency has dropped compared to what we saw before. Do you understand why?
I think I understand why, but for my mind, I want to change my game, and I want to change game to help my team. And maybe before I'll play a little bit to individual game and a little bit to myself. And for me, it's not so good because you're not playing to win the game. You're playing with team.
Yeah.
In Counter-Strike, this is a competitive player. If it's maybe individual game, yeah, I can do something magical. But when you play with team, you need to play for only team. Yeah, you can do sometimes magical, but you cannot win trophies individual. This is problem. You can maybe kill everybody, but you're still losing. But when you're losing, you are not happy. This is problem. But yeah, I think I'll try to change my mind. I will try to improve myself, and I'll try to improve not only myself and only, I'll say, to my team as well. And yeah, I'll try to change my play all.
Could you explain to me how you are then helping the team with this change? Like, what kind of things are you trying to do?
I'll say we are talking a lot of time about system, how can I help every time. And I think I'll try to do not more individual play. And for me it's all because when I joined the FURIA, sometimes I can do individual games, sometimes I can take overpicking, and maybe this is problem sometimes. Yeah, but I'm still confident. I'm not losing my confidence.
Good.
I think I never lose my confidence.
That's very important because Counter-Strike is a game of confidence as well. Now, obviously, this event is kind of similar to Rio because Rio is so important for the Brazilians. This one is so important for you. But do you feel like this event, especially considering not just that it's in Kazakhstan, but you played so well last time around, you have a special feeling that you guys can turn it around now and have a deep run again?
I'll say you want to win this tournament for sure. And yeah, for me this is the same in Brazil, because how people support in Brazil, this is, for me, this is the same in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
But for me, only for me, I'll say Kazakhstan people like me and support me. And I very appreciate this. I want to say thank you for these guys who come to watch me and who come to support me. I very like this because you know, it's hard to explain who are not sitting around me.
Yeah.
We want to win this tournament for sure, but we are not overthinking about and we don't overpressure ourselves. And we just enjoy this game and play Counter-Strike because it is a dream, it is our life.
It is a dream to do, right? And it's a lot of fun to do on there as well. You ready though for stepping back onto a stage, making playoffs, going for this deep run? Because I remember, right, the first time you took the microphone from me, you were talking to, you had that confidence. Now it's going to be even better, right? If you can do it again.
Yeah, of course I can do. Why not?
I look forward to it, man. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck going into the tournament.
Thank
and
you
let's
so
see
much.
what you can do in Astana 2026.
Thank you. Let's see.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. Always good to hear from MongolZ and indeed James Banks. But for now, Richard Lewis, your host, me, will be talking to the panel about the game we've got coming up, which involves MongolZ, FURIA, Gentlemate, Maui Snake, Prof. There we go. I pointed at things and said the words.
Fantastic. That's your job as a host, I think.
No, yeah. I'm going to be, no doubt, employable moving forward.
You're really good at the pointing hand thing, gestures and all of these. I feel very pointed at when I'm on your desk compared to other desks. More
I actually
pointing going on
use
here.
hand movement quite a lot. If anyone has noticed that is one of my strong points.
Yeah.
The hands move, the legs and everything else not so much.
Just keep them to yourself.
Actually.
That's gotten some people in
Good
trouble
advice,
lately.
Bowie. Thanks for that. Anyway, so look, why don't we set the story of this fixture up? I want to start by talking about Gentlemates, and who better to ask than one half of HLTV's editorial team?
I don't think that's my job, but okay. The thing is, I spent half of this day just thinking about, can this game be interesting, right? Obviously, if you're a huge favorite, and Gentlemates, they have some things going for them, but their season is a weird one because they started off very strong in the open lands at the start of the year, like January, February, and they peaked at number 16 in the VRS, and at that point, you know, we have these simulations and percentages, odds to qualify for the major. They are at 82%.
Yes.
And what they did after that is literally not play anything for a month because they were trying to kind of optimize. Everyone's trying to optimize the VRS and, you know, not to lose points. Then later on, they're coming back after a month and they just suck.
Yeah.
They just lose to everyone because, you know, they haven't been playing. They realized all of these teams are actually catching up to them and they should have been playing before as well. And then they just they're disappointing. They lose game after game. They crash out of 2 or 3 open lands and they miss the major. And these are players that barely played any majors. Like I think Alex played 2, maybe Mopos played 1 or something like that.
I remember Mopos at 1 for sure.
The rest of the team, they've been around so long that you feel like they are like bigger names in the scenes. But actually, Martinez never played a major. Like that's how like
Truth nuke.
Yeah, that's not something you really expect. And then what happened after that is they cut their coach, right? And now they have their previous analyst standing behind them. And I think, cutting your coach, if he is a part of making these decisions, I think is completely justified.
Right. And I mean, I think that the thing with Repkeys being brought in as the coach has actually kind of helped them. There's one crazy thing I noticed when I was looking at Gentlemate's demos is that in the last 2 weeks or so, every time, and they didn't used to do this before, I looked to compare, since he became the coach in the last 2 weeks, every time they lose a T pistol without getting a plant, they force buy. And they have set piece plays. So I think he's bringing some new ideas to the table because the team used to just full Glock eco the next round. That's kind of what the meta says to do.
Yeah.
But it actually has led to them getting some kind of cheeky round wins versus some of the teams here at this event where they'll just force buy off of a pistol loss on T side. And I think that they've actually upgraded their strategies. I think they actually have more ways to get map control. They're more of a contact heavy team in general, but they have just a few more ideas of what to do in a round now.
Gonna need lots of ideas today because they're taking on FURIA. But I do have to say, FURIA, I hope they're not talking about yesterday's game against Spirit in the huddle. You want to put that one out of your mind. It was a bit of a car crash, not really clean. They definitely had their opportunities to get it over the line and weren't able to.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA had not a great start to the year. Definitely on the downward trajectory. I mean, Fort Worth was a disaster for them, crashing out to FaZe and Gamer Legion. And I know Yakindar was kind of writing that off as like, it was unexpected styles and all of this. But those are, you're losing 4 maps, right? Straight out, and you're out of the tournament. And obviously the whole Fallen situation, I think it's overdone at this point. The main story is about this guy, MongolZ on the screens, right? Home country, he debuted here in the top leagues and had a great performance, great first year, rookie of the year, and this year he's been struggling. It all turned around this event, and now even in the game yesterday against Spirit that they lost, he was really good. I think that's what they can carry forward.
I would just describe FURIA in 2026 as mercurial. They're very difficult to read tournament to tournament, whether they're going to be a contender or they're just going to bow out before you would even expect it. So to see MongolZ hit the ground running at this event, one, gives us something to be excited about given we're hosting the event in Kazakhstan. And I'm pretty sure, he's from Astana, if I'm correct, right?
I mean, that was what we said last time.
I think originally he's from like outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he spent some time here regardless.
Astana claims him.
Well, he's on billboards now.
The Astana Metro.
Exactly.
The Astana Metro area. Okay.
Yeah.
So regardless of that, it's nice to see him in front of his home crowd play as well as he is because he's just been so disruptive. It's so fun to watch when MongolZ is re-peaking like he was last year, when he's breaking smokes with such efficacy. And we'll see the map pool here to see if he's going to have all of those opportunities.
We're going to see which one they prefer over on FURIA. Will they elect for the Inferno or the Overpass when they get the pick?
Yeah, feeling an Overpass. I think they have a win streak there. Not super sexy for Gentlemates. I think that makes sense to go with, and the Nuke for Gentlemates also not a surprise. It's Nuke or Inferno, generally the 2 maps they like to pick.
I think that's why we're probably going to be seeing an Inferno Decider.
Yeah.
I think both teams want to play that one. Both of them have liked picking it in the past. I'm personally extremely glad that FURIA has kind of moved away from Inferno being their first pick when given the option, and now they're relying on Overpass a little bit more. So that should probably be a map in their back pocket. I think that's going to give them a huge edge in the series already. And indeed, we are going to be going to the Handshake Inferno Decider here. We've seen some good Gentlemates games on that map if we get there. Like, they just blitzed Heroic yesterday, so I'm not counting it out to be competitive if it gets to 3 maps, but I don't think it's going to get there.
Oh, that's interesting. So no chance for Gentlemates on Nuke for you then?
I just think that the style that Gentlemates play is way too contact heavy. They throw a lot of utility, but frequently, like, they have some of the worst flash assist numbers of any team in the top 50. They just throw a lot of opening utility to set the battlefield, but then they just kind of walk into angles, and FURIA's just going to eat that up, in my opinion.
Yeah, for me, I know this kind of sounds the classic, but if they get momentum, they're a team that likes to play with that. And I think MongolZ is a player that characterizes that insanely well. Like, he's a guy that's going to push a smoke, he's going to do something unexpected, but for that to work, you need to kind of either have map control or you need the other team to be on the back foot to be able to have these little mind games and reads going on. And I just feel like FURIA, this event, I think it was Monte maybe in the first game where the CT side was just such a lockdown, and the way they use the meta that is now, you know, stacking nades outside and just having 4 nades going on the smoke wall, you literally can't make any progress anywhere. And then, you know, MOPAs can't really do anything lurking around or finding gaps on the T side because there's no gaps.
Yeah, I mean, my worry here is the CT side is where it was kind of all coming apart yesterday. Sure, that was against Spirit. They do have the best entry fragger and indeed arguably the best player in the world to pick you apart. But there were gaps there and easily exploited.
Weird thing also about FURIA going into Nuke, CT side, is that the 3 guys that you expect to be really good on it, I'm pretty sure Yekindar, K27, and MongolZ past 3 months, I think they all have a sub 1.0 CT rating. It's actually the T side where they've been a little bit better, but given how good they looked against Monte, I feel like they've corrected some of those issues from that the sample size shows when you zoom out as much as I did.
Well, listen, we will be able to find out if you're correct, Maui, because we will go over to 2 of my gentle mates. Yeah, I said it.
Well done.
Thanks, my best work. In the form of Lourdes and Scrawny.
I wouldn't say your best, but some of your best, Richard. Absolutely. Thank you, our experts, for breaking down this one, Mo. We dive back into another FURIA game, a FURIA who we have had our expectations skyrocketed once we landed in Astana. So I'm hoping to just kind of forget about yesterday versus Spirit, where FURIA almost felt a little like uninspired by themselves and the quality of play they brought to the table. This is a chance for them to just stomp again at the start of the series on Nuke, exactly like they did to Monte.
We could have seen them win yesterday. Obviously, it didn't happen. It was a very close match, and I think there's no way and no world in which they were looking sort of emotionless because they weren't feeling anything. If anything, I would assume they were feeling too much, and I can understand why the story for them in Astana is a pretty big one. The story for them with Fallen is there's a lot of things probably on their plate right now mentally, and I think they showed they were prepped, ready for the event, but the mental side of it is just a whole nother test. Now, this one should be a little bit easier than yesterday, but we're here to find out if it's going to be a lock.
Molly for K27 to have to handle. 2 first kills come out for FURIA, and Davy G the only one to answer. So nicely done, FURIA, able to hold that A floor. There was a layered execute there from Gentlemates. They had a plan, Mo. They had the nades, they had the plan, they tried to put it in place, and then they just get shot upside the head. So FURIA individually going to shut that one down with ease.
And I'm expecting basically from every dimension of gameplay that FURIA will be able to do that. And I think even yesterday's game was probably a bonus for them. Yes, they lose, but they played, you know, deep into overpass. I think was good for FURIA. I think playing to the point where they got pushed on 3 different maps and had to just get all of the, you know, the ick out.
Sure, the gunk.
Yeah, the gunk. Anything that was kind of slowing the roll. Because from what we've seen, they have the tools, they have the tactics, they have the new ideas.
And they've had the uptick in some individual form, right? We really kind of put like Yekindar in the spotlight yesterday.
Yeah, like his third map was a little bit better, so that helped out a lot. And obviously MongolZ has been perfect.
Gentlemates are really hoping to get the FURIA that played this map at Fort Worth. That was total blowout losses for FURIA. Not the FURIA that completely trounced Monte at the start of this event. So there's been this like hot and cold element. Maui discussed it, how if you zoom out, kind of looks a little sketchy for FURIA, but you don't even have to zoom out fully with that recency of rivals.
Yeah, and Counter-Strike, I mean, 3 months form, you know, that really doesn't matter. It really, what really matters is last week if there's enough games, 2 weeks if you need a bigger sample size, but that's pretty much how it goes in CS.
Things move fast. Not in this round, per se. We hit 30 seconds. We've got 3 players still over towards Squeaky. And that last piece of util for the hut. Flashbangs to get it rolling. And K27 retains vision and control with his teammate up above it, so just stomped on inside of this bomb site by FURIA. Never meant to get too much going, but with the fact that they had their Tech 9s and utility, you'd hope for more than, say, what, 60 damage? So good start for FURIA to convert their pistol. That was something that was also weird yesterday with, you know, Spirit. There was a couple of times where FURIA kind of let them back into games because of those half buys, and that's something that I don't think they're going to want to allow Gentlemates to pull off today.
I think we saw definitely that Spirit were individually in it. They were sort of mentally fine, and they were willing to, I think, let bad rounds go and move on to their punish game, which ultimately was the decider. I feel like the difference between them and FURIA. But I certainly wouldn't have argued that, you know, they were the better team overall. I think FURIA still had that, so we'll see how long we can hold on to that narrative. I mean, this test is everything.
Mopaw's going to try to make this a sneaky moment.
Back out to Secret. I mean, just to go and check to see if anybody hasn't been watching this, but looks fully calmed.
Taking a look and not seeing, there was in fact 2 more players out here. Mopaw's, never does join him through the Secret counter push, but goes back down to that lower site. This guy's just kind of walking back and forth, not really sure where to go, what they want.
They're not taking the bomb anywhere, and everything is kind of closed. So not exactly sure where Gentlemates would like to go on this round, but with Deagles, could just be about getting 1 or 2 kills.
Mopaz has made it through that B site, I believe, unnoticed. So there's a world where he catches Fallen off guard now. But the way he approaches it, lets Fallen react. Not fast enough. Ramp now belongs to Gentlemates. That could damn well open the door for the bomb plant, if not for this fast rotation down by 2. Yekindar here to stop it. Takes a Tech 9 shot.
Tech 9.
That was Mopaz, the closer of those 2. So all things considered, that felt like it was going to get them absolutely nothing. Finding 2 kills on their chance at a plant is something to work with, but the 3-0 start, regardless, secured by FURIA.
It is kind of interesting that the early vent drop, it felt like FURIA were thinking about it, but the longer the round went on, just being silent for that long, it opened up a new timing. It must have helped him open up a door as well to get that ramp lurk in play. So now we go into a rifle. There'll be no ops on the board.
Forward press to start versus the first gun round to Gentlemates, who find themselves collected up inside of lobby and met by smokes. That'll force them to pause momentarily. Yuri on the site silos, just perched and waiting for the hut play.
They're just trying to draw K27 actually towards outside with some outside pressure, but it's not really doing anything. Yekindar still here.
There we go.
K27 goes down, though.
Yuri's going to have to do this on his own. Ooh, he's got a second chance at a multi. Now MongolZ up from heaven's going to have to get in and try to make up lost ground. They're going to plant on the front side of hut. Fallen doesn't waste a moment. That got them off the bomb plant. What a dive.
Wow.
Fallen hits the bomb site, sprints in, and slays them.
Yeah, they trusted that molly to work, but they should have protected it while it was going up and then looked for the bomb plant. Rushed the situation a touch. Got freaked out when they heard Fallen hit the ground. A little rough and a little too fast there for Gentlemates, but still a good punish for FURIA.
And that's the kind of tenacity that had me believing in FURIA with their first best of 3 wins. First 2 best of 3 wins, excuse me. Fallen with just no caution. Inspires the troops, rallies them into the interruption on the bomb plant, and forces Gentlemates back into this gross-looking buy. Solo Galil. A good amount of utility, and some of it already trickling in through the skylights. Here comes that top main play. The Galil in question, meant to thrive, instead gets stuffed. Again, a bit separated are the hut players, but we get at least the slightest bit of a rebuttal. Alex is only going to find that one inside of main, and so the money starts to grow, the confidence starts to grow, and FURIA off to the 5-0 start.
Yeah, it's not looking too sharp here for Gentlemates if this is how the game plan is going to go for the rest of the match. A lot of these upper holds are, I mean, the upper attacks aren't really close enough that you'd be like, oh, you should try that again. I think they, barely got themselves into nearly a post-plant position in the round before, but I wouldn't say they were in full control of any situation and then made one mistake and let it go. You're going to be pretty happy if this is the style of play that Gentlemates are going to be coming at them with. They might be scared to go for the longer rounds and try to fight them outside, but if you're going to pick Nuke, you have to.
Cautionary utility. Stack outside of main, and those nades just off the Marcus. Sosol had already hit the top of main. You've got 3 players grouped up behind the red box. They've not gone for the silent cross, but he got wind of it. K27 just enough bullets in the magazine, but he's going to get dived on. Sosol makes the activation into that, gets the trade. Players downstairs, Yakindar's looking to handle those ones as MongolZ goes for the kill back on main, maintains map control there, and this lower swing right there for Yakindar to double down on, but Alex will walk away with half health.
Ooh, MoPause gets tagged going down the vents. Looked like Alex actually wanted to feign presence, go back, seeing the bomb had been spotted, but instead there'll be a commitment. They could open this door, but it's being watched.
It's a 3v2, but the two both on half health. Oh, but he caught him.
Wow.
Fallen walking up, blindsided by that walkout. Suddenly things feel a little more winnable.
Whoa, is that going to work? Okay.
No, he's got it.
That's crazy.
1 HP there for MoPause. No surprise to see him dropped. Alex wants to go for the reposition, but he's already been spotted trying to walk up along the wall. So there was a big disadvantage to have to go up against there for the Gentlemates. No surprise to see FURIA keep winning ways rolling.
I did like the boost on the back of the site. You don't see that often.
You got to do something, you know?
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
But not meant to be.
No, and it did ultimately reveal both players were there.
It's been tough to kind of get your hands on FURIA right now. They feel like this ball of electricity, the way they're playing some of these moments. There's really no hesitation in a lot of the plays out of FURIA, so halfway through the CT side and flawless so far.
And because MongolZ hasn't died, he's happy to stay on the AK. He's got 14,000 bucks.
Ooh, there it is.
And now you made me mad. I'm going to buy my op next round.
You're actually just powering him up by killing him here. But a 10-2 start for MongolZ. Excellent. Yuri trying to prop him up as this cross comes through from Gentlemates once more. Can the 4v5 be won by FURIA?
The bomb gets spotted crossing, so they know it's with the pack right now.
K27 freed up, doing his own thing inside of lobby. There's a chance that he finds MoPause eventually. This MoPause solo trophy move. You can see these CTs starting to go for a bit of a pinch as they understand that lower is being contested.
This could be cleared from the backside of lobby, but it isn't right now. So it's possible Fallen just dies here if he's not careful.
There we go. First secured.
I mean, okay, well, I was going to say, I mean, even if they lose these players upstairs, they have a lot of way to move lower.
Good trade back. Good thing they had a second player here inside of lobby. That's going to be a numbers advantage strong on the B site, even if somebody was home. But that's not the case. Both of FURIA's players still upstairs. The 4v5 they face seems too much to surmount. And here we have it. 7 rounds in. Gentlemates will collect a terrorist round win. We anticipate MongolZ switching out onto that op as he's on the brink of 16,000, but K27 will need to be bought for. That's fine. There's so much cash here for FURIA due to the nature of the first 6 rounds.
And again, as Maui brought up, that's always been interesting, at least in these last little while, that FURIA overperform on their T sides. They love T side, but they actually, you know, that would be fine if they didn't like kind of struggle for some reason on CT, but they've really shaped up their CT side. We've seen their nuke now. And now it's resulting in some confident-looking rounds. So at least run response, and it's good. It's on a full buy. It's using outside. They get to lower. They don't risk it all on a rush. Oh man, are they going to try that again though?
These have not worked.
I just want to
for
go back
Gentlemates.
to it. Yeah, let's see if this is the difference.
Oh, Alex is able to clear back sight. No heaven support, but K27 hangs on to his.
Oh, no mini smoke. Okay.
Comes out a bit late. Flash with it. You've got these players stuck. Is Fallen going to dive this alone? He goes through. He was barely done the reload. Both your players over on main couldn't come out at the same time. Now they're just going to force the issue. Yakindar still picks it up. Molodoi up above, dealt with. And Yakindar caught with a knife out. Gentlemates hang on for dear life.
Wow.
It felt crazy to me that Fallen was going through on the single flash. His reload was barely finished, and those main players still smoked out of the engagement. Very low likelihood for any trades, and so we see Gentlemates hang on.
Yeah, he heard the call flashing, and he's like, all right, well, there's no other time I can go. Either this flash works or it doesn't, and if it works, I'll have time to pull my gun out. He'll at least put together one kill, but for Gentlemates, I feel it's very important. They win that round, and I just feel it would have been really embarrassing if they tried another upper hit like that, and it just totally failed. Still looks a little risky, and I'm sure FURIA are kind of upset with themselves not being able to handle that once again. But in terms of their money, it's actually not fantastic. Somehow Molodoi burned through 2 rounds ago, $14,000.
I think that's, not to call him an anchor, but K27 kind of really broke going into that last round. Everybody had to buy around him. So we go MP9 and 5-7 for FURIA, but at least the Molodoi op features here in round 9 as well. Second round of the CT side, he's had one. Yakindar is going to find damage on the cross, but it's the AWP to pick it up, supporting over top. We haven't seen a ton of Gentlemates walk through that smoke, and so to get exposed this time around is the perfect chance for FURIA to get the 5v4 going. They'll hear that vent drop, and already down secret go too. MOUZ is much deeper than maybe FURIA could anticipate.
Yeah, they're really slow to get to ramp. I mean, once vent was taken over, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're not ready for this
really
at all.
Not going to clear this.
Mac-10's going to clean up one plus the assist, and Alex finds the headshot.
All right. I mean, they know vent was called, but getting out there that quickly was pretty crazy speed out of MOUZ, and it's a round-winning play. The 2 best guns of the round here for FURIA will save, but now Gentlemates actually make a T-side out of this.
It's a 4v5 rebuttal in this round as well.
All that needed to happen, I think, when they realized they couldn't break those smokes open again outside, they got their kill. But once they heard that knife and ramp became the only way to get downstairs, so they needed to get there quickly.
They wanted control so badly that they wrote off the threat of that Astralis push. Respect MOUZ, because he's got to do that with the Mac-10. It kind of frees him up to push as fast as he did, but at the same time, you're taking a duel to the player control. Alex was right there to tether for the 2K. But he didn't waste a moment slaying Yakindar. Oh, and Alex, that second shot. Nice sequence out of him. Over top of the panel. We saw the money under question last round. This time FURIA, sure, they get the 2 better of the weapons saved, but what's going to get sprinkled in around it? Not even Kevlar for Yuri nor Yakindar. They'll have a few grenades to play with. There's a kit on the field. You know, there's enough for FURIA to cause an upset here, but Gentlemates have had their hands properly securing these last 3 rounds. Just a matter of avoiding Molodoi's op and skirting by K27's M4. K27 currently changed up over to the ramp room this time. He's constantly on that A floor. Not this time as they try to get tricky. Looks like Fallen wants to kind of bait for him, switch it out. Oh, that helps. A 5-7 headshot just like that. MOUZ. Oh.
He's picked the perfect angle, hasn't he?
Half-assed
They're throwing him another gun.
But they went back.
And now they don't clear this. No chance. If they want to take ramp, they might feel free to. But even if they don't take ramp, K27 can confirm this. They might feel like they have more information than the CT side, but they don't.
Yuri wants to flush them towards K27, and that could do it. They come through. He stares at the gun. Didn't think they'd just walk that smoke like they did, and that's going to get them fully away from K27. Nobody holding. Oh, no, never mind. Right behind the vent. Well, that's an accuracy for you. Smoke grenade creates some ambiguity. Frag grenade lands there for damage. Still close enough to take a look at this, but it's high risk, high reward with these two guns to be saved again.
Yeah, getting out of the vent would definitely be tricky. You don't know if someone's waiting for you on Squeaky's side, so it's another round earned here for Gentlemates where they're willing to take risks. So walking back through that smoke was obviously the big one in the lobby, but no surprise that Yuri isn't holding it. Though I say that, and K27 did confirm both of these guys were going back to trophy.
That's that threat that Gentlemates won't know about until they watch this back. They have no clue how close they came to just giving that over.
Yeah. That's CS for you.
Four consecutive. It's a fiery start for FURIA, but things have cooled off. They've still managed to get through because of this constant save of the two guns. 2 rounds in a row now. We get 5 rifles up on the side of FURIA. Round loss bonus kicking in. 8-4 CT side best case, and high hopes for a T side in the FURIA camp. There's a shift in the tone here for Gentlemates as their plans have started to work. To finish off what he started with the op shot, but Davi G already into secret. Now 2 will quietly cross over. But it's held by K27. He survives barely. Goes for a swift reposition up into the floor of A site instead, and lets Martinez become the tip of the spear lower.
That's been an effective part of their game plan to get this Vens control so quickly and so early. So it's a pretty huge find for K27. Also still retain control side. So what will Gentlemates do in response to this? They're a very lurky team, and it's actually worked out on a few of these situations. Oh my goodness.
13 health for that one. Totally distracts Mopaz.
That is beyond.
Because it's the usual main player that's pushing into lobby. That's going to confirm last 2 players downstairs, and there's already everybody on the scene to deal with this. So best of luck, Martinez, 1v5. Not going to happen. The fact K27 survived the first fight in Vents, let alone the second in the lobby push.
That's not even like the kind of push. Like, not taking any damage on that is insane. Yep. So leave it to K27. He's been awesome.
Now 11-5, surpassing Yuri with this last round and tying MongolZ at the tip, or the top rather, of the scoreboard. This second shot. Whew.
Crazy.
And then hook, line, and sinker for Yakinder. So he gets the freebie, blindside, inside main. Gentlemates, full buy for the final round of the T side. Haven't shied away from playing outside in these recent rounds. That was something that didn't really feature the start of this T side, but we've gotten there by now. Little change up for the MongolZ position. Ooh, he's popping that open, and he sees more than one. That'll be Yakindar on high alert, but Martinez was afforded a crossover to Secret with the bomb for now. Minute to play. MoPaw's taking a look at A site, but gets smoked out from the doorway.
Unreal consistency out of MongolZ in these last few days. Just haven't seen a map where he really disappears.
Safe to say he wants to play on that Astana stage again. Kindar to face 3 momentarily. Shave Salsol off the play. Alex comes through, trying to open up the A site, but K27 is gonna mow him down. That's a ton of damage for Alex to have to stomach in an already unlikely 1v4. That one makes it impossible. K27's got his hands on these last couple of rounds, keeping that strong core of FURIA standing together. And so they do recover 2 rounds to close out the half.
It's a very distinct style here from Gentlemates in that first half to go lurky, to try to get lower control, to go for the vents plays. No hell wraps, very little ramp control, a lot of different stuff. And for the most part, it didn't work out. Obviously, FURIA had a lot of control in this half, but that small streak in the middle, I mean, that could definitely help when it comes to making a comeback.
But you were saying we have high hopes for the T side of FURIA?
Yeah, it's like that's their comfort zone. I've been very hesitant to be like, this is the, what FURIA are, so they'll be this, because
yeah, it's hard to put your finger on it.
Right now, it's sort of like, I know there's a lot more going on, but yeah, Yuri's 12-6, K27's 12-6, MongolZ's 12-3.
Yeah. That just feels like your win conditions have come together so far. 8-4 lead on top of it. A terrorist pistol win for FURIA could spell disaster for the Gentlemates map pick. They'll go 2 sets of Berettas, both of which with Kevlar. Separate the 2. Oh!
You got it.
Love that. Sly Dog. Finding a 5v4 by a smoke spam. Yuri hits the ground. Gravity not on his side as he's dropped to 30 health, and Martinez, with these Berettas pressed into the T's, is going to find the bomb at his feet. Way too easy. The start of this pistol. 2v5 could still come together as MongolZ looks to be the solution, doubling back now with their Berettas, but blindsided by the push. And so, Gentlemates get active in the pistol. Love the smoke spam through Squeaky to start this. And then from that death, you just kind of see FURIA seemingly having to play a little faster than I think they wanted. And at that point, trying to catch up never happens. Gentlemates ready from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm liking how Gentlemates are not afraid to take back space. They're not afraid to look for the smoke spams and not just play reactive. Like, they are very proactive. It looks, in that first half, it looked almost a little bit gimmicky or just a little bit too heavy on the risk side, but also they're the ones who are coming up against a team like FURIA. They have to take some kinds of risks.
Wise man once said, scared money don't make money.
That's right. Go for it.
You can't say Gentlemates have played with any fear. FURIA with a bit of timidness in this. Don't go for the buy. Got a deagle on Yuri to see what he can do. And that's what he can do.
Laser. I think his name is like Martinez.
Martinez. That's true. I like that he added that for us. Sometimes I just throw a little spice on these names for fun, but he's really set that one up for us.
Well, here comes K27's era.
Yeah, that goes about how you expect it with rifles inside of main like that. They get mowed down, and it'll be FURIA with a bye in the 3rd round of their T side as Gentlemates trail 6 rounds to 8.
It's an impressive amount of notes and highlighting there for Gentlemates, looking really professional with a good game plan here to go up against FURIA.
does definitely feel like they have visualized this head-to-head ever since that CT pistol. There's a certain confidence and swagger in the Gentlemates' moves here. Martinez swift to the bottom of Silo. He's got support as well on the other side of that smoke. So the longer this goes on, the less likely Yakindar is to get away with this kill. He'll find it before Alex really gets a chance to punish. Oh, no! And the headshot from Yakindar back to back.
Ludicrous.
That's what you're looking for.
And it's 3 guys outside. One's in secret. You could try to stop him there. Salsel, oh, he's in a good spot. But no, that's only 1 frag for him.
Both CTs downstairs. Molodoy heard that drop, so they know exactly where the last 2 are. Easy move up through heaven to the A site.
Well, thank you to Yakindar if you're FURIA for that second frag outside. Pure reactions.
And that is kind of why, like, he hasn't... We've just been talking about him as a win condition this week, haven't we?
Yeah, because when he's good, he's just so high impact. He is like on the same level as Molodoy and Donk and everything, just by the nature of him getting openers.
I mean, that second kill on the red box push. Whew, sit down, brother. I was worried he'd be a bit too timid and then that smoke would fade and Alex would have the chance to peek from the short side of red. But he made that move happen at the perfect moment. Well, he knew he would still have them separated. Not so cost-effective by the end of this round. K27 does kill MoPause there towards spawn before the bomb clears him up. So the sole survivor in Davy G and a 3-round FURIA lead. Yeah, look at the money, dude. That really puts things in an awkward spot for FURIA. They better hope to win this next round as well.
Yeah, that was testy.
Got an op on the CTs. Will not be a feature for FURIA.
Here comes the MAC-10. Oh, the AK. Okay. I was like, the Galil nades?
Okay, Serrato sold back. Maybe there's the MAC-10?
Is there the MAC-10?
Or just a full save so that they get an op in their next gun round?
And then someone gives him the Galil? Armor?
Money.
Nothing.
All he wants is money.
Not... Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
What was that?
Money. We had to explain that as quickly as possible because that was looking crazy.
Just jukes us out like that.
I mean, they've got a set idea here. It's very sparse utility. They're already down to 1 smoke.
Ton of Molotovs, though, if they want to blanket that upper site. Where did that come from? Huh? What?
How did a bullet just hit the ground there? That was crazy.
He took damage.
Wow, squeaky spam.
Do it again, I dare you.
I mean, the longer this goes on, Yakinder on spot, if this is what he's looking for. Just to get as much free space as possible since they don't have full outside utility. They also know that Gentlemates like to push things.
Yeah, but no one's holding for this push. 2 players inside of the hut. That wave of Molotovs comes flying out. They go 4 players squeaky strong, trying to dive the vent. A dink for Saucil to have to handle, and Molodoy cleans up on that. Yakindar will not get away with his outer antics. Op is on the scene, but as Martinez remains occupied with the player back sight, look, he's throwing grenades. K27 would love to try to dive this, and he'll get the headshot. MoPause right here as well, but you've got low health on all 3 FURIA players. There's an edge here for Gentlemates, but what they don't have is a defuse kit. 22 seconds on that bomb. They're gonna have to get this one moving, and they don't really have utility either, so that's what you need. A couple of headshots back to back. Molodoy reveals himself. They're gonna try to get on it, and it's not planted for him, but that 10-second defuse all the way, they got him off, and with that, it's a Molodoy clutch.
Wasn't he in a position where Molodoy would have had to jump off to kill him?
He would have had to.
I mean, he was on the right side of that defuse, I feel like, to actually just stick that. I mean, it would have been the only chance to win.
The only chance. I still don't think he gets it. MongolZ's got
too much time left.
Still 4 seconds to push out, so...
Yeah, okay.
But...
I'm thinking what comes close, to be honest, because I think MongolZ goes around the inside.
Let's watch it back with the replay.
The railing being in his way.
Nasty shots from MoPause here, predicting Fallen's peak. Yeah, bombs at halfway. It's another 5 seconds.
Yeah, but... Huh, okay. That's tough. Position that didn't feel like it would need a clutch. But still what happens is that, I mean, you look at both sides of the aisle. They're spending down to 0, and the T's, they're not going to have an op here. They're not going to have an AK, maybe. I don't know if Yukinder's got one on the ground, but this one's up for grabs. I absolutely wouldn't mind being gentlemates here, even though they have 3 MP9s.
There's been a couple of these moments for FURIA where they win a round, but then it's not cost effective, and they've got to bounce into the next one with Galil's.
The 2-5 death wins.
This T side is very frail, and yet double digits for FURIA off that MongolZ 1v3.
Such a grand opportunity for gentlemates, but also we look at gentlemates buy, and it's a big risk for them.
Same issue, different team.
And I think this is where their playstyle could actually benefit them on a round like this. Like, they know how to get space back.
Happy to press into their opponents. Davy G is not going to win that duel.
Huge.
Nades open up the avenue. MoPause goes for the hut control. They've wrapped around the site already, and they're concerned about that trophy push. Good presence of mind from MongolZ. MoPause strikes, and you've got 3 kills in a quick sequence, and Bomb wants to go downstairs.
Whoa.
Yuri takes a shot to the head, but survives
close.
it. And Martinez now is going to have to retake with an op and no kits.
And he wants to cut off Yuri going to ramp. He's not going there. But it also... Yeah, he really thinks that Yuri's waiting for him. Yuri was waiting for an opportunity to get to vent. Very crafty. Might even take this one outside to look for Martinez potentially saving. No, he's downstairs now and to safety. Martinez can go and hold on to this op. There's no chance for him to retake. Oh, that's nice. Another 4 kills.
I was going to say, keep the price tag high again and again.
Yeah. Yeah, one player saving really doesn't do that much. Still going to be a lot of concessions.
Yeah, it's so much more money than what gentlemates have, though, even if FURIA are limited. I mean,
so now this becomes the important round. It doesn't... I mean, Martinez still has an op, so...
Yeah.
Oh, man. Gentlemates are doing something really crazy.
G2 smoking PARIVISION.
Oh, my goodness. PARIVISION, they're never going to get good. I thought they were eventually going to get good.
For elimination, by the way.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, no shame losing to G2. They are good. But at least make it closer than that.
I think Dostan will be ashamed.
Yeah.
We'll also
might even be a little angry.
Yeah, we'll lose one of our Kazakhstan representatives. All while FURIA hope to put MongolZ on that pedestal.
So can Martinez save the day? They're putting a lot of stock into that. They wouldn't have bought if he didn't save this op. And so they have basically the same buy they had last round, maybe even a little better.
1 less MP9. And more grenades, that's for sure. But at the same time,
no
FURIA
kits.
also have a better buy.
Yeah.
So, trying to keep this one close. We've had some nail biters. But it is ultimately Martinez with the task outside, met by smokes at a minute 35.
FURIA trying to be as careful as possible. Martinez wants any opportunity to shoot. Threatening to heaven wrap smokes. That one's wide open, actually.
Find Fallen with his hands busy. Yuri's been spotted as well. That's 2 more players on the cross call.
Ouch! 4
One more
HP.
tick, and Alex is done for in the flames there. But Martinez can't do anything about stopping that cross downstairs, and these CTs have still not moved lower.
This is a crazy position. What's even happening right now? Another freak frag for Martinez.
But honestly, worth it, right? You stick around long enough, you swoop in, get a bunch of kills, and force this Yakindar Molodoy 2 versus 5 to try to, that's gonna help. Insta headshot out of Molodoy.
Where's he
That's
gonna
his
play?
chance to get off site.
Oh, they both can go control side. No one's coming out of the vents on this side.
But another moment here where bomb is planted back site, so it's not gonna be for them. They could get flushed out into the open. If the player's on site already, tap that bomb, it's gonna start to force Yakindar to maybe move faster than he wants. And it's being held.
Nice.
Davy G inside of the single door has got this one. We've seen Molodoy 1v3, 1v4 feels too much of an ask. Gentlemate's patience outside makes sure that none of their players get caught off. And that 10-second defuse is all the more dangerous when you think about how slow they were to move lower.
It's crazy how much value Martinez got out of his position, but he was the op that saved. Everyone trusted him and bought behind it, and he delivered 3 frags. That's about as good as it gets. And because it's been so many close shaves for FURIA, their money means they've, they've got to just chill.
Yeah, they're back to bust. $2,000 across the team. One deagle, it's on Molodoy's hands this time.
A healthy reset.
Gentlemate's been on the brink of this a couple of other times. 2 successful clutches in this map so far, both of which belong to Molodoy. And that is an element of keeping Gentlemates away from these easy anti-ecos. But once they get here, they feast within it. Triple for Saucel as nobody's allowed to enter the ramp, and Gentlemates cut that lead down to 3 rounds now.
Yeah, totally recover their position, their economy, their odds of actually coming back into this game. And they make sure it's not a free win for FURIA. Yuri saved that 4K last round to keep the op available now for Molodoy to buy.
And you know Martinez is opping outside with that sequence he was able to get last time FURIA had guns, so no surprise to see Molodoy go for this hunt. Molodoy now posted on it. Has to dodge the flashes. Yakindar goes for secret. Martinez wins the head-to-head. But Yakindar will stomp Alex out of the round, and a very quick move lower once again, threatening it. As Saucel drops, no ramp hold this time around. Fallen's gonna try to dive lower, looking to join up with Yakindar, who on 16 health is responsible for the vents. And so Davy G, swift to just drop in through this, has taken damage in the process, but it's a bomb plant on the Astralis side. One over towards control, and Fallen plays the rafters.
He'll go clock here, and this makes it harder.
Double ramp retake being put into position.
I mean,
we've got one kit, and it's on Martinez here towards the ramp retake. He's also the guy with the utility. Flash trickles out from the single door. Fallen's just looking to keep this tucked, and the rumblings of the ramp retake now come forth. Galil for damage, no frag. An Astralis player busy with the single door gets the kill before he has to, and it's looking to be K27 this time. He'll close in on it, and another round where FURIA survive with one single player.
Yeah, to pick that apart, they really needed to get Yuri out of that spot, and Fallen, obviously, not super sharp right now, is struggling to get his kills, but put himself in a good spot at clock and played his peaks properly to not die. Time pressure became immense in that situation, and the retake was just too slow.
Numerically, Yakindar's not lighting up this server, but another moment with big impact as he opens up that lower play immensely.
Yeah, true. Molodoy was definitely scared for a moment.
Molodoy gets blasted by Martinez, and Yakindar sees that as a chance to be the hero. So he was, to secure FURIA's 12th. Now Martinez, new line, gonna completely catch off Yakindar, and he doesn't fade away.
What is happening?
Around for the silo re-aggression, and Gentlemates will find a 5v3 comfortable thanks to their opper again.
Wow, he thinks there's no way that retake, repeak could happen with someone watching secret. now a big chance.
Ooh, nicely played. Fallen toying with Davy G. We get a wide swing out from Saucel, a second layer to this hell play. A lot of bodies outside still as that flash connects both ends.
Utility doing heavy lifting right now.
Holiday is looking to blindside it. I don't think they anticipate this garage cross. But he decides to just hit the pause button as K27 and Fallen double back towards lobby.
They wish they had some. They have no utility between these two. If they could take those flashes off of MongolZ, it could maybe elicit a lurk, putting some pressure towards ramp. But now MongolZ has to read their holding from here. He's going to crouch underneath this.
There was 2 players spotted out here once upon a time. Oof, it's an awkward transition there for MongolZ to have to catch because Saucel just decides to start moving. One vent drop and MoPause clears out the bomb. Trying to elicit something. Looking to play some mind games was FURIA with what little they had in this 3v5.
Oh, man, Fallen might get chased. He's low.
Nah, he's good. A Galil for your troubles, good sir. Economy's been a problem for FURIA throughout this second half, and this round will be no different. Galil changes hands over to K27. We get some utility sprinkled in. Oh, they're actually buying behind this. And they are going to
Really,
have...
what do they even get here?
A second Galil. A couple upgraded pistols and barely any grenades.
Man, money's been super tight. This one's going fast ramp.
All right, to test Saucel. He's going to mow down one, go for the quick move, and that's going to be the Rifler down to 27 health. Wide swing for Yakindar, empty-handed as Alex hands on. And while K27's made it lower.
Actually, yeah, Saucel's watching for this. Won't be spotted as he falls back. Oh, nice kill for him.
And a nade for your troubles. Woo! Keeps it clean here. Executing FURIA on the approach, one after another. Only Yuri of the 5 FURIA members able to get a kill this round. And Ramp's going to be held on to. Gentlemates close the distance, at the very least securing double digits on their map pick. 2 rounds to overtime, and now FURIA going to have to full save in round 23 because of that 2 Galil force buy they brought forth in the last one.
Let's see where it forms a little bit of a problem here. Yakindar has a chance to get some bullets off. If he gets that kill, that would have been sort of an X-factor moment for the team. But otherwise, Saucel has to be given so much credit to put up 3 kills on a ramp hold, get the lower play happening. The communication was obviously good to make sure he was safe from control side, and he made sure to watch it as well.
That's hilarious. Just in case. Just in case.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Get out of my vent. Oh my gosh, if he... Mopa's gonna walk back here.
No way K27's gotten away with this. Yeah, Lopez keeps his eyes on it, but
wow,
they move up behind the door. That's an AK for Fallen. Oh, and Yuri just got a second Glock kill. This was 5 Glocks, nothing else.
How did they do that?
Nade for Fallen.
What a meaty nade.
It's going to blow him out of the round. Yakindar's got the M4. Another nade. Another nade. Another nade. Still way more than you should ever get with 5 Glocks. A little extra money for FURIA so that they can get all the trimmings in the 24th round of regulation.
Yeah, it's nice for them to get a bomb plant for sure. Everyone's been spending to their bottom dollar in each of these rounds.
It's actually hilarious to just underhand grenades down them. You know they have no armor, no guns, very little health.
It's very rude.
Yeah. Throwing firecrackers in a mole hole.
Used to do that in the Outback.
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, mean, Martinez has brought back his scoreline in a massive way on the CT side. He's generated lots of opportunities. Some of them, I wonder how FURIA has given him so many.
It's going to make Yuri feel like he's been found out. K27 again trying to test this squeaky smoke. He pulls off some wild antics, and he's right on the edge of it as he slides out, finding MOPA's unprepared, spotting a player backside too. Davy G, this is not the element of surprise he'd hoped for. They set Heaven ablaze, take over A, and have a man advantage in the post plant.
They didn't use any nades.
Onto main. Like you just said, so many utilities still left over to try to keep them all at bay. Martinez up into Heaven. Oh! Predicted by K27. And so the 2v4 has to come together for Gentlemates. FURIA's T-side has faced economic problems in so many rounds, and yet finally buying down fully in that final of regulation, FURIA will rob away the Gentlemates map pick and look much happier today.
That's right, Connor, a map victory that epitomizes the FURIA we have seen at this tournament so far. They get themselves almost over the line. They're there, you can see it in the distance, they're waving at it. Yeah, it's going to be easy. And then their opponents always find a way to come back in, typically before FURIA close out. So, you know, it's just been rinse and repeat today, but Gentlemates will probably be feeling a bit sore after that one.
Honestly, I felt like this was over 6 rounds ago.
Yeah.
So for Gentlemates to extend it,
6 rounds ago.
That's true, yeah. For them to extend it in the fashion that they did, I think that the way that they handled a lot of the on-bomb site situations, some of the retakes towards lower, was commendable. But I also have some worries for FURIA. I thought that this team looked great after the first 2 series at this event, but they're just taking a little bit longer. And the polish that still feels like it's something that they're trying to regain, despite the fact that series to series, I'm still just kind of unsure of what I'm going to expect or what I should expect.
Yeah, I think the comeback started with that Martinez round when he was just in garage with the op, and the rest of the buy was kind of not that great, right? And that he gets the first kill, and it seems like no one from FURIA is actually trying to deal with it in any way. They're all just like burying it inside, like I do with my feelings, and just thinking it's gonna solve itself. It never does. Of course, they lose the round, and then almost, you know, overtime for Gentlemates. I think they had definitely a good chance to do it. And then
right there, Prof. That's where it should have been over when Davy G sort of comes off that defuse.
Yeah.
No reason. And we were just like, okay, they're toast. They're mentally checked out. And then they battled all the way back, only to lose 13-11.
Yeah, I mean, it was it's a shame because I definitely feel like this was a must-win map for them.
Agreed.
And then you come close and just feels like a classic story of the underdog. You know, they kind of they did well, guys. They did well, but now it's all out of their hands going into overpass where they have a 6-match losing streak.
We need to have a conversation about Yekendar's performance, though, at this event. There have been so many moments where his inability to find kills that should be rudimentary by his standards, it's eluded him. I feel like that's the one missing piece because MongolZ has totally shown up. I'm glad that he's the standout player here as we're highlighting him. His activity on the CT side was definitely felt. Huge reason why FURIA got off to the lead that they started with in this one. But, I mean, I feel like he's having to do 50% more as he's getting 50% less from one of his main right-hand men in Yekendar.
Yeah, and especially you can see here on the T side, right, where you want Yekendar to be doing more. Obviously, you know, MongolZ, best will in the world. He is an AWPer. He's got the rifle. He's got the AK a lot on the T side. That's where you want Yekendar to be doing damage, and I agree. I think, you know, we saw it yesterday against Spirit, where it really stood out. But there was, I don't know, he just, it's rough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely expect more from the T side for Yekendar, like compared to MongolZ. Even though MongolZ picked up a clutch that he probably had no rights winning, the 1v3 on B, on CT side.
3 T rounds where he got kills.
Yeah, I mean...
How does he get a 48 ADR .99 rating, Prof?
Well, I don't know about that one.
who do we need to call at your website?
I don't know. The Latvian mafia probably like blackmailing someone.
48 ADR is crazy.
Traded deaths.
Traded deaths.
Traded deaths. You know, he was in the right space to die.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
When he was not getting kills, he was dying the right way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Team player, I suppose.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
something that evaded my eye test there, I guess.
Yeah, it's a new stat that they put in. So, but no, look, I think Furia, they are a little bit lacking this year. This has been the problem in terms of, we saw them on day 1, day 2 against slightly weaker opposition. They blew them out the water. You know, they battered Heroic, they battered Monte. Great stuff. You come up against slightly better teams, and then their deficiencies become way more apparent.
Slightly better team, Gentle Mates.
I would take
I
think Heroic and Monte are better than Gentle Mates. I think a few of us on the analyst predictions put those teams into our teams to make it through. Nobody put Gentle Mates to make it through.
No one considered Gentle Mates at all. It's like, what does this team actually have? Martinez is kind of decent on the op, but like these two teams are the two oldest teams, 2 out of the 3 oldest teams at the tournament. I feel like for Gentle Mates, they're just like such known quantities across the board. Like Sausal is maybe the newer guy. He had a few like individual moments that are like, oh, okay, that's nice. Martinez still has, you know, way to go, but the rest you kind of know what you're getting from, and it's not that crazy, right? Mopo's had a really good game. I thought he wasn't going to be able to get into it. He did, even on the T side. He had one ratty round when he got into lower and then unlocked the defense. But it's just like, you know, this is not a team Furia should be struggling with.
No, and look, I think you've had all of these issues with Furia in that map. What stood out to me is Yakindar's kind of back to liquid level Yakinda.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
At this event, in the last couple series,
I don't know.
There's been some moments. There's been more moments than I wanted to see from him.
And then you've got Yuri, who's kind of been a bit absent. You know,
he had one good Rio, and that was just the aberration.
Yeah.
That was him returning to the 2025 form. But then now we're getting him kind of whatever happened at New Year's. He's got to undo all of that. Because he was a totally different player in December.
Yeah, and then we've been pushing the narrative. Fallen's reinvented himself as a rifler. Reinvent yourself again, maybe, because the aim was pretty rough in that one.
The one thing I'll say about this event, and I feel like it's a weird trend, is that the stars have shown up. Like, we got Monte, Donk, and MongolZ all firing off. Like, they're going ballistic, even 9-10 if you want to pick out a MongolZ player. But then some of the supporting cast members at this event just don't seem like they're all there. So they gotta, it almost feels like whoever gets the most help come playoff time is going to be the champion.
2014 Counter-Strike, just star players carrying like a bunch of bums and friends. You know, Shocks plus Smith's energy going on in most of the teams right now. No, it is quite crazy. Like watching Donk, like Spirit, but we actually are just watching Donk. Like it just feels like nothing else is happening. MongolZ, as you noticed, amazing this tournament, and it's just I don't know. I do feel like the whole discussion about like Fallen's retiring at the end of the year. I don't think we should take away from maybe they should make some changes before that even because it's not. Why are you waiting so long for you to like fall off of being like a tournament major favorites last year to be like, okay, we'll figure everything out next year. Like I think you need to get ahead of the curve if like Yuri or Yakindar are not really cutting it. Yakindar maybe can take over as the IGL, but like what is Yuri really doing that someone else can't?
Are you even implying that they would push Fallen out before he retires?
No, actually no. But maybe you should change some of the other players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about Overpass?
Sure.
Want to do that?
Great map.
Yeah. Big fan. No, and Furia are big fans of the map too. As I always say, for me, it's a unique value proposition in the Counter-Strike space right now. It is the map that has the, harder timings. You got to know when to rotate. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's kind of one of those. And Furia are very good on this map.
Can't argue with anything you just said there. I saw so many things that I've liked from Furia's Overpass at this event. I love the way that K27 pressures the B bomb site by himself. I love the way that Furia can take up to bathrooms control generally pretty safely against any form of defense. I also think that they just have the best mid-rounding on this map on the T side still, knowing exactly when they're, without even seeing their opponents rotate to one bomb site or the other, knowing just off of feeling that they have done it, so that they pick the right and emptier bomb site to go to. So heavy favorites for me into this one.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Fallen is really good at. And I think still compared to most IGLs, he has that little feeling of like, okay, we can go back, we still have enough time, and not getting caught off and being like, oh, actually, we went to the bomb site with 7 seconds. Now we can't plant like a Aurora special or something. So I think that's great. And the CT side of like just MongolZ and Yakindar on A actually works really well, especially because MongolZ is sick.
So just quickly before we go to break, this is over into
strong victory for.
I want to see Martinez pop off. He's been a sick player for them, but it's over. 13-7.
Oh, wow, you even called the score. That's a first. All right, then we're going to go to the break. We will see if that 13-7 does manifest on Overpass in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I've got Aurora's newest member with me, Soulfly. Yakindar with me from FURIA. Zway from PARIVISION with me. It's time to play Spot the Difference. How confident do you feel of like details, little details on the map?
Well, the thing is, I'm not really sure.
What is this on site? Okay, this is the obvious. This is the side silo. One has to be two, but
correct.
It's one.
Good start.
So there's no silo. There's one more silo on the side.
Okay, we like out of one. I don't know how it calls.
Silo.
Yeah.
Yep.
The heaven closed?
There's no heaven.
No heaven. Yep. It's up the top.
Second thing is heaven is locked for some reason.
We closed heaven, bro.
There is no heaven.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference.
There
There's
you
no
go.
heaven.
Okay, and the third one is probably some other detail that like nobody would care about, which is shadows. No, shadows are there.
And the third one. The hut looks bigger.
No.
Or okay, I'm starting to go crazy.
You're trying to look at so many different things now.
Okay, give me a hint. Is it on the lower floor or is it on the higher?
It's on the floor. Yep.
It's on the floor.
Yep. You use this object a lot if you play A side.
I was playing A side and I don't understand what's happening.
Okay.
It went, bro. This one's so obvious. You're gonna kick yourself.
The slide, the under heaven.
The drop down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. I got 3.
You cooked. That was quick. That was quick. Think of this. You would come down from heaven. There's multiple ways.
The things like that makes you don't waste health when you
don't take damage. Yeah, bro.
Yes. Oh, I don't see that.
See, it's so obvious when it's like that.
When you normally jump, you're not getting fall damage from the mini ramp.
Sliding down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm the nuke guy, I think.
This is nuke is yours. Okay.
Yeah.
Nuke is yours.
It was a real test back on Nuke for FURIA, but they passed it. And we know that they also kind of had one hand tied behind their back because of the economy in some of those rounds. And so a fresh start here on Overpass, a map that I think they want to improve on from what they did versus Spirit yesterday. And like you said at the start of the series, Mo, really got some reps in on that close affair versus Spirit. I think FURIA will be happy that just the economy resets going into this second map.
I know, man. That game was tight. But even though FURIA had like a lot of economic struggles towards the end, honestly, Gentlemates had to overcome so much more.
Very true.
If they didn't force up behind that op and then start winning, like there was no chance. They would have got crushed. So that was a very impressive attempt at a Gentlemates. A little more than I expected. Maybe I just I didn't expect the minimum out of them, but expected FURIA to definitely look very comfortable today on Nuke. So we'll see where that leaves us here for the second map. I think FURIA, we did finally see a more convivial atmosphere, and they won. They got excited about it. They were just one map closer and felt like we should have won. And
I think it just feels realer today versus Gentlemates. You know, you don't have that additional pressure of like trying to stave off Spirit, another tournament favorite. And you're not wrong. It was very close. It's a 13-11 win on Nuke. 3 1vXs back on that map. All 3 of them FURIA's way.
Wow.
You know, that's the difference between Gentlemates potentially even going to overtime or having picked up their pick. So we'll see what they can do on Overpass. They get to start on the CT side, at least for them, but this map is a little more wishy-washy. They definitely wanted Nuke to get us to Inferno. That's how the analysts broke down the map Veto for us, that was kind of the gentleman's agreement. We'd duke it out there if needed. But FURIA wanted
Veto is so good
fast track, you know?
Yeah, Veto is so good for FURIA.
Yep.
And I think yesterday's Overpass game is going to round them out. I think they learned a lot in that match. They showed everything when they got to overtime. I think they were just so much better towards the end, and I think they got all the bad juju out. We've seen some excellent rounds from FURIA on Overpass. Their T-sides are just mad impressive, man.
It's that Fallen guy. He's a pretty good in-game leader, I hear.
Yeah.
So good that maybe he should never retire.
Does that make Molodoy Bronny James?
Bronny James.
Please tell me you know who Bronny James is.
I don't know.
It's LeBron's son. He's in the NBA at the same time.
I didn't know that. I thought Bronny was like a play on Scrawny, and then I thought, how can I make this about myself?
It is a name that almost doesn't sound like it would. It sounds fictitious, but nope, real guy.
Well, just about as real as that first bullet. Yakindar deletes Martinez. And now the bomb is going to follow suit behind it. Yakindar with another tap, and he's just been kind of sprinkling in these big impact moments.
Yeah.
Very threatening when he does decide to take over a round.
And now he's using your USP against you.
Beautiful stuff here for Yakindar. I want to say that's
3 bullets?
Wow, we
Is it
didn't really get
possible?
to...
I think it is. I think it is.
Definitely 2, because the USP still has 10 bullets in the magazine. I just can't confirm the Glock.
There's a feeling in the server. We didn't see it, but I'm almost positive from where he died at Divider there. It was 1 bullet. And didn't shoot another. 3 bullets, 3 kills.
There's 1 bullet back from Alex.
He's a genius.
Terrorist pistol win for FURIA on a map like Overpass. Ooh, boy. Well. Terrorists win. It's Kevlar Berettas for Davy G. And a set of Kevlar for Alex saved as well. But that pistol round, safe to say, all thanks to you, Kinder.
There's Cobra Zera, fan of Cold Zera, and there's Davy G, fan of Summit 1G.
My goat.
I didn't see the first kill again. Was it 1 bullet? Damn it. I wasn't paying attention.
I was adjusting my standing desk.
Oh, I blinked.
Sorry. I would like to sit down.
Furia just have all the tech on this map.
I thought too, Jay.
Tell me you've seen that before.
Here comes the scout for Martinez. As he looks down towards playground. Falling back.
It's legal.
I know.
It's not a pixel walk. It's just an overpass slide. It's legal.
You can run, brother. You're not supposed to be able to hide, but MoPause does get away with 40 health still. Martinez missing a couple of shots.
Oh!
Third one's the charm. Long player is going to whittle him down as Molodoy opens up the door for Fallen to take over site, but there's still a couple players here, and they were well armed. MP9 strikes.
Whoa, what the heck was that?
Fallen's got the bomb. There's the support for MoPause, but Rotator gets cut down to size, and it's a third of Fallen left over. The bank push coming wide. Both CTs confirmed. Davy G's gotten nasty with that SMG, but he's lost all his teammates around him, so it's going to have to be him and him alone. A player to peek over top of the dice. He's finding
There's
so much damage.
Did they rebuff it?
I swear they must have.
Like, it's just doing insane stuff now again.
Chev clipped the Fallen cat to...
Jumping away.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Yeah.
He's jumping from cat and gets a kill on Donk in A-Site Mirage. Headshot.
No, it's getting some weird... It's like looking stronger than it did before they nerfed the accuracy at a distance.
Right.
It's bugged. It's bugged.
I do also just wonder,
It's bugged.
Have we adapted?
No. What do you mean?
Have we adapted to the new accuracy?
The worse accuracy?
Yeah,
What
but
do
you
mean
know,
by that?
you could still, I mean, but it's just different, you know? It's different, but...
It's worse at a distance.
Yeah, but maybe we've just gotten better with it. We've gotten used to it.
What is this insane level of cope that I'm hearing right now? You're watching the same rounds as me.
Yes.
It's not the same as it was a month ago.
Nope. But we have had a month to practice with the new MP9.
Bro thinks he's on the team.
I'm just saying.
Oh my god, nerf the 5.7.
No. What else will I use? Here's another one. 3 kills off those 5.7s and a looming threat inside of B. Hey there.
Nerf the 5.7. Nerf the MP9. What is going on?
Hey, Serato, there's the wide swing, and they pulled this round off.
Those are great.
Reason to get rowdy.
War cries. A double headshot with a 5.7, and the first one's instant kill. First one's instant kill, dude. That's ridiculous. It's $500.
Yeah.
Like a Deagle wouldn't have done that. It cost $700.
And I've seen some dialogue online about nerfing the 5.7, and many people get up in arms. Wow, make CT side harder, why don't you? Why you gotta nerf a good thing? But it's like, it's just the one-shot headshot that's gotta go.
Why you gotta nerf a good thing? Buff everything, then!
It's the one-shot headshot that's a problem. Why can a 5.7 do what an M4 can't? And if you can answer that logically, I'm waiting. And don't tell me, well, then just let the M4s do it too.
Buff everything.
Well, that upends Furia's momentum, doesn't it? It's a fast track to rifles as 2 AKs in the hands of Gentlemates. Furia will take their chance at a bye. Do it.
They threw the deep monster smoke, but they're not watching it.
Yeah. Now you've given over control. Furia know they can just try to pound sight. Flash is finding their marks. Davy G jumps into the mud. Tim and Saucel, but the Tech 9 peek over top, and the Tech 9s shred the same way 5-7s can. Mopaz leans back on Graffiti. Him and Martinez to come in from the same position here versus 3.
Oh!
Holodoy's AK headshot. And that is why if you smoke the monster pipe, you gotta keep an eye on it.
Keep an eye on it, yeah. It's especially anti-eco. Even if you think they're gonna come through it and you're like, oh, I hope they do, you're not. You saw the setup in B, where everyone's dead. It's on the back of the site. They're not really active positions to watch, even the front of Monster, even if it was smoked there. So they kind of allowed that to take. Don't. Oh, man.
What?
Don't go to the.
5-7.
Oh, 5-7. Okay, very good. Ah!
Damn it, J-Raz.
Damn it.
Terrorists win.
That was annoyingly good.
Pretty funny guy.
J-Raz was cracking jokes in the hallway the other day. Everyone was laughing.
Really? It's because he's like 7 foot tall and super buff now, so even if he's not funny, we have to laugh.
Yeah, that is what you learn about life.
Yep.
Except the best comedians are either fat or skinny.
Thank you.
And stupid.
You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. K27 finds that smoke unwatched and punishes. They grab their AKs back. And at least for Gentlemates, there's still guns in this next one, but that's just a gut-wrenching feeling knowing that you could have really put the pressure on Furia if you could just convert versus Tech 9s. Add that to the pile of close, could have been moments sprinkled into this series already. And if you let that pile grow large enough, Furia are going to secure playoffs today.
Definitely liking this B setup a little bit more on paper, but no decisions have been made here for Furia. Sometimes they send K27 out alone to go and take a peek, and we saw how audacious he was around Squeaky, and he was very in tune with the timings. Didn't matter if there was a smoke in his way. He knew about what every movement you would make in front of that smoke. Like, looks like Furia have waited long enough that Gentlemates abandoned this very, very strong op heavy hold over on B. Not a ton of map control for them, so they're worried that this is a late A play.
Those nades could have blown Mopaz into tomorrow, but misplaced and just kind of announces Furia's intention. Shadow advantage for Alex makes that fight very easy. Bomb starts to trickle back up connector, and they're going to activate on B in the meantime. K27 starting to swing out as these kills just continue to collect on bathrooms. Ugh.
Well, I mean, man, with the push that happened at the top of bathrooms, it was like 27 seconds. I thought, oh, he's doing this pretty early. But no, it's Furia who really didn't do anything for this whole round. So they allow Gentlemates, who we know will eventually push for space, do so. And it was a great 2K by Alex. He has shadow advantage up there.
It's a brave position to do when you are as alone as he was. But yes, you are correct. Devil's in the details. Sketchy buy for Furia yet again, but we've already seen them pull one off with less. Feels like FURIA want to come and hunt down Alex this round, but he's cautious about it. On the pullback already.
Sneaky, sneaky, and oh, I mean, actually, they would have loved to not see anything. Even though they do some damage to Alex here, it's only gonna sound the alarm for Gentlemates. They don't want to abandon post over on the B site, but that might be to their detriment. Let's see if FURIA can be more decisive than they were last round. Yeah, they aren't even pulling a third A player over. Could still be fine, but there's no op on this back line. There's no op to protect Davy.
Oh, eats the flash, does some damage, but still gets cleared out. And now Alex also fighting a bit of a flash in his face. Just gives up a ton of distance for the T's. They try to go over top of the dice to deal with him, but he's got the singular kill. That's it, that's all. And FURIA pounced perfectly.
Yeah, like, do you want to try to retake? Maybe they'll make a mistake, but you also might want to keep these guns up.
They're already so close to it. Fallen stomping over towards the truck has just led himself down into MOPAWS. Martinez is off, collects one, but missed second chance. This spells disaster for Sussel, as you'd think now they won't let him escape, but Fallen will let him have an evacuation plan momentarily. Still thinking about it.
Well, they know where he's gone now.
Yeah, gonna cut him off at the cross.
Oh, damn.
I feel like Fallen wasn't even around that corner.
That was wild.
Ben's bullets for FURIA's fourth on the T side, with majority alive as well.
It was committed this time for FURIA, and the rotation wasn't there for Gentlemates. They saw danger, but they didn't believe it. Maybe it was last round where FURIA actually did change their mind. That was in the back of their heads. But this flash is too good, and again, because there's no op on the back of the site, that position's a whole lot weaker. There's no one to get the first kill, and then they can kind of tag team it. That was ridiculous. That he was like fully behind the wall again, it looked like. Welcome to invite. I miss when it was called invite.
I can barely remember those days.
Just a cool thing to call it.
This is what you piece together, huh? It's not just scraps, but MP9 on 2 players for Gentlemates. That was a very healthy-looking approach to the A bomb site out of FURIA. We'll see what kind of adjustments Gentlemates try to make. It's already 3 players at A to start and playing into the bathrooms again out of the gate. Molodoy's op on the field in anticipation of a long push, just in case Gentlemates want to get frisky. Like you've mentioned, always kind of pushing off a bomb site at some point are Gentlemates. It's their style. They're going to try to tap back into the A play from a round ago. But smokes in the front bathrooms. It's going to have FURIA on high alert. Somebody's got to be home. We've got a crossfire set front bathrooms.
This is a crazy setup. They have no one back on A.
MP9 though.
P9, man, going crazy there for Davy.
Sorry, are we nerfing this thing too?
They also just didn't hit him.
Here comes the flank out of Alex, activated for that play. Molodoy's op responds late, and long control of K27 denied. That triple setup works wonders thanks to an MP9 mowdown.
And you know, I'm all for nerfing the MP9 and everything, but that was very close range, and they just didn't hit a bullet on him, really. I think they tagged him once, so respect for making that happen. And a great play from the top of bathrooms for this 2K. Again, so nicely played. Probably my favorite angle on this map. And a triple inside bathrooms play, crazy. You don't see that ever, but it looked good.
Part of me wonders how good it looks if he doesn't get the double MP9 kill, but he did get the MP9 kills, and we can't take that from him.
I mean, who's not getting the MP9 kills these days?
Fact. And flash Over top, a bunch of them. Good counter util. Saucel here to help out. Yeah, keep an eye on the monster pipe, and suddenly B-site holds strong. They're gonna murder Furia on the attempt to come through, and we've got a tied game 8 rounds in.
It's just geometry that's the easiest way to kill teams coming to B, is while they're running through this long vertical pipe where they have to press W the whole time. That's where you need to get them.
It's where you set the ambush.
That's why in the olden days you always protected the front gate so badly.
Damn, this guy knows
Middle Earth times.
This guy knows geometry and history.
I'm a polymathician.
They would have burned you alive back then.
Now, another thing to be careful of is even though you have an op here, you still only have 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first team to lose to pistols.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
and now your op
get
is
too close.
very scared.
He's,
Uh-oh.
No.
And now you save.
AK in the hands already. Op for MongolZ.
Yeah. So that's the other thing to be worried about on overpass. You could be spotting with 2, but at the end of the day, you have still given up all of bathrooms. Your teammates have not rotated over.
Glock Slaunders.
Yeah. Was it only?
No, there's this deagle for K27, but he didn't get a kill with it.
Yeah, so Glocks then. Are you really going for this? I don't think this is a good idea.
I mean, it's an AK and an op on Dicebox. Try to just toy with it. Bombs at 12 seconds. Still winnable for sure. Op activates. MongolZ inside of the smoke now. Everybody else gets cleaned up. You
can't find him.
He's trying to get him, and it's covered. Saucel covers from outside bathrooms. Unreal.
There's no way they pulled off that retake. He knifed the default box like 3 times. Couldn't kill him. Well, excuse me. I thought there was no chance that was going to be possible.
Double Glock entry.
Wow.
A retake that starts at like 15 seconds. How many knives?
Look how close he is.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't believe he doesn't get the knife kill.
I mean, he knew what he was going to do before that kind of even began.
And an 8th knife swing would have gotten that kill.
Yeah.
But Saucel just finds the headshot. Well, you know, we talked about back on Nuke how all the clutches came up the way of Furia, how all those close rounds kind of came up the way of Furia. Gentlemates have added a couple now to the board here. They're making their lives difficult by damn near losing to Glocks and by not watching the monster pipe that one time that got Furia in. But Gentlemates have also won a round with less, with the 5-7s on long, for example. So now the magic, if we can call it that, is going both directions. And that could definitely open up the door for Gentlemates to extend this game, considering that when all the magic was Furia's, that was still 13-11.
Leave monster open. You think MongolZ got caught on something?
No, because he was...
Because, like, why wouldn't he press forward into the player?
I don't know, because he was, like, inching his way in. Like, he looked like a chomp omp from Super Mario, you know? They kind of...
Whoa.
One chomp per inch, worked his way into the contact, but he also backed up.
What? He pushed again?
Yeah, Alex is insane, bro. And I don't mean nuts, I mean, like... Maybe clinically insane. How dare you push back through that?
Psycho, that was insane. The first push was already ridiculous. Again, they're not scared.
Kind of sucking the life out of the room for Furia these last few rounds.
The thing about Tony Blundetto, he has the brains and the balls.
Whoa. That's the whole package. AK's already out wide. Molodoi lets him know where he's at. It's pretty active Furia across the map here. We had the Yuri AK wide swing bathrooms, the Molodoi Deagle attempt down long, and now this K27 boost outside of B site. Multiple plans of action. So far, none of them bear fruit. You've let them get close, dangerously close. So a nice sequence here from Saucel to survive that, as well as dropping 2 bodies on the short side. Gun will be picked up by Fallen, and Mopaz just lets them extend out. A little more space to trip over their own feet. As the AKs will shred what was left of it, Gentlemates truly piecing together a CT side now. They have taken control of this first half. They find themselves on fire. And we will have one more round left for them to play on the defense.
Yeah, truly, this could have been 8 rounds or something for Furia in a couple of these critical moments. But now they look at a best-case 5-round T-side, which is fine. But I think for them, they know they could have done better. And for Gentlemates, they're looking pretty happy. It's active. A lot of their setups are really unique to them. I feel like you don't see them. A lot of other teams playing the same way. And the aim is also crispy.
And we always give bonus points for that, right? A team that's actually got an identity that you can look at and say, ooh, this is different. Because, you know, world of...
It's hard to stand out when everything's so optimized.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so there's a lot of pressure just to be like, oh, this is the perfect thing you should do every time. But then you'll be obvious, so...
I think especially with a team as dominant as Vitality in the pack, it's like, it just makes sense to try to do what they do.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually something about Fallen where he did the exact same thing when Astralis were at the top, where he was like, you know, apparently obsessed with them and just tried to learn from, and it makes sense. Especially when you have pieces, you know, that are that strong. But okay, another opening kill here for Martinez.
First time we see him on that line, and it nets them a opening kill. It's going to be dangerous for Yuri to approach, knowing the ops out here on the field. It's not hiding in the bomb site, but actually taking these earlier angles. And we know the plethora of op angles that exist here for CTs to take advantage of. Sure enough, rewarded for his efforts.
And excellent at multi-frags.
Sticking around and sticking it to Furia here in round 12. 3 shots, 3 kills for Martinez. Queues up the Davi G long flank. He's going to blindside another, and he even wants both. But K27 yet to emerge out through the staircase. Late to the party, my friend. And only 4 kills for K27 in this half. 4 kills for him and Yuri and Yakindar. So a bit of a struggle for Furia in that department. It started so well. 4 of the first 6 rounds, all Furia, but a nice sequence to close out the half, as it'll be Gentlemates to go to the attack while on fire.
Wonder if the tension's starting to come back a little bit for Furia. We're looking a lot more free back on Nuke. Maybe started off feeling that way here on Overpass, but a new challenge, a new style of play, and a team that's very confident about the way they move. What was that? Oh, it's part of the chair. Thought it was a Steam Deck.
Yeah, just going to get a quick Hades run in.
Do a quick Spire run.
Little episode of Dispatch.
What else can you do on that thing?
Depends who's asking.
Whoa! Go on the dark web.
The Silk Road Steam Deck crossover. Best of luck, Furia. You haven't tasted victory in half of a half. Their CT side versus Spirit also had its struggles. And as we've watched Gentlemates evolve into the second map, there's reasons to believe in their T-side too.
Here it comes.
Utility over top, it's gonna be the full commitment. Molly to burn out the barrels, frazzles the defense, and Yuri down with nothing. Oh, here he goes.
Whoa.
Mopaz and Alex combine forces and just vacate that bomb site of all of Furia. Deep angle for Mopaz. He's going to blindside these last two players as well. K27 too late to even trade it. This is a flawless T-pistol for Gentlemates.
A massive shout out to Mopaz for this round and some of his crafty rounds back on Nuke as well. The entries are absolutely perfect. The headshots are in. You know, Furia were relying on this pistol round to make up for all of those close situations lost in the first half. Damn, the aim's looking good. 1 HP, K27. Goodbye.
Bomb's got you.
Terrorists win.
I mean, I don't even know if the biggest worry for Furia is this game. Again, they've got a great veto and everything, but it's going to be their form, you know? Like going into playoffs, that's probably already where they're trying not to think too far ahead, but
sure,
can't help but remember being there already.
You know, you secure it, you got a couple days off, you can maybe try to fine tune, but it's also a matter of securing it. Not going to waste a moment here. Gentlemates just going to charge. The 5-7 does it again.
Gotta nerf that thing.
Back-to-back headshots out of K27. Luckily for Gentlemates, the rest of the bodies do still push through. And so thank goodness for their sake, they went in 5 strong.
Ooh, one weird swing. Saucel is so low here. Yuri saw him, right?
I don't think so.
Oh my goodness, did he not?
You know, they let their guard down. Ooh, he just gets off the line, but he knows he's low health, so he takes his sweet time to line that one up.
I was so sure he got spotted. That would have made a world of difference, but it's like a 5-7 nerf commercial this whole game.
Yeah, this map's been ridiculous.
Top fragger on Furia has 7 kills.
Terrorists win.
What happened to them? Where'd they go? Because the frag department was not worrying whatsoever back on Nuke.
They look like they're wondering as well.
You know, within this series now, it's kind of like a broader metaphor for what Furia have done in Astana. Their first 2 games, total blowouts, like not even close. The best we've seen Furia in what's felt like at least a month.
6 months. Like, seriously.
We got a flash of it again back on Nuke, despite Gentlemate's best efforts. A very commendable effort back on Nuke from the team that now sits comfortably in the 10-4 lead.
And to think now, you know, they had 3 clutches to win 13-11 on the last map.
Mm-hmm. One of those goes the other way. Gentlemates win an OT, and this is a 2-0 blowout finish. So Furia can at least thank themselves for being able to shut down on Nuke. Guarantee yourself an Inferno end at the very least. Assuming that this CT side is done for. But feeling like a safe assumption.
Yeah, maybe. We'll still have to see a rifle. It's just they don't have many chances now.
And just by the nature of Gentlemate's play, I feel like it's a team that's always going to sprinkle in around here or there. So it's like the worst, one of the worst kinds of teams to go up against when you have such a first blowout. Such a lopsided score. Like that 5-player monster rush they just threw in last round. What's to say that even if Furia make a comeback, that one of those doesn't happen again? Some teams are never willing to go for those risky moves, but Gentlemates, not the case.
Yeah, but they almost lost that round to 5-7s.
But only almost. Well,
nice shot. Let's have another. Okay, Martinez will take him out. 3 up here for Gentlemates. Comfy round win. How far does Martinez have to get? He's good, right?
Yeah, he'll be fine. MOPAZ, though?
Yeah. Oh, MOPAZ, I meant. Yeah. Not fine.
Well, this one feeling like a wrap. We at least get the gun round. That's what we said. We had to see the FURIA gun round come through. Here it is. Round 16 features an op on MongolZ, 3 M4s, and that Galil sprinkled in.
Yeah, it's their first gun round. It's just now every round is against map points. So let's see if they can tap into the perfection that we know they can bring. One mistake. Whoa. Okay. Wow, it's actually MongolZ to come back to get the kill. Just glad someone did, to be honest. You got, gentle mates.
Good flashbang. Saucel is sitting duck. Alex though emerges for the trade, and Yuri tasked to hold off the cross. MOPAZ offered up a distraction and an opening. Opper from the heavens.
What a save.
Strikes one down, and Yakindar fast to start this flank versus that 11 health of MOPAZ. Martinez could still be the difference maker. 30 to the clock as the bomb goes down, and this wraparound.
It's a flank on flank, though, and they're going to be watching for Yakinder.
Good on him to play. Oh, it is going to be Martinez to make the difference. Another headshot comes through, his 13th kill of the map. And a missed shot out of MongolZ, the one thing they couldn't afford in this moment. Now Martinez is going to keep his head down. MongolZ waiting for the challenge. And the timing there is he does go for the cross. This one could have been FURIA's. Their first gun round needed to be won. And instead, Gentlemates will take 12 with 8 map points.
Can't believe they pulled off that win. So, yeah, anything but perfect here for FURIA as they get jumbled up. No gun out on the, I think it was Fallen when he was playing first person to get a kill, but also to be exposed to the second guy out monster. It's a 4v5 win as well for Gentlemates. I mean, MongolZ literally had to save the... He blew up in the heaven smoke, got this crazy kill to save the back on the site.
This shot
Nobody else did anything.
Martinez just rattles them, finds himself into an op. Just a rock-solid performance from Gentlemates across the board. Not one weak link. So they just tighten their grip on FURIA's throats here on Overpass. One piece of FURIA coming together here again.
It's getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
my goodness.
Just give it up is kind of what it feels like now. Gentlemates, we said that they were going to be hoping to extend play to Inferno. And that Overpass could have been where FURIA flexed the difference. But this FURIA, after yesterday and today, have left a lot to be desired on this map in specific. Gentlemates making the absolute most of this chance. A missed shot for MongolZ is on an individual level. FURIA from nuke to overpass just looked totally different. That 3-player core that supported those close rounds and got them a victory on Gentlemates map pick, nowhere to be found here. Single man advantage, all that's left at 10 seconds. K27 actually denies the bomb plan. MongolZ still gonna keep this alive. Just when I said that the individuals would betray, they piece this one together. Gentlemates just not able to skip this final step, trip over their own feet, and will give FURIA a lifeline.
Oh man, I mean they barely get that win. This is barely CS at this point, man. Lots of playing with the clock here from Gentlemates, obviously. FURIA just having the opportunities come to them. I mean, at this late in the round, there's gonna be no more utility. Another great couple of saves from MongolZ at the very minimum. And so, you know, by the numbers, it's a 7-round game. That's how FURIA want to look at it. All of a sudden, they can start playing better, but again, it's been hard to sort of just like try to describe what FURIA are right now. Sometimes great, sometimes they struggle so much. And this is an example of great.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't see that foot. The foot was there. Still trying to find him.
Gonna go reconsider it now. Or just let his guard down entirely and die for his efforts.
So Connor, it's a 6-round game, never too late to just suddenly become the team that we know they can be.
I know, but it's just so discouraging that they've been nowhere to be found until now.
Yeah.
You know, it's so easy with this new FURIA knowing Fallen's going to retire at the end of the year. It's so easy to cheer for them and to hope that they can still lift another trophy and to get back to what they showed us in 2025. It's just a layup in terms of fan support. And it's so difficult to put your finger on the struggles, but extending play on overpass round by round, 6 to overtime. And this round's so convincing that you can't help but think they may still have some more left in the tank.
It won't be tactics and strategy so much as attitude and atmosphere, I think, to be the difference maker. They know the kind of quality they can bring. They can bring the best CT overpass rounds in the world. Can they do it today?
Easy mowdown for Yakindar versus these unarmored pistols. Nice chance for MongolZ, and Martinez will punish on Yakindar, but the answer's right there and the pressure stays thick because K27's got nothing to be afraid of versus Glocks. Davig's hands on an AK, but not for long. Force survive, FURIA close the gap. Round by round, they're 5 away. Just look at that block, right? That chunk of rounds, 10 in a row for Gentlemates between the CT and T-side start.
Such a streak. I really think that first B rush is probably going to make the difference in this game.
Yeah.
It was so messy, and FURIA really were in a winning position, getting that opening kill with MongolZ and then the saver kills after. Oh, PARIVISION are actually in the lead versus G2. Just never know what you're going to get here at PGL Astana. Who's going to be good, who's going to be bad.
A couple series that could go to a third now. Flash up and under, Fallen, full blind, dies to the Tech 9. Pressure on MongolZ, unscopes, frantic, but supported by the rifles around him. K27's got himself a second, knows there's more coming, and he'll collect off of Yuri for the assist. All's good, seemingly. Alex down to 7 health, has K27 burnt out, but with 7 HP and a Mac 10, you'd think his odds are nigh impossible.
Yeah, I'll take the Mac 10 upstairs, but there's no guns up here. No utility to grab, and a rotation coming his way. I'm not even sure what the value of this is. If he somehow gets a kill, I'm gonna shave your head.
No. Unless. Nope, goes the way
It's
you
never
think.
gonna happen, so.
Yuri's there for a second one, only his 5th and 6th kills of this second map.
I'd never risk your hair like that.
I mean, I'm no stranger to the Brittany buzz. Every once in a while, I'll pull it out.
It's Brittany bitch.
Pretty toxic. Still no op for the Gentlemates. It's a B rush that starts with a 5v4, but not long before the answer back from FURIA. Good on them to have had pieces in position. I thought MongolZ unscoping there could have led him to be the second casualty, but with Yuri and K27 to kind of build him up and hold him up.
But a lot of trust in his team in that situation, and that was the right idea. And they've all been playing with fire floating around these smokes very often. Last round cost him his life. But that lurk smoke, he really wants to be on the right side of it. Deep nade and spam finds nothing. Huh.
Feels like this has got you done for.
MoPause coming out to clear this. They know Fallen or FURIA boost a ton.
Regains vision. Yeah, not ready for this one. And that deep peek for MongolZ's got a 5v3 established for FURIA. Well, it seems like they're actually doing it. Still need to put an end to this one. And it's going to be Fallen empty-handed yet again. Flash in the middle of the pack as a 50 health Alex banks on his teammates to try to cross over and get this bomb in. They've got the smoke to cover that plant, which means 3 players up, guns in hands, and ready for the FURIA retake attempt. More utility comes through from the CTs. K27 looking to press this M4 into Martinez. Only 2 players left, and remember Alex is 50 health from early on, so he's not long for this world. Saucel gonna be confirmed as he sprays through, and the trade's good. Yakindar's got it, and FURIA 3 rounds from OT.
It's a lot of great impact out of K27. He's so good around those smokes and the timings and how little or how much he swings. So yeah, game becomes 3. Openers are looking very strong. Lots of boosts and things to catch Gentlemates off, and there's really not 50-50 engagement, just walking away, not really worried about it. This final round that they need clearly now will not be free, but again, what we saw in that first rush was just a rush that worked, and even if FURIA 9 times out of 10 win it, there's always a chance. Gentlemates, with the way they're playing, their confidence in being aggressive, have a lucky sequence. Wonder if they've got the call to kind of take it to the next level.
G on a solo expedition here. Could catch Yuri jumping around in that bomb site. He hears the audio cue already. Molly's gonna force him back. Yakindar hears that surely from long, so they know that there was somebody home off that util, and that draws a rotation up in MongolZ. So they don't know how many players were just there, so only one as a bomb goes to reposition towards B. Are they biting down too hard on only a single piece of information?
Ooh, not seeing anybody when they go for the jump spot.
They're more worried about A than they should be. They don't see anything actually outside of the B site, and yet MongolZ is still coming down.
Yeah, the A players needed, if there was an A attack, it needed to happen a little bit sooner.
There's the swing over. K27's working alongside Fallen. Fallen, who has been empty-handed on a lot of these holds.
Wow, they're not smoking this.
MongolZ cuts down the front runner. Still 3 players on site as he dives back into his cover. Offers a flashbang, and Fallen's dead with nothing again. It's a singular kill from K27. A 3v3 post plant for the Gentlemates, as FURIA were a little too concerned about that A play and didn't have any deep position inside B, but could still stick the landing on the retake. Yuri's emerged from heaven, finishes off Martinez. Alex again working with half health, recovers the shots. We got the flash that goes beyond, trying to hunt down the Yopper, and they don't know that Saucel's actually repositioned over towards Monster. They tap the bomb, concerned about short side. MongolZ's got it, and so FURIA to double digits as a much-needed retake comes through.
It's an excellent retake. All their positions, they played really well. It's always scary watching a retake unfold because the CTs have to do everything right, but the utility was good. But you keep flagging it. You know, Fallen's coming up empty-handed on the B hold so often, and they can have 3 people here, but if one of them gets nothing, eventually you're thinking that's going to cost you. But then again, his teammates are now buying him time to make it happen. And Gentlemates might be getting a little stressed out. That was a chance to close this.
Gonna try the pop. Oh, dead again with nothing. And we said it from early on that the Gentlemates all-in B site could be just all they need, right? One more for the road. Well, sure enough, the body's in position, but MongolZ's gonna clip MOUZ. The rebuttal comes through. K27's dead again with nothing this time. Usually good for the 1. So much damage racked up, but Alex is here to be the difference. It is a quad kill for the road. He will establish that the fact that Gentlemates extend play despite FURIA's best efforts over on Nuke, this one's all in vain.
In vain indeed, and that one is going to hurt FURIA. Their map pick, the one that we were confident they'd be able to beat Gentlemates on after a close Nuke. And honestly, that comeback notwithstanding at the end, they were adrift. They were nowhere in this one for a long period of time.
No, I mean, that was just K27 on the B bomb side. I feel like pulling out key kills and then allowing time for MongolZ to rotate in, but the T side, really kind of a nothing burger there. Won the pistol, and other than that, not much shown. Yakindar again having a rough game. I think he went 2-6 in opening kills for the T side. So really putting your team in a disadvantage every round on T, and honestly feel like not really much magic from Fallen either on the T side. They're going into stacks, they're going into pretty well-defended areas, and overall, I deserved win for Gentlemates.
A lot of the rounds were a non-starter for FURIA on that T side, and not even just because Yakindar didn't hit some shots, but also I'm going to have to give credit to Gentlemates, okay? They rotated players on a lot of the openers. They had themselves a lot of good looks to kick off the rounds. I think they started like a double bathroom setup a couple times. They had Alex just doing a great job as an individual rifler when he was tasked over on that A side of the map. So it was difficult for FURIA to get the map control that you would normally expect that they find. So honestly, I didn't think that Gentlemates had this in them, that they had this many different looks, that they would show this many types of starters. But I think that also goes to show that this is a core of guys that have played together for a very long time, and so they can on the fly find adaptations.
Yeah, and the guy that we sort of highlighted on the last map, you know, Martinez had some like nice moments, very, very effective here, and despite, you know, MongolZ's best efforts. It's kind of, I don't know, I'm just like actually stunned. This one felt like it was just in the bag.
Yeah, it felt
and now we're putting fries
in the bag. Extra salt, please. For me, it just also felt weird how much they forced the A bomb side FURIA on the T side. Like usually, we saw Gentlemates now, even when they were losing round, they were getting into B bomb side kind of easy. You kind of can get in there off spawn almost. You don't need to get map control every round on overpass.
Look at this T-side work he put in, though.
No, that was fantastic. I mean, CTNT, just overall a really good performance from him. MoPoz, again, for a good part of this game, it just feels like the best rifler for no reason on the server. Like, this should not be happening.
MoPoz can really be a feast or famine guy.
Yeah. And I mean, again, K27 did come alive towards the end, and he was doing great work on the B defense between the smokes. But this honestly could have been done a long time ago, and probably should have been. I think 12-6, 12-7, something was the score when they had a great afterplant on B, but FURIA managed to, like, you know, waste more of our time.
Did you just sneak in a 6-7 meme there?
Well, I didn't on purpose.
Okay.
It's just they are just two numbers.
Yeah.
They do just come up.
They're one after another. Oftentimes they get mentioned together.
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, it was honestly also, I'd say shout out to Saucel, okay? We haven't said his name also. In the few times that FURIA did try to go for more direct B hits, he was a super solid anchor, got a multi-kill over there. So everybody from Gentlemates really had a moment for me in this game. I didn't really expect that. I really thought that FURIA was going to be able to not be so perturbed by all these different setups. And I felt like it was kind of awkward because there were times when they cleared out bathrooms. I think one of the early rounds, like the very first gun round, they clear out bathrooms super cleanly, flashes to catch Davi G, trades there for Alex. I mean, they're making sure that no stone is left unturned. But then I just like the fact that it was so difficult for them to keep up with how Gentlemates decided, no, we're going to actually add another guy.
Yeah.
Now we're going to add another guy into the mix. And so FURIA, I think sometimes they would get a kill and then they not realize or even guess that there's going to be another wrinkle in the defense, which Gentlemates just kept throwing at them.
Yeah, and so that sets us up perfectly for Inferno. I know you've got some prep for this one. So
I mean, I just think that the Gentlemates played heroic on this map yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was just a blowout. I mean, it was seriously impressive how well they were able to take space on multiple sides of the map simultaneously. Their utility usage was downright impressive. It wasn't that they were getting flash assists into bomb site necessarily. It was just that they were, one, extremely explosive on their site hits, and two, they pressured Heroic back so well that Heroic was in the dark for the entire game. I don't expect FURIA to allow themselves to be in the dark as much. I think that they're going to try to clear up as much of that fog of war as possible. So I think that it's going to be tougher for Gentlemates to just roll over FURIA, but if you let them close to a bomb site, they can be ferocious with how they're able to trade out into the sites.
Yeah, I mean, also just the banana takes were very varied throughout that half. You know, one time they just got full rush up to take the fight on top of a car in that area. Next round, it's like triple nade stack after like 15 seconds, getting killed there. They had like all of the different variations against Heroic, and they worked out perfectly. It felt like every time when Heroic changed, they changed as well. And that's kind of the nature of this team, that, you know, they can be streaky. MoPoz can be streaky, but the whole team has this momentum kind of calling going for them. And they're 10-2 on Inferno. Like, I feel like even going into this this match, maybe they should have picked it, but, you know, Nuke is their staple, and Inferno is coming later anyway, so it kind of made sense to go this direction. But it's definitely not like a throwaway map for Gentlemen.
Well, I was going to point that out. Obviously, we know FURIA, they have been in two minds about whether it's Overpass or Inferno that is their best map. They've been picking it when they can. The Overpass is kind of, I don't even know what to make of it anymore, so no wonder they're confused. But Inferno, just how much risk are they at with this being the handshake?
More than I would have wanted FURIA to be in when I entered this series, especially after the nuke win. This should have been closed out into via FURIA taking down mates on Overpass, but now that we're in this position, it becomes not a coin flip, but for me, what I thought was going to be more of like an 80-20 series in FURIA's favor, it's kind of like 60-40 now. I'd almost am a little bit hesitant to say that, because Yekindar once again just kind of had a real stinker of a map, so responsible for Banana, so responsible for the most pivotal part of map control, and he just can't afford to have bad misses that are Looney Tunes-esque, where he's just, you know, drawing bullets around characters. Okay, that can't happen here.
No, it wasn't the 13-7, wasn't the dominant win on Overpass. I think also is quite worrying. Again, the rifling duo Fallen and Yekindar going to be fighting Banana. You know, I'm not super confident right now about that combo in the crucial parts of the map.
Whereas over on the other side, I mean, I think, You know, we talked about Gentlemates being a momentum-based team, the old cliche. But I mean, you saw how fired up they were at the end of that, and they are hitting some gnarly
Honestly,
shots. Right?
this is the most fired up I've seen any team at this tournament so far. It felt like they're actually popping off. It felt from the beginning of Overpass, they were already in it. You know, when they won that low buy round on the CT side, they were like, you know, getting emotionally invested in the game, and it was nice to see.
I also feel like this is a map that maybe it's with their new coach, or maybe they've always kind of had this, but the utility on Gentlemates is pretty hard to deal with. So even if FURIA just want to say, okay, we have the better players, we're going to impose ourselves, Gentlemates don't let you just do that. They don't let you just swing down mid. They're always going to be throwing a lot of great utility to flash off mid, sometimes even smoke it off at the beginning of rounds. They throw so much utility so quickly to take bracket control, and then they could just hit bomb sites so fast that as you're trying to find a way back in, like MongolZ is going to try to go, for example, like a short peek on A here, but there's good mollies, good flashes all the time. They really, Gentlemates, minimize the chances that opposing oppers and players have in getting picks in the round.
All right, gentlemen, thanks very much. We're going to go to a break. Fallen might want to get Virgil on the phone as FURIA need to find their way through Inferno.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Gentlemates are coming into Astana, and there's a weight off their shoulders, but there's also some stress around all of this again. Alex, the IGL of the team, we've been through this before. I spoke to you before Budapest Major, so close. I spoke to you now here before we get to Cologne Major, so close. It's going wrong at the last minute, despite we know you can play well and grind into good position in the VRS and almost be there, but it keeps going wrong. So just talk me through this period once again for the team and how you're handling it.
I mean, we are handling the best way we can. I think it's tough times for us because we have been working really hard since we make the team. But I think like every time we get closer to the cutoff of the major, we start like struggling. And I think we are like, we didn't know how to handle the pressure, I would say. Like, in so many important moments and also important games. And I think it's because maybe experience, is maybe because we are not performing well. Like in the end, it's about performance, you know? It's not only, of course it's mental, but for me it's more, it's a mix of both, I would say. Like mental and performing in the game.
Yeah. What is it that you're noticing though that goes missing in the mentality? Because one thing I know is when a game's good for you guys, everyone's loud, screaming, you have that fire behind you. But then when it's going wrong, maybe, is it that where you can't reignite it, you can't get yourselves going?
I mean, it's not like that. I would say we're hype every single game, even if we are like losing.
Okay.
In the last event we played, we basically, I think we did a really good comebacks. But I think when we are like with pressure, and the game starts not the way we want, then we start like struggling. Like it's not about being sad or being quiet or whatever. It's like nothing is working, and you know that, and then you start playing differently as a player. So everything is like, I don't know, is a mess, I would say.
And you guys have also been grinding a lot, like from the tier 2 events to then we see you every now and again at an event like this, some of the other S tier events. You had EPL and Rio in there as well. But that's often where I see you guys are unable to adapt in like the tougher events. Is this down to it's easier to play against your style? Is this just you guys struggle against the tougher teams? Because when you face the tougher teams in some of these smaller events, you do well.
Yeah.
But when you're at the big events where it's this kind of a setting, something changes. So can you pinpoint that?
I think it's because we feel like we are worse than them. I mean, some of us, I would say.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think we are like playing differently because of that. But we are trying like to get better on that point. And I think as soon as we manage to, I don't know, reach that point, then we're gonna start like playing the same in every single event, you know?
It's like a little switch, right?
Yeah, but I think that's mental.
Yeah.
It's not pressure because we have no pressure here. Like, of course, it's a really good opportunity for us to make it great in the ranking. It's really good, really important for us. But apart from that, I think there is no pressure at all. So let's see how it goes in this event. I think, as I said before, we have been working hard, even if the results are not the result we wanted, but we still, I don't know, working, you know.
Now, many times you've said to me when we've had interviews before, consistency was always the thing you said you were lacking. But if you're not allowed to say consistency, what is the one thing Gentlemates is missing that needs to happen in this tournament for you guys to do well, to show your best?
I would say believe in us. Like believe in the group, believe in the team, believe in the work we have behind. Yeah, I think is that like I don't see any other like point or we have everything. We work on everything. Maybe we need to work more on the mental side, but yeah, I think we're ready. I say this in every single tournament, you know, because I really feel like we are ready. But in the moment that we sit there and we start like playing, maybe it's like, I don't know. Of course, you can lose against better team on paper, but the one thing that we are looking forward is like to be competitive.
Yeah,
at least.
100%. Well, make sure you don't let them stop believing. That's the main thing, right?
Yeah.
Keep pushing for it. Alex, thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you.
Good luck going to the tournament, and let's see what you can do. That belief needs to be there.
Thank you.
It's a very apt interview to play right before we go into this last map of the series, just trying to keep that confidence and self-belief high. And I think after believing they would eventually break down that B bomb site on Overpass, that is exactly what has got Gentlemates to this third one. And slowly but surely, we have seen the confidence, I think, of FURIA fizzle out in this game. Yeah. Think of the way they had that electric tempo in the 6 rounds of Nuke to start it, fallen flying out of heaven to retake an A site before the bomb can even get planted. That's the confidence that kicked off their run in Astana, and it's the confidence we've slowly seen shrivel up as this event's gone on, and even more so in this best of 3.
It's also that we saw it again at the end of Overpass. But then it's, again, as called, the B rush that ends up winning, because that's just going to work sometimes. It wasn't necessarily a great B rush, but Fallen dies, 5 rounds in a row. They still survive most of them. He has a rough map there, and they end up losing because of it. But they also lose because of just like, it must be their headspace, and that's what makes them so hard to characterize. We saw peak FURIA in those last few CT rounds. All the ideas, everything that we saw on Nuke at the beginning. But like they are actually playing down to the level of their opponents now, which doesn't make any sense. Like they could actually sort of choose to run over this game, but they can't kind of unlock that headspace. And I don't know. They really seem like they're in their feelings right now. And even though they have this excellent Veto in front of them, it's one of those things that kind of supersedes all of that, is like your own mental. So Inferno coming up, they could win this game just on Banana, doing a billion HE damage and totally outclassing Gentlemates like we know that they could. Or they could lose by, once again, kind of playing down and maybe doubting themselves and maybe not bringing the communication and energy. We'll have to see. It's one of the most frustrating things to have to talk about a team, you know, all potential and not meeting it, because it's like, what do you say about them coming into a match?
Say that on their best day, Mo, they're one of the best in the world, but then at other times you just kind of see them shrivel up, and unfortunately, I want to remember the FURIA that dismantled their first two oppositions. To get to the 2-0 game's great, but FURIA to go 2-0 in a Swiss pool, they wouldn't be the first team, nor probably the last, to go 2-0 to 2-3. That is a real threat with the teams we have left over yesterday, with the uncertainty and the inconsistency that FURIA have shown us. Don't be that team. Turn it around, lock down Inferno, and use those off days to figure things out before the crowd will rally behind you come playoffs. That's the goal here for FURIA. Gentlemates, just looking to exceed expectations, to find themselves in a top 8 at an S-tier event. Trying to break through to a new level. Right now, looking to silently crawl their way at this A site. Numbers strong. They'll call for a flash on MongolZ soon. Once he sees that contact, Fallen throws it over for MongolZ to commit, but he doesn't get a kill immediately. So good for him to still recover with something. He's going to need a fresh mag. He's given a chance at the reload. Pressure from the arch side via 3. And MongolZ, little to be desired there, as it's going to be Fallen to try to recover it, pushing it out through Library. Yuri activates with Berettas and Yakindar. He's able to come through to get man advantage and pressure on Davi G. Goes for the peek, sees Yakindar's close already. K27 right there. Both CTs have been pinned into the corner. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Good on Fallen to emerge through the smoke in a high-pressure situation and offer a kill. That's a team ace for FURIA.
It's well done. I'm not sure who won the knife round in this. Maybe FURIA did. On Inferno, it's sort of arguable where you're more comfortable, but this flash over Library is great. Even though the first guy doesn't really catch it, MongolZ is comfortable re-peeking into those fights. And as for Gentlemates, happy to get a plant down. So it's nice to bring some money home there by Davi. And the buy comes out for both squads. We got one AK for the Ts. And what's really important for FURIA is those HEs. Gotten by one of them. You know MoPause is going to cause some problems on Banana, just like he did on Nuke.
There you go.
There's a call out.
Eat that. As the threat collects itself, takes a spot on Yakindar, and he's quick to move into oranges. They're quick to make this pounce. And a good flashbang here. We know the utility protocols strong for FURIA on Inferno. Always good in terms of interruptive nades. And Yakindar finds the headshot on Martinez as the rotators go up and over the CT smoke and really suck the life out of this push for Gentlemates. Rock solid stuff for FURIA to convert that pistol. Hang on to that sort of counter-strike.
They are going to be kind of hyper aware of all those sorts of risks that get taken, and it's a narrow corridor to play those games on Banana, and it's also just hard for everybody to get one past Yakindar. He understands where you're going to be hiding. He's going to be very good at placing those nades perfectly. Gentlemates tried their best to avoid that. And now they go down to Deagles here. This will probably be a slower paced round. As FURIA don't decide to run it down mid.
Long-range headshot for MongolZ. Gotta be careful with so many deagles on the field, but
honestly, just bake them. If anything, that's the only thing, you know, that Furia have been missing a little bit.
Confidence?
Yeah, like, MongolZ's had it.
Here we go.
Every round.
On for the ace.
Whether it's good or bad.
Go ahead. Nah, Kindar's gonna take it, but MongolZ, confident with the mid-peaks, makes mincemeat of Gentlemates, and they will come into this one with their first buy of map 3. It's a weird 24 hours of overpass for Furia between the Spirit game last night and this one today.
Yeah.
But Inferno is where you can kind of just shed that pressure, I suppose. Tap into what we know to be Yakindar's performance on Banana. And if MongolZ is feeling the confidence to go barreling down mid like that in an anti-eco, let's hope he kind of holds on to that energy. The best Furia we've seen today was the first 6 rounds of Nuke, and that is when they were the most confident in the series. Fallen's gonna toy with this, but
yeah. Instant headshot.
Oof. Gets slammed behind the plywood. Draws Yakindar back over. First gun round for Gentlemates features a very easy 5 versus 4.
They're going to peel back to avoid these HEs very wisely. It's a full-on emergency here for Yakinder. He's trying to space out his utility perfectly, but you know, they're trying to do this without actually rotating people over. They have taken over mid control and a passive smoke. One more as a teammate starts to come over. They're going to push through this. Flash will be good. Very good.
Interrupts everybody to keep them coming. K27's going to clip the kill on Davy G. We've got damage for MOPAZ to half to stomach and another flash. As he goes through to dive the planter, it's a good amount of damage, but still 3 stand tall. MongolZ dives it as well. Flies in off of the nade kill. He's got that first one easy. MOPAZ still plays by Nubox, lost track of it, and so MongolZ strikes for the second kill of the 3 he needs. Defuse kit in the front of the site. He's scrambling for it, just looking desperately for something. And that kit right here off the bomb site, so he's gonna have to push into the duel, and that is where Sosal ends it, making sure that the third of the 1v3 can't be taken by MongolZ.
So it's that 5v4 when they pick off Fallen with the spam towards Car that sets this all up, and Yakinder does a great job with his utility, like slow things down to get a kill and to fall back, but again, it's all, you know, playing from the back foot the entire time. This is also a winnable position, but not converted. I see one here for Gentlemates. A big answer when they get good guns.
3 players B in an early stack up. Yeah. You've got MOPAZ burnt to a crisp. But that's a lot of damage in response for the Furia players on Banana. They will continue to try to hold this line, and they will do it convincingly, mowing down Alex and Davy G. It's a dangerous game for Yakinder and Fallen, but it's a B setup that remains confident.
I love that the answer to the antidote to last round in their mind is more aggression, doubling down, peaking with 2 this time rather than less. They won't see anyone for a while in this setup. It's K27 and CT maybe to make first contact. The smallest chance at making this happen.
Locked in flawlessly. 5 up Furia. A gun round that answers back by competence. We heard the celebrations of Gentlemates when they put that 1 round on the board, and that is a round they won barely. After the 3 versus 1 almost collapsed. Quick dose of reality in the follow-up. It's not going to be an easy T-side. Furia's Inferno, deadly.
He just wants to peek so bad. Early pressure again down Banana. He's going to try to wait it out. It's always the trap of Inferno. It makes it so difficult versus, good CT side teams is you go early, you get naded. You go late, you lose time, and then you still get naded if a team's held on to them, and then you wish you just went ahead and rushed into it early. Fall back grenade works out beautifully here for Yakinder.
Placed to perfection on MOPAZ.
They will secure car control, which is half the battle sometimes. They just don't have many weapons to work with. And this won't be a fake. They've got no more smokes after this.
Fallen to face into the pistols. Cleans up what Yakindar started with the nade. And Davi G tagged down low as well. So Hail Mary moment here for an attempted bomb plant. That'll help. Martinez clipping one, and Alex even finding the boosted case Serato. Now you've earned a bomb plant off of it. Fallen's got to deliver. Jump into the new box for Martinez's Deagle with a Tech 9 here on Alex. And they want to try to press into Fallen before reinforcements arrive. He will shave one off the bomb site. Late play from Zossel.
He's making so much noise.
Stomps his way just short of getting heard. I mean, he couldn't have cut audio at a better position. Tap into the Opper. Trying to help out is now, it's going to have to be Martinez to get Fallen off the defuse. Yuri's got it covered, and the stick. But if not for that stick, Sossel's still deadly. 3 kills to his name, pistols with a ton of damage, but a 5th on the board for Furia.
Yuri really saves the day running at that quad player, and if he had peeked from the other side, that would have been safe. Just to get that bomb down and dead. That's a close call for Furia, and again, that's why I say car control is half the battle sometimes. Even though Yakinder does so much damage with his utility, just how close they are to actually planting the bomb and being able to throw that one exec, that very simple exec, just throws the right amount of RNG. They've got a good entry pack. It worked for them on Overpass too.
Really good outcome there for Gentlemates to keep the money on a thin edge. Furia with a big reinvestment. Still impressed that Sossel cuts audio at like the correct inch.
I think he actually hit like kind of a surf, because when he landed, he didn't make any noise at all, and I think that would have blown up his position.
Molodoy gets shredded by the trickery.
Another good nade.
Oh yeah. Martinez has been muted here in map 3. 1 kill to his name so far. Never an easy task to get that op online on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, if his teammates get him there, we've seen what Martinez can do on a CT side. He was great on Nuke CT, great on Overpass CT.
5 versus 3 brewing towards the A site now. Double smokes out middle. Lands here on the Moto side, and Davi G with the instant headshot. Molodoy, Hail Mary run into the bomb site. It's going to serve up a distraction. A second from him alone. And so Yuri a little bit later on the peak, but that's perfection. The tethering between the two serves up a rock-solid hold.
Yeah, and they had no pit mollies there to really scale. Molodoy gets that extra frag, but to be honest, that angle from pit was going to destroy them anyways. And so they're just kind of showing off. And Martinez, if he's going to sit here, okay.
No guarantee he
fine,
lives. Right? Oh, after time. No op, $3,000 left over.
At least he had something. Damn.
Molodoy getting away with that sequence.
Yeah, that's great. And again, I mean, good rounds or bad rounds from Furia, Molodoy is always there. He really extended an overpass where it would have just been over with his rotations over to B.
There was a certain swagger about MongolZ coming into this third map. The moment you saw him in the gun round peek those 5 Desert Eagles down middle,
yeah,
we were hoping that it wasn't just a symptom of being an anti-eco and that he could keep that up. Well, here we are, mere rounds later, and he is off to the races, 11-3. That is enough to keep FURIA out of arm's reach for Gentlemates at this point. But still, we've seen Gentlemates battle back in to the later portion of halves. But MongolZ is going to remain constant in the mid-play. Drop a body early and send Gentlemates down a dire straight. Kindar constantly,
so good at this time.
Constantly threatening and looming over these smoke grenades. It is FURIA starting to tap into the comfort zone that is Inferno for them.
He really is the idyllic B player in terms of how he positions himself, finds time. When he's alone, like even in a rotator spot, I don't think there's anyone that you would trust more than him. So he's definitely been putting up his half of the bargain. The smokes are never too late. It's got 12 bullets, actually. No reload in for Yakinder.
For it to just stay tucked in, we've got K27 with utility to support all this, and Fallen starting to find his kills. His struggles on overpass were a real factor in losing that B site time and time again, but layer number 3 here in K27.
He's not shooting that. Bomb got planted. Okay, well, Saucel, maybe there's a chance.
Starting to get wrapped by the banana setup, worried about CT as well, but nobody's home on this side, so he actually finds a pocket to extend off site with. Molotov dropped inside of the church by K27, sends Saucel back to the duel. He'll lose that one without not a kill. And so, even despite Martinez's best efforts, it's FURIA 7-1.
Again, Gentlemates prove they're the most dangerous when they're about to exec B. They still manage to get these entries. They've been very good at denying at least one player from getting anything. And in some cases, just dropping both easily. But it's not resulting in round wins. I'm sure FURIA don't think they're through it just yet. We've seen comebacks.
Happy to play these dangerous games. Yakinder ahead of the Molotov. Will they anticipate this tuck-in? Doesn't look like it. One already passed. Yakinder doesn't know that there's a player beside him. He drops Mopez in the background. Fallen caught off by this proximity as well, but he's able to climb up onto the oranges. Smoke grenade to cut off the rotate. Bomb is right behind it. And Fallen a little labored, but he'll get there. It's supported by K27 enough so for this man advantage to be maintained.
And the nade takes off some chip damage. Oh, op shot misses. Still a chance to pry into this site. Fallen so low.
Abby G finds one blind. Fallen toppled as K27 leans back to coffin again. Doesn't get exposed as the nade goes deep.
He's trying to line up to stop this bomb plant. He's all off it.
MongolZ finds the leg shot. That's going to soften up the post plant. Saucel doubles back towards Banana, collects his. And a man advantage in the post plant here for the Gentlemates. Martinez op angle versus MongolZ. Missed shot in between the CTs, and K27 is going to flex that push forward. A CT player on the smoke emerges and gets the headshot.
Wait, got that.
They hang on. Gentlemates, by the skin of their teeth, will take their second round.
You got to respect their B entries, man. You let them get that close, they can always pose a threat. It's a miracle that Saucel comes out of that smoke and gets the headshot after getting spotted. Frustrating for FURIA to give that one away. And Yakinder plays native, right? But his screen was fully blocked off by that side of car. Gentlemates have their foot in the door. A couple of kids here for the CT side, but also a couple of smaller weapons. Who's gonna pop through this?
Haven't seen anybody risk it this deep down banana, so perfectly timed sprinkle in by Yakindar. MongolZ is able to puncture on the other side. And a nade that's going to soften both Martinez and Alex down to the halfway point. So in a round where there's some limitations, FURIA just weaponized them, kind of turning it into more of a strength than a weakness, as the MP9 and 5.7 can play freely with this threat down banana. And yet again, Gentlemates feel the suffocation that is FURIA's B-side aggression. MongolZ's patient hold pays off, Saucel dead, and that bomb spotted on the double back. Has 25 seconds to figure out this solution or just tuck tail and save.
Yeah, he's getting out of here. Op's the best thing about this situation so far. And it's cool to see. I'm like, you know, very wary to give FURIA some credit here in their tactical play, just not knowing when suddenly it could all fall apart. But we see the best of it right here. They have that flash play to get Yakinder to go through the smoke for his kill. But even after that, the nade to respond to their next move, as soon as they refrag Yakinder, they know how to keep on punishing. It'll be a timeout coming in for Gentlemates. I just feel like someone needs to like tell a joke over on FURIA, you know?
I see what you see, but I think that's, you know, that pressure of we got to do it for MongolZ. We got to get back on this stage. They weren't able to pull it off over in Rio.
Just got to do a wee or something like that.
Yes,
something.
Is that why they pay him the big bucks?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Apex is kind of the best at it, and can't tell me it doesn't bring some enjoyment to the table. Oh. Dunked on MoPause. That fire about to spread. He hangs on to the angle, but here comes the peak. Fallen ready for the spot. And it is another man advantage out of FURIA. So Inferno is really where their party gets to start. Don't leave anything up to chance. Don't allow Gentlemates to find anything more than just these two they have. We know that the threat looms in their ability to group up and pounce. And that could still occur here at this B site that is just still Fallen and Yakindar. But Fallen and Yakindar on this B site looking much better than the Fallen and K27 of the B site on Overpass. And, well, I don't put the blame on K27.
yeah, Fallen had a stinker, that's for sure.
He knows it. Gentlemates knows it. Feels like that's why they tried to exploit it. We get this backside hold by Fallen, who's now got a 3K in the round. Yakindar's got himself one and an assist for Fallen for the road. 3.5 kills. It's a full house between the B defenders. Tell me that bomb site's not shut down in its entirety.
Said for perfection so many times already with FURIA, but yeah, we've got the half. I mean, now no matter what happens, they have had a masterclass here. Everything was extremely solid. A couple of the B rushes came in. It seems where Gentlemates are the best is when they can, you know, really work together as a pack, and they did deliver some very impressive kills trying to entry, but there's only 2 given rounds. We got no full A execs. No real arch wraps. Like, a lot of these rounds are just the way FURIA want them to go.
Yes, that's that confidence of a CT side on Inferno, right? It can be so suffocating. And I think Gentlemates have felt that, just gasping for air this whole half, gasping for space. When you had MongolZ kind of intermittently going for those mid peaks as well, it's like you've got to be cautious on that side, plus Banana keeps getting charged down over and over. I would hate to have been Gentlemates throughout this half, but at least giving it one more chance of a go towards B. Martinez collects a headshot, and with that, a damn near open B site. K27 sets default ablaze. Gets real close to that smoke. It'll call for Yuri to give him a flash to just dive through. He tries to take the route towards Banana. Oh, it's a double for K27. Coffin player is able to answer back. Martinez on the 3K has done everything here for Gentlemates to make it happen. Saucel catching the Banana flanks, got his hands busy. 2 separate 1v1s, and unfortunately now it's gonna have to be that Martinez ace. Well, it's right there for the taking, but forced into the CT cross. Oh, it's all 5. If you want it done right, do it yourself.
That's excellent out of Martinez to show he can have some T-side impact, no op necessary. And it was only B this half out of Gentlemates, but that's how they started it, that's how they end it, and they get a round out of it.
Give yourself a little more to work with that one. 3 rounds of a T-side on Gentlemates. I'd said when this game started, the most confidence we saw from FURIA this series was in the first 6 rounds of Nuke. That is now changed. That is the most half, or the most confident half.
That was the most half of all time.
One of the most halves of all time. Still shy of double digits. But I think if you were to ask FURIA right now, they would say, like, yeah, we just found our game. And it's great that it comes by way of Fallen and Yakindar, but the 2 of them combining within that B defense.
Look at poor Yuri, just anchoring A.
Saw no action that map.
3 and 5.
The one time Yuri had any action was when MongolZ was in the bomb site and still got a triple kill with the op.
When he was on the perfect angle too, yeah.
I swear that's the only time we even saw Yuri's POV that half. Yeah. But I don't think he'll be complaining about it. Go ahead, enjoy the free ride, if that's what this is. Gonna have to be shut down on the T side. They've gotten over to the arch, so they thought, but Davy G sends one through the smoke. K27 emerging from the apartments gets turned on by Martinez. MongolZ and Fallen trying to piece this together still. They've cleared out pit. They've got their bomb plant. At the very least, they've earned a chance to hang on here, and there's still a Molotov on MongolZ. When and where, though?
I feel like you just want to throw it lane eventually. In this position, even though they're low, we know that pistol rounds are all about headshots.
CT's come through that smoke. They spot MongolZ, Util on the ground, Fallen with a chance to clutch. Bit of chip damage. Molly goes past him, and there we go. Gentlemates able to finish off what they started so convincingly.
They had to be aware that Gentlemates are going to try to push through with smoke. They've done that so much, but yep, they also had the HP on their side. They'll be excited about this. Another pistol round win for them.
Why not give MongolZ the hero AK here? Tons of utility, Tech 9s, and we know Inferno can still be won over by these lesser guns. So we get the exchange of utility down Banana, and both teams walk away still full health. Server goes silent, and still it's a long rotation to that B site. They decide to position themselves inside Banana, drop their smoke grenade in front of the MP9. And that is all the utility, barring a flash, that Gentlemates still have now at B. It's keeping FURIA floating at the base of middle, leaving both options open. No apartments control. They are going to go 5 members strong towards B, and Davy starts to feel like he's got the memo. This is a numbers-strong flank behind FURIA. We'll see if they anticipate it, but right now Fallen's setting up nades with the bomb in the background. It's got to go well in the forefront, but it stalls out. And that mid-push...
They got both B guys. Now the smoke, however, that's a whole different story.
Yakindar tries to pepper through. They just want to scoop that bomb up and get out of here, but that's not going to be afforded to them. Davy G's almost dead. Saucel with the M4 on the line, cleans up as Yakindar tries to go and retrieve that bomb. So good activity on the mid-push, reading that for what it was. All in towards B, stalled by flashes, and they get mowed down by Gentlemates.
Yeah, the same play 10 seconds earlier. Nothing really changes except, FURIA don't get flanked right away. But still, Gentlemates make the info move on mid. They were always ready to support their B players, and their B players knew that was coming. I think that was surprising about the situation, was not having a third guy rotate over through CT with that knowledge. Two spotted jumping back. You can her down to 5 HP.
Util over top and a third player to rotate over.
They're really light on nades, though. They've got a cache of them, though. Okay.
Trying to tap into a little bit of the economy they built, right? Having MongolZ on an AK?
Yeah, FURIA is a little bit more flexible than they are, as we can see, already thinking about the A site. It's a double pit setup. That does mean there's a gap over on Arch. Man, so many CTs are still at the top of B, standing behind that very close by smoke. Are they just going to turn into a big flank again? If so, this hold needs to be great.
One drops off the pit. That'll be heard by the player in apps. It's a double peek. It's a great flash. You catch Saucel in the open. And Davy G's got nothing. That one AK kills Saucel. The Glock's able to then just swarm on through. And now you've got a daunting task in front of you if you're Gentlemates to stave off FURIA's double digits.
I mean, last time I said it's not a good idea for them to go for a retake. They ended up winning. They do really want to try this. Couple players are low.
But majority rifles here for FURIA. You grab 2 guns off the bodies of the 8 defenders. Fallen starts to make a move. That's info on Martinez, but everybody else just stoic, heads tucked down, allowing for the CTs to take these duels. 3 cleaned up. MongolZ, he's got himself the double. They don't have the kit. He picks it back up, and as he dives for it,
that's close.
Real close. Double digits, FURIA. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they got it. Oh, he was mad about that. That was a close call. I can't believe they nearly found those kills. Definitely got to give him credit, man. One of the few teams going for retakes like that right now.
But all of FURIA's players head tucks, nobody trying to take these fights and just letting Gentlemates run it forward. Yeah. Maybe not expecting them to be as brave as they were about that. Frustrated just how close it got. Half a second difference, and we've got Gentlemates 6-9, but instead...
Fallen really thinks they're saving right there as he jumps out. And that's kind of what they're hoping for, because it did... I think, again, versus most of the teams out there, they are saving in that spot. Really good try, but it is a T-round win. And honestly, the issue was not that they almost won that retake. The issue was that they played 3 banana players behind a smoke with no arch information, no rotation, and and it was their own smoke. They had to wait it out to go and help.
Great way to kickstart an economy here for FURIA as well, right? That was just the Yuri deciding to buy in last round, give MongolZ another AK. With the form that he's in, it makes total sense. Back-to-back hero AKs for MongolZ. 21 and 8. I don't know what they said to the kid in between maps 2 and 3. Astana. But they fired him up, that's for damn sure. Firing on all cylinders now. 3 rounds from playoffs. MOPA's tucked in behind the smoke on half wall's got a lot of presence on the other side, and they're not trying to hide it.
Just don't do one of those cute jumps.
Well, Alex is priming the flash for MOPA's. There it goes. He doesn't pounce, but that did blind Yakindar, who writes off the threat of half wall. Davy ready to go wide, as the third piece of that B play does deny Banana Controller, at the very least makes it costly, but Fallen still here to take up the information. Excuse me.
It's not going to be any squeeze to get into Arch.
2 pistols on the field, and they're here inside this A site. Martinez pressing in. Quesarado bests him. M4 through smoke. It's a triple for Davy this round.
Excellent.
And you saw his frustrations 1 round ago when they weren't able to stave off the A site. There's a world here, though, for Fallen. But that crossover just now catches him off. Still able to catch the kill. Smoke for the cross. Guarantees the bomb plant at the very least.
Wants to get an early fight. Don't find it. They are split up, but it'll be some time before this Banana player gets into play. Fallen's got to roll back the years here to pull out a clutch.
Trying to make up for the struggles of overpass. Davy 3 kills into the round, holds that back church door. Fallen doesn't bite while he was on it, but now looking to slip in, just confirming nobody's pressing into him. He doubles back, he's got a Molotov as well. Throws it preemptively onto the bomb, and it's gonna spread wide enough. Davy tries to stretch out. Oh, and now he's on it. But Fallen's gonna go wide, trying to deal with the fountain player. It's a long defuse. He just gotta get Saucel. He will. He pushes. 1v3. Fallen sticks the landing.
Wow, he really does. And this is all to make up for last map, of course. Years officially rolled back. 16-12 now, and a 1v3 for Fallen on this map.
Same player who 1 map ago goes 5 consecutive rounds with no kills on that B defense. Was a driving force alongside Yakindar on the CT side, stopping Gentlemates and their momentum in its tracks, and a rock-solid 1v3 here to secure 11.
I think for a moment, Furia felt like nothing is guaranteed. But 11-5 off of that, and that gets them roaring as well.
It's the loudest we've heard Furia.
The thing about a clutch, people don't really understand, but you know, your teammate pulls out a clutch like that, it gets the adrenaline flowing for everybody, and the other squad is gonna have to sit and think about that. Let's not even talk about Yuri's ADR, okay? They did not go a single time in that first half. Like, he's barely played this game so far.
He's not been involved in a single opening duel, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
That's why it's a team game. Some days you're just not that guy.
They'd hope that nade landed, but they were spaced pretty perfectly to avoid it.
Good damage down range. Martinez from beyond the grave. Another peek down mid. Feels like Gentlemates know they've got to fight for this.
Yeah, bomb was pinned in that position, so it may take a second to get him loose. They got the push out of halls. They're here to stack B. They throw the smoke down. And Furia are actually going to have the right response. They're walking back towards A. Oh, it's the halls push, though. Saucel sees this, and now everybody else will know about it as well.
Good sideline. Saucel back at it. Shuts down the short play. Leaves it all on Yakindar with no bomb possession and 3 players to catch. So Saucel's push off of the A site works out.
Time is such a big issue.
It's going to have to be a Hail Mary sprint for the bomb more than anything else. Oh my God, he still has time. He still has just enough time, but he's got to prioritize picking up bomb. And he's worried about the duel, so he'll try to hunt down the frag, and it'll elude him. Was down to the wire. Did not have spare seconds for that one.
Bit crazy, or are they not prepared at all for the chance Saucel could have got to the end of halls? He was just spotted in alt as well. But yeah, even with the push, they got up lane. Obviously, people had rotated off that information.
I don't know where they thought he would have been instead. But it blindsides FURIA and keeps this game within 5. FURIA's economy bottoms out now off the back of only Fallen surviving that 1v3 round. We can see the limitations, and we've seen FURIA already win when it's MongolZ's single AK, but it's a field of Tech 9s here in round 18.
Arch has been a point of contention out of FURIA.
Oh, blind though. Saucel.
Flashes are good.
Head tucked down. Teammate on the other side of smoke just charges through it. Davy G cuts noise, but he's lost his teammate up on Val. Will swing wide with the SMG, but still the Tech 9s prevail enough so to try to punch that bomb in. It gets scooped back up by Yuri. Incendiary won't land where it needs to stop him. And so K27 leans back into the pit with Kevlar. And that Yuri SMG looks to come and join him just ahead of the short walk up here from MoPaz, who does play the smoke now, also has the kit. We'll see what kind of line he can deny from them. He's on arrival. Alex starts to stomp around on the other side, and K27 blindsided by that close proximity. 70 health for Yuri. Gun advantage to the Gentlemate's side. He buys time. They will run back for the defuse, but he draws them in, and he cuts them down, and FURIA take their 12.
And now Yuri's playing the game. Ooh, that's a bit of a misstep in for Gentlemates. Damn, I thought they had that trade guaranteed. And it would have been barely enough time to get back to the bomb, but I think they would have had it for sure. That is pretty rough.
Shades of Nuke in the way that FURIA are just winning with less, pulling off those close moments. They weren't able to establish that X factor on map 2, nor were they able to stave off the eventuality of that one successful B hit. Gentlemates absolutely pushing FURIA to their limits. Will try it again as they charge down Banana to give FURIA a taste of their own medicine, but MongolZ's got that cover on the brink of a 25-kill map 3. Takes over Banana with bomb back by T-Ramp. Scout at bat, and it's popped. MongolZ hits the headshot, tries to continue this push into the B play. Alex gets blindsided through the side of the smoke. And so MongolZ decides to take things into his own hands. A triple kill in round 19 that opens the door for the bomb and shuts the door on Gentlemates in this 2-1 matchup.
And they're holding for the lurk at bottom mid. K27 has this one done.
So they'll close in on it. A lethal moment here for MongolZ because his destiny here in Astana is about rewriting the shortcomings of his stage chokes last year. Rookie of 2025 will re-secure the chance to play in front of his home crowd. And FURIA show us they do still have the ability to tap into the type of CS that could push this pack to the limits.
Yes, a great performance from MongolZ. I feel like we've been saying that for every FURIA series. And so even though it was a lot closer than they would have liked, they are going to get there. They're going to get into the stadium. They're going to get into the playoffs. And MongolZ has a chance to do a much better job than he did last time.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, fantastic game from FURIA. We were scared about the Yakindar Fallen combo on B. They passed with flying colors, and then on the T side, honestly, some of these rounds getting very, very close, but the clutch factor, Yuri came out on top, Fallen came out on top, MongolZ in some of these close rounds, and that's it. I think 13-6 even feels, the first half perfectly fine, but I feel like Gentlemates definitely had a chance to come back on the CT side, which was stolen away by this clutch play.
Yes.
Really great to see FURIA securing their spot in the playoffs off the back of, at the beginning of the event, great series. Spirit 1 had me scratching my head. Map 2 of this one, also similar story, but this was a correction where they were able to right their wrongs.
I mean, you know, there are still question marks here about what's going to happen moving forward for FURIA. Are they realistically going to challenge for the trophy here? I don't know. I got to be honest. I think the Spirit game really put a number of question marks next to that potential for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to deal with these like tier 2 teams, I would say, and the first two, as Maui said, super convincing. This one not so much, but then the opponents will only get tougher from this point onwards, and of course the stakes, the stage, the pressure on MongolZ. He has been insane throughout this group stage. Literally every map, I feel like he played as good as you could wish from him, and without him, where would they be in this series?
Must be one of the top-rated players of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
Easily.
And surely top 3 or so.
Yeah, exactly. I'll check that. No doubt production will be able to help me as well. But, you, Prof.
There we go.
It's your
I'll
website
pull it up.
you use. Yeah,
pull it up.
Why not?
It's actually connected to my brain at all times.
Yeah,
so I can also adjust. Now it's 1.47. Maybe I can bump it up. I'll add some clutches to his name.
Yeah, but I mean, just on the Gentlemate side of things, obviously another chance tomorrow, and I saw enough here to think that they've got a chance depending on who they play.
Isn't there a chance that they play Magic?
Yeah, I think that was what I was looking at. Doesn't mean that it's 100% confirmed that we have the second game also going on, so we'll see after that. But if it is Magic, for sure, that's
I'd favor Gentlemates easily.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, they were despondent at the end, but they shouldn't be too down. I mean, you took a map off FURIA. It was their map pick. You've looked decent throughout. You pushed MOUZ, for example, on the opening day, I believe it was. Yep. And so, they've shown enough to me to think, yep, they could have a chance to get into the playoffs.
The thing about Gentlemates for me, watching them here and the games leading up to it, is that they, as many of their players can be, are a little, it just kind of feels like a stylistic matchup, bit depending on maps and how the opposing team wants to play. Like this map, for example, they just weren't quite as well oiled at Banana, and so that's why you saw people like Yekindar and Fallen Feast. Like, look at Fallen's ADR. That shouldn't really be happening, but it kind of spoke, it was a testament to just how much more well-versed he and Yekindar were in fighting that area. But then you have these other maps where Gentlemates can just actually be incredibly impressive, where their contact plays work out really well. They adapt surprisingly well on the CT sides, so they could definitely play spoiler in the quarters if the matchup really suits them.
And this, just to really punctuate what we're talking about, I mean, the rating is insane, the ADR is insane, 26 kills
as an
regulation.
AWPer.
As an AWPer.
The heat map, like, it's literally all over the place. It's not like he was just farming one position. He was super impactful. You even see the CT kills on Banana, on the retakes coming in. I mean, it was a fantastic
Why have people been saying that he's like fell off, or because I haven't talked to you about it, Prof. I mean, this narrative is so whack to me. I think he's still like absolutely on fire.
I don't know. I think the first tournaments that they played this year, he just wasn't that impactful. Like, this is what he's performing now has nothing to do with what he was in Krakow or in Fort Worth or in previous tournaments. So that's simply it.
I mean, I'll speak to it. The 4 series after Fallen announced his retirement were all bad for MongolZ, and I mean, is he more of an emotional guy? I guess so, because he was pretty lights out for a lot of last year, except for the biggest moments on the biggest stages. But this year, little bit of a downtrend, and then that 4-game streak of the 2 games after Fallen's retirement announcement in Rio, the 2 games in Fort Worth, were all bad for him. So it's great to see him pump those numbers up, show the output here once he gets back on home ground.
Well, Fallen hasn't gone anywhere yet, and indeed, once again, he is with James Banks.
That's right, I do have Fallen with me here, and Gabriel, you're through to the playoffs. Some interesting and up and down performances. You started off the group stage really strong. Spirit, obviously, it's always going to be a battle, but then this one here against the Gentlemates. Your overpass T-side that looked so strong last time around, it did fall flat this time. What was going on there for you guys to kind of struggle so much in that scenario and not be able to close it out?
Yeah, I think we didn't play the best overpass T-side this game. Overpass on CT, we kind of came back on the game, but it was already too late. 12-4, very difficult to come back all those rounds. But yeah, I felt like we fell flat a little bit after round 6 or 7. We're not really getting any opportunities to win the rounds. But yeah, it goes like that sometimes. Overpass T-side is usually not so easy to get many rounds. And I think we ended up getting 4 or 5, if I'm not wrong, which is pretty much common on this half. So yeah, we expect to do a little bit more, but props to them as well for holding up.
I want to look a little bit at your map pool as well. I remember end of last year, by far the best overpass team in the world. You guys were dominant on it. Then this year you started to change things up a little bit. Have you rediscovered the overpass again? Have you lost some confidence in some other maps? Where is it at for Furia right now?
Yeah, we're working on get overpass where it was last time, and I think we're getting there. We played 2 good overpass this tournament and one not so good right now that we lost 13-10. And it's part of the process. A Veto system is always going to be something that's always in change, in motion. Maps are not going to stay the same forever. Only a few teams can do that for so long. And for us, it's just like that. We have to keep working on improving the weaknesses on all maps we are working, and got to be working to put the chemistry a little bit higher to have a higher base level, I would say. But we're working towards that.
And in terms of working towards that, looking at the performance you have showed across this whole group stage, almost being able to close it out against Spirit, but obviously losing from some significant leads you had in the halves, right? Winning the first halves against them. What does it make you feel about where this Fury is at? Obviously, it's looking better maybe than some recent tournaments, but I mean, it's still not where you want to be, right? Aiming for trophies.
We definitely need to play a little bit better if we want to really lift those trophies, but the potential is there. So it's up to us to really show when it matters and make sure we're playing with cohesion, and got to make sure we're making the plans happen. But yeah, it's of course not dominating as we would like to be, but I don't think anyone is at the moment. It's pretty difficult. A lot of teams are playing good CS, and on max round 13, things can go very fast and very quickly. So you got to be on point very quickly in the match.
Why do you think it's like that for you guys right now?
Hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. I think it's just ups and downs. It's difficult to maintain the high level all the time, but that's what we're trying to do. And I think we have a good chance on this playoff.
And looking at that, a good chance in this playoff, especially when you've got MongolZ just dominating in every single game you guys played. Looking at him, when I spoke to him in the interview at the beginning on the media day, he was saying he wanted to focus more on the team play, more within the system. And then Yakinda said he was trying to obviously now play more of the way that benefits him, right, while also working out with the team. What do you feel like it's been? Have you noticed a change this event? Do you see he's coming back to form?
He's playing very well this tournament, definitely. Yeah, much better than he was playing the recent tournaments. That's very good for us. As an AWPer, it's very important to have an AWPer hitting all cylinders to go very, very far. And I'm happy that he's playing well, and hopefully going to do well in the playoffs as well in front of his crowd.
Do you think at all, obviously, I saw the reactions when you retired, that MongolZ was obviously so emotional about it. Do you feel like some of that maybe affected his game as well?
Hard to say. I don't think so. I think it's more about the way we are seeing things inside the server, helping each other. Definitely, I wouldn't go that way.
And looking at it, that crowd, you already experienced it last time, but this is, on paper, a much more experienced, a much better Furia as well. Full focus on the trophy. Is that what you're aiming for? Is that what you believe in?
Definitely. We have a chance to lift this trophy. We're going to be playing in front of the Kazakh audience again. We have done the first tournament of this Furia interaction here, so it's great to be back on it. And we're going to have full support from the crowd, so it's going to be amazing. Even playing there is going to be awesome. Hopefully we can win a lot of games and go very far, so we can experience that as much as we can.
Well, best of luck doing so. Thank you very much for your time, Fallen. Richard, let's go back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. Yes, it's good of Fallen to kind of talk a little bit about what was going on in the team and address maybe the possibility that his retirement announcement could have maybe derailed things. Regardless of whether or not he's right about that, he's certainly right about MongolZ being back to his best right now. And I think probably after Donk, the fans have been giving him the biggest pop every time they've seen him, the hometown hero. I think he's going to have a lot of support, a lot of help when he gets into that arena. And as we were talking about, here are the top 5 players in the tournament so far.
Of course, it's Donk, MongolZ, and Luchov. As everyone
usual
expected.
suspects.
Yeah, as everyone expected.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it is. I mean, Luchov being there is kind of crazy, and also Zerjan doing it for the IGLs. Get you an IGL who can. But back to MongolZ, I just think, we talked about it last year. He got a little bit of stage fright. I mean, the adrenaline's going, the crowd are chanting your name, you're a rookie. Now he's had a taste of that, and he's going to get it again. I think things are going to be different here. I don't think he's going to have that same problem.
The general poise was great on stage, taking the microphone from James Banks during one of those interviews, the way he addressed the crowd, all of that was fantastic. But then we saw some of the performances like at Cologne and at the Budapest Major and some of the stages already this year, and it feels like those lights have been a little too bright for him. I feel like we're going to get a little bit more of an in-between where, think of like Chengdu in Hong Kong. He was great in those kind of events. So I think Astana is where he kind of rediscovers the form for whatever reason that eluded him for the last couple months.
And I mean, he's been in this team for a year now, and FURIA actually are the longest standing 5-man roster we have at this tournament, because honestly, lasting over a year is kind of rare. That's usually the 9 to 12 months is when teams make roster changes if they're not doing well. FURIA obviously did well towards the end of last year. This year, not really in contention for the titles. Obviously, they were in Krakow in the final, but Vitality exists, so that didn't happen. Other than that, they weren't really close. And now, with no Vitality here and all of these teams in flux, definitely think they should be challenging for a title.
Well, you read my mind about where we want to go next in our discussion, and that is, we've seen FURIA make it to the playoffs. We've seen a few teams already. There's one more day of Swiss groups left. Where do we rate FURIA relative to the other teams that we've seen? Because, as I said, the crazy thing is it feels like the best team I've seen so far is 9Z.
Yeah, I think in my head, there's no team that FURIA can't beat, but also almost no team that they can't lose to at the same time. It really depending on how they show up on the day, and some of these tier 2 teams, they can lose very, very easily. And then we see in other situations, I think it's mainly Yakindar as that pivot man, focal point of this team. When he's not performing, it looks much worse.
Yakindar is definitely the X factor for me on their team.
Yeah.
Because in this series, for example, he really only had one good map. It was the last one, probably their best win throughout the series. And then when he has the bad ones, then that's when the games get really tight, really close. As for being a competitor, or a contender, that is, coming into the tournament, I had them as roughly third, I'd say. Well, no, I had them as third. And I feel like Spirit and Falcons were ahead of them for me. Now with 9Z being the dark horse that they are, I just will say I don't really want to face 9Z early in a bracket if I'm FURIA. I think because it's 3-0 and 3-1, they probably won't, but I still wouldn't want to mess with them.
Yeah, for me, FURIA have been baffling at times, but I still got them ahead of Falcons personally.
Me too, but also that's a top 3 for me. And the order is maybe Spirit number 1, and then 2 and 3, depending on, obviously, going into the tournament, we didn't see Falcons with Kerrigan. And so far what we saw is also up and down. There's a lot of, the floor is nowhere to be found, but the ceiling is really good, right? And Monte, the good thing is Monte, Donk, MongolZ all are shooting on all cylinders, so any of them has a chance.
I would say Spirit's my favorite right now, for sure, actually.
Just the Dong factor, basically.
The Dong factor, and I do think that they've actually improved in a handful of aspects throughout the season. Also, I've just seen them at Rio have a really great tournament run, stopped by the real true number 1 in Vitality. Nobody here is on Vitality's level, and so I say that I think there's just been more proof lately that Spirit should be making it all the way.
We can take a look at some of the other results from today, and we'll talk about them, obviously, because we haven't had an opportunity to do so. As we power through the Swiss, one more day of groups coming up tomorrow, but you can see we've got our playoff teams largely decided. Not a great deal of surprise there. Feel pretty good about those?
I mean, the 5 that we've got so far are great. I don't see why... The 9Z one is obviously the biggest dark horse to emerge out of this group stage, but MOUZ, Falcons, Spirit... I think those are the kind of teams you thought were going to be making it to the playoffs, even with a MOUZ team that... Oh, okay, well... Looks like we just got this update.
Yeah, I was just having this come through while I was talking to you. We've got G2 have done it, and you can see they've overcome. They were stressed, more stressed. PARIVISION, because Daddy Dastan's going to have the belt out. Crazy thing over on the front page of Reddit while we're getting prepped for this segment, by the way, that Dastan liked a Telegram post saying to replace Nota.
Yeah, I mean, he's
mid tournament life game.
He's been pretty vocal, pretty direct. Oh, that's a tough look over there on Zwei, just completely dejected. I mean, as much as I understand PARIVISION are not maybe supposed to be winning tournament after tournament, going to grand finals, not making the playoffs here is inexcusable. Yes, G2 is kind of a decent team, but the losses earlier in the tournament are inexcusable for sure. And some things that Dastan does, for many other coaches, we'd be very critical of, but it's also different for a Russian team. The culture is different. The expectations are different, and the way you communicate is different. So I don't necessarily blame him too much for like quote unquote what fans are saying, like ruining the team atmosphere and putting on even more pressure. I think it's just a direct way that you're expected to communicate in a team as a coach.
I think if you remember when we had the event in Bucharest and he joined us on the sofa and then like monologued about how no one was safe on the team and he would be willing to make cuts if the major wasn't round the corner and things like this. You know, I love his candor, but if I'm a young player and I'm a bit vulnerable to maybe catching feelings and catching my emotions, I don't know if that is helpful, or if I'm just being honest with you. I mean, great content, great for us,
right?
Great for what we do, maybe not great for a young team like that.
I would disagree with the method in that aspect. I feel like being direct about faults and critiques in the server, all totally fine, all fair game, in fact, but just saying, yeah, we'd probably kick one of you guys if that wasn't happening, the major, that feels like it's just a looming threat, essentially. And that's it's similar to Falcons. I'd actually relate it directly to Falcons, how if you're on the chopping block there, it just kind of changes how you play completely. I don't think everybody is built to withstand that, and it just adds an extra element into you already having to focus on beating the player in the server. Why am I trying to impress the guy behind me in a way that just kind of makes this even more difficult?
Yeah. I mean, I think we can safely say changes are coming in. Based on everything.
I agree with the Telegram. I agree with the Telegram. I'm
not saying
that's my take.
Telegram's wrong. Probably what I would do if I was.
Yeah, I
probably wouldn't be liking the
I'd boot Noda too.
Tournament.
I'd boot Noda too, actually. I mean, other than when he just gets flashed in and just gets to headshot blind players, I feel like he has a lot of errors in his game. I feel like he consistently on CT side just kind of takes the extra unnecessary peek more than anybody else that I see. He's generally the first domino to fall in what is otherwise a decent situation for them. And I just see more potential in Cielo. Yeah, I mean, Noda is probably the best raw aimer, but Counter-Strike's more than that.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much talent in the Russian-speaking talent. Good, strong, aggressive rifler. I feel like you can find 10 of them.
Give me Flit. I want Flit. PARIVISION, Flit. Welcome.
No, definitely not. Let's not be doing that.
Game reunion, the Dastan reunion. I think it's.
Why don't you post? And then see if the stand
Telegram.
See if he likes it. Yeah. I got to get on Telegram, I guess.
Right now, because it is Judgment Day tomorrow, we're only going to have the one stream. Obviously, usually we do have two because it's a PGL event, but we've only got this series coming up. So this is what we've got for you tomorrow. Remember, all of these matches, all of these series, if you win, playoffs, lose, home. So Gentlemates do get to play Magic. Monte will be taking on G2 Esports. And the Mongols versus Aurora, Nightmare Fuel. Not what either of them would have wanted.
Definitely winnable for all three teams.
Yes.
I want to say, even though G2 Monte on paper looks like, obviously G2 is a huge favorite, the way that they've been playing, it's not really impressing too many people out there. Gentlemates, Magic, obviously up in the air, and Mongols, Aurora, the most standard match of like the opening playoffs usually, and now it's to get in the playoffs.
One of those two teams in Mongols and Aurora are going to be really disappointed for not making it there. I would say on the Gentlemate side, don't fall into a trap game. We're not going to cover that one. We're the late shift here, but my 2 cents on that one is just that, Magic, they probably want to play the contacty style that you keep throwing out. And Gentlemates, they're a team that didn't they beat Vitality at an ESL Pro League, but then they just lose to other teams after that? Like they are pretty hit or miss, and they don't take your foot off the gas, because that's what I've seen them do before. They beat the big dog. They get some, they take a map off of FURIA today, and then they just kind of botch it versus a team that doesn't look like they should be losing to. So I just want them to stay locked in, because I'd be happy if they made it after what I saw today.
Anything to add to that before we go?
Not much. Looking forward to the last game, definitely. Mongols, Aurora, that's my prediction is on the line there for the Turkish side to get to the playoffs, and Mongols to miss out, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, you didn't include them?
No.
Oh, wow. I included Mongols, but I didn't include Aurora.
There we go.
Okay.
It's gonna be feisty here.
All right, HL.
It's like we're battling
once again. All right, guys. Great hanging out with you over the course of the day. Great hanging out with you guys at home as well. Hope you enjoyed the Counter-Strike. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time for Judgment Day. Make sure you join us.
Thank you.